Assalomu alaykum Sharq Turkistonlik aziz qarindoshlar. Dunyo Uyg'ur qurultiyi tarafidan tasdiqlangan to'g'ri televiziyasining naq maydon programmasiga xush keldinglar aziz qarindoshlar. Men Parat Urumchi.
Ben Baxtiyor Ömer.
Hammanglarning mushi vaqti xayrli bo'lsin. Hammanglarga Janob Allohdan salomatlik, xotirjamlik, baxt, saodat va baraka tilaymiz aziz qarindoshlar. Biz hozir sizlarga bu 6-ayning 4-kuni Angliyaning poytaxti Londonda boshlangan xalqaro Uyg'ur sud kollegiyasininki tunji sudi ichilayotgan bu sud zalidan naq maydondan bu programmani taqdim qilyapmiz. Aziz qarindoshlar, sizlarga ma'lum 6-ayning 4-kuni boshlangan bu sud bugun 3-kuniga qadam qo'ydi va nihoyat muvaffaqiyatli ratlik bir shaklda sud davom qilyapti va sud ya'ni 6-ayning 7-kuni hammalarga tanish bo'lgan Germaniyalik tadqiqotchi Uyg'urshunos Adrian Zens efendimning guvohligi bilan rasmiy oxirlashdi aziz qarindoshlar. Sud birozdan keyin boshlandi, angacha sizlar bilan biroz didorlashaylik. Aziz qarindoshlar, bu yerda takror yana mushu sudga ko'ngil bo'lib, Uyg'urlarningki tarixidagi zo'r hodisalarning biri hisoblangan mushu sudga ko'ngil bo'lib, mushu ekran oldida o'tirgan qarindoshlarimizga tekrar minnettarlık bildirimiz, rahmet deytimiz. Çünkü bu mu sizlerinki muşu sotqa bo'lgan bir qo'llashinglar hisoblanadi. Yana muşu fursatdan foydalanib turib, muşu sotning qurilishiga moddiy va ma'naviy jihatdan yordam qilgan va bu sotning muvaffaqiyati uchun muşu sot boshlangandan tortib, buning duo qilib kelgan bütün qarindoshlarimizga rahmat aytamiz. Hammanglardan Alloh rozi bo'lsin aziz qarindoshlar. Xo'sh, mustabid kommunist Xitoy hokimiyati bu sudni to'sish uchun bu sud nihoyat 6-ayning 4-kuni nihoyat muvaffaqiyatli bir shaklda ichildi va sud ichilayotgan bu zal hozir biz o'tirgan bu zal Angliya parlamentiga taxminan 100 metr atrofida keladi. Angliya parlamentininki yanada bu sud. Aziz qarindoshlar, Xitoy hokimiyati men programmaning boshlanishida degandim. Xitoy hokimiyati shu sud boshlanishdan burun matbuotlardan ko'rdinglar, nihoyat ig'ir, ya'ni shu sudda guvohlik beradigan asosli lager shohidlarini asos qilgan bütün guvohchilarga nihoyat ig'ir darajada hujum qo'zg'adi, psixologik hujum qo'zg'adi, ta'diz soldi. Hatto bu yerda tunugun sudda guvohlik bergan bizningki qozoq qarindoshimiz Sayragul Savotbayimiz sudda guvohlik bergan vaqtda deb o'tdi. Shu sudga kelishga az qolgan vaqtida Xitoyning bexatarlik organlari Sayragul Savotbayga bevosita telefon qilib ta'diz solgan va sudga bormaslik haqida ogohlantirgan. Agar sudga borsa, nada bo'lsin tutib Xitoyga qaytarib keta oladigan kuchning borligini bu yerda deb davron solgan. Ammo bizningki guvohchilarimiz Xitoyning bu xil ta'didlarga, bu xil besimlarga va psixologik hujumlarga parvo qilmasdan, pisand qilmasdan, shundan Baxtiyor afandim bu 15 nafar guvohchi shohid bu Londonga yetib kelgan bir hafta burun va bu yerdagi bir haftalik karantinni oxirlashtirib sudga qatnashdi va sudda jasorat bilan, g'ayrat bilan bu yerda o'zining kechirmishlarini anglatdi. Aziz qarindoshlar, bu yerda shuni eslatib qo'yay, sud bosh sudchi xalqaro Uyg'ur sud kollegiyasi hurmatli Jeffrey Nice hazratlarimi sudning ichilish marosimida 6-ayning 4-kuni qilgan so'zda bu sudninki Dunyo Uyg'ur qurultiyini bu yerda alohida eskartib o'tdi va tunugunmi maxsus Xitoyning hujumlari qarta qisqagina bir axborot e'lon qilish yig'ini ochdi shu zalda va axborot e'lon qilish yig'inida qilgan so'zidimi Xitoyninki xalqaro Uyg'ur sud kollegiyasiga ekanligini, xalqaro Uyg'ur sud kollegiyasining hech qanday ekanligini, xalqaro Uyg'ur sud kollegiyasining hech qanday oldin hukmga tayanmasdan nihoyat muvaffaqiyatli holda davom qilayotganligini bu yerdami eskartib o'tdi. Aziz qarindoshlar, mustabid kommunist Xitoy hokimiyatimi bu sud boshlangandan buyon har kuni sudda guvohlik bergan qarindoshlarimizga qarata udulliq javob berib kelyapti. Masalan, sudning 1-kuni sizlar bu rasmlarda chet el matbuotida ko'rdinglar. Ömer Bekali efendim, bizning qozoq qarindoshimiz lager shohidi Ömer Bekali efendim ninki masalan sudda shu ayni vaqtdagi jazo lagerlarida mustabid Xitoy hokimiyati taqagan bu kishanlarni, zanjir kishanlarni taqib taqlid qilib turib, bu yerda guvohlik berishi, bu vaqtdagi rasmlar, suratlar bu qitimqi shundan Baxtiyor afandim xalqaro Uyg'ur sud kollegiyasining bir simboliga aylandi. Chet el xalqaro Uyg'ur sud kollegiyasi haqidagi xabarlar bu chet el matbuotundan bulup g'arb matbuotining qiziq temasiga aylandi aziz qarindoshlar. Mana hozir 3-chi kuniga qadam qo'ydi. Sotchilar, bu yerda kuzatuvchilar asta-asta bu sot zaliga kirishga boshladi. Bizning Uyg'ur ataytam shu sot uchun kelgan Gulbahor. Aziz qarindoshlar, bugungi sot mahkamasida jami 10 kishi guvohlik berdi. Bu 10 kishininki 7 nafari Şərq Türkistanlıq aziz qarindoshlar. Şərq Türkistanlıq. Çünki Şərq Türkistanlıq deyishimda bu qatimki sotda guvohlik berdiganlarning ichida Qozoq qarindoshlarimiz bor, O'zbek qarindoshlarimiz bor. Masalan, 6-oyning 4-kuni bu sot tuzinki jazo lageri shohidi O'zbek millatidan bo'lgan Şərq Türkistanlıq Qalbinur Sidiq xonim bilan boshlandi. Shunday bo'ldi, Baxtiyor afandim. Bugungi sotda masalan jazo lagerlari, ya'ni 3 nafar jazo lageri shohidi tor orqali guvohlik berdi. Bularning ichida masalan boydab o'tdim Gulbahor Jellova xonim bu yerda sotda bevosita guvohlik berdi. Bundan keyin tor orqali guvohlik beradigan lager shohidlaridan bu yerda Amerikadagi Mehrgul Tursun, uningdagi Fransiyadan Gulbar Xativaji xonimlar lager shohidlaridan bular tashkilotninki qurg'uvchisi va raisi hurmatli Roshan Abbas xonimni guvohlik berganlar qatorida bu sotga bevosita keldi. Aziz qarindoshlar, sot boshlang'ichi biroz dattishaydi. Biz bu qatimki naq maydonni oltish xizmatiga balkim ko'pinchalar tunislar yanimda o'tgan mushu sotni dalil isbotlar ta'minlashga mas'ul bo'lgan Merkez Londonni dalil isbotlar ta'minlashga mas'ul bo'lgan Merkez Londondagi arxiv ombirining direktori va Norvegiya Uyg'ur komitetining raisi Barpandim ishlarga mas'ul bo'ladi. Bexatarlik sababidan chunki sizlarni burungi programmalarimiz deb o'tdik. Xitoy hukumati bu sot boshlanishga oz qolgan vaqtida Xitoy hakkerlari bu sotninki tor sahifasiga mushu mushu sot ishchilik aldinki tor adresiga, guvohchilarninki shaxsiy telefonlariga, email adreslariga nihoyat qattiq hujum qildi. Uyg'ur sot kollégiyesininki tor sahifasi bir mahal Xitoy hakkerlarining hujumi bilan bir mahal oqsab qoldi. Bu sababdan bu sot chaqirildigan mushu zalninki Wi-Fi bağlantısı bexatarlik yuzasidan kesib etildi. Kesib etilgandan keyin bu yerda bizmo texnik jihatdan biroz shundan Baxtiyor afandim biroz qiyinchilik tushirdi.
Shunda bu vaqtda to'g'ri yetkazish nihoyatda nachar. Chunki biz simsiz yondelib yuradigan to'r tarqitish sistemasini ishlatganligimiz uchun o'shani amaliyotda biz sot boshlangan tunji kuni atiganda sirtdan tepib keldik. Chunki bexatarlik sababidan bu masalalarni bizga uqtirilmaganligi uchun misollar uchradi. O'sha amaliyotda o'sha to'r surati nihoyat osti bo'lganligi uchun balkim ko'pchilarniki diqqatini chechayotgan bo'lishimiz mumkin. Bizniki naq maydondan tarqitishmi uzilib chiqyotdi.
Aziz qarindoshlar, uning ustiga bizningki bu muxbirlarga ayrilgan zalninki ikkinchi qavatida sot atrofimizda butunlay chet el matbuotlari bor. Tunji kunimi 20 dan ortiq agentlikninki dangliq nopozliq xalqarodagi agentliklarning muxbirlari kelgan, hozir muxbirlar kelyapti. Uchiq ayrim kabina emas. Uning uchun biz sot orlig'ida bu chet elliklarninki mutaxassislarning bergan ingliz tilidagi guvohligini bir tarjima qilish imkoniyatimiz yo'q. Chunki ovoz chiqarsak bu atrofda boshlanishdan burun sizlar bilan birlashib bu haqda bir qisqacha ma'lumot berish demasiga bo'ldik. Aziz qarindoshlar, bu agarchanda bu sotga munosabatli yoki programmaga munosabatli taklif fikringlar bo'lsa, mushu sizlar ko'rayotgan Dunyo Urqulti to'r televiziyasininki YouTube sahifasiga bir nim qilinglar.
Foreign citizenship. Mr. Ilova, you were born in Kazakhstan and you are a Kazakh citizen by birth.
Kazakhstan tug'ilgan ham Qozog'iston garajdani. Shunaqmi?
Assalomu alaykum. Hurmatli xonimlar, apandimlar. Men bugungi sotqa o'zimniki dalil isbotlarimni olib keldim. Bir tercüme qildim.
So'nggi javob
Men
berasizmi?
men Qozog'istonda tug'ilib o'sdim.
Yes, I was born and brought up in Kazakhstan. And dear ladies and gentlemen, I am very pleased to have this opportunity to give my testimony today in this Uyghur tribunal.
Thank you. Mr. Lilova, when you went to Urumchi in May 2017, policemen came to your hotel and arrested you.
Siz 2017 5 ayda Urumchiga kelgandan keyin soqchilar sizni qo'lga oldi.
To'g'ri, yataqdan oteldan 2017 5 ayning 22-sida tutqildi.
Yes, correct. On the 22nd of May, I was arrested from the hotel room.
Can you explain what happened to your passport and were you given Chinese identity cards?
O'zingizninki shu pasportingiz to'g'riliq va Xitoylar shu kimlik sizga kimlik bergan shu jarayonni qisqacha tushuntirib beramiz.
Tushunib beraylik. Meni tutgan vaqtda meni qozoq pasportim bor edi, ular oldi. Turmaga apagan vaqtda 3-turma Sankanga apagan vaqtda ular menga yag'an kimlik berib, Gulbahor Jilili deb shifrinji nomer berdi, qog'ozga yozib berdi.
Yes, when they arrested me, I had my Kazakhstan passport. After I was taken to number 3 detention center, and they took away my passport and replaced with a Chinese ID card, and they even changed my name to Gulbahar Jalil.
One of the first things they did to you, they did a medical examination. You say that one of them was for pregnancy test.
Shu doktordan o'tish jarayonida eng muhimi shu qo'ziq homilda bo'lgan bo'lmaganligini tekshiraydi debsiz. Yes, correct.
You say that if you were pregnant, they would have forced you to abort the baby there and then.
Agar ular shu yerda sizningki homilda bo'lganligingizni agarda bilib qolsa, shu yerda qo'ziqdan bolani evitdi debsiz.
Evitdi.
Yes, correct. That's true.
And you say you saw this happen to many people. Can you elaborate on that? When and how did you see that?
Siz bunun başqalarının beşidən ötkenligini gördüm depsiz. Bunu qandaq kördünüzmü şunu bir düşündürüp versiniz.
Ular kirgan vaqtda aslında tarafdan qanjiq aqatdi. Ham talatdi, talab o'tiradi. Doktorlar kepla ishqitaldi, dori beradi, dori ishganniki ularningki odatlari hammaning to'xtab qoladi.
When they entered the cell, they were bleeding, heavily bleeding, and they had sweat all the time, and the doctors would come and gave them 2 pills. Bleeding stopped.
You were taken to 3 different detention centers during your detention. Can you very briefly explain to the tribunal the condition of these 3 detention centers? The tribunal has read your wonderful report completely and they know all about it. But please give a short explanation.
Siz 3 o'xshamagan tutqun yerda tutulibsiz. Mushu 3 yerninki ichidagi bir sharoitlarni qisqacha tanishtirib bergan bo'lsangiz. Chunki sizning butun bayonotingizni biz o'qidik, nihoyat tafsiliy yozilgan. Shuning uchun sizning tafsil deyishingizdan hech qanday hojat yo'q, faqatlam qisqacha tushuntirib beramiz.
O'xshashlar men Sankan degan 3-turmada yotdim. Arkan degan 3-turmada yotdim. Mana men internetdan topdim, o'xshashlar.
I was in number 3 and number 2 detention centers, and I found this picture in on Googling. It's exactly same cell.
To the microphone, I'm doing as close as that, and then you can hear, and you can be heard. Sorry to not to have noticed.
Mikrofon. Endi mani deb berdingiz, ya'ni qayta shu jarayondagi shu sharoitlar, o'shaning sharoit qanday deyishini qisqacha tushuntirib bersangiz, men tarjima qilaman.
Mana shu ko'rgandek o'xshash mashada bir 40 odam biz yotamiz. Buni oxirgisi aynak o'burna. Hammamiz o'sha qaraymiz. O'tirib turganlar hammanim ko'rindi.
The cell was exactly like this. About 40 of us slept, and we had to face on that wall, and that place was a toilet, a glass wall, toilet with glass wall.
Men o'zinglar ko'rgandek ya yotgan yo'q, ya taki yo'q. Mashdaq daxyada biz 2 soat ketsa 2 soat uxlatdik.
As you can see, there is no bedding there, and it was just concrete floor. We had to sleep on the concrete floor only 2 hours a night.
Жуйындыған елем yok. Bir aygacha bizning hammamizning beshlarimiz pishtinib ketdi. Bizning ruxsatimsiz bizning hammamizni chashlarimizni ivatdi.
Facilities, no water to wash within 1 month. Without our consent, our hair was shaved off.
10 kunda bir kirib 10 saqchidek ayollar kirdi. 2 harbiy qurollar bilan eshikni oldida turdi. Bizni hammamizni qip yalang'och qilib, beshimizni tutqizib, 3 qitim o't ag'izib tug'izdi.
Once every 10 days, a mix of male and female police came to the cell, and 2 stood on the both sides of the cell door, and we were stripped naked. We had to place our hands behind our head, and we had to do sit-ups, 3 sit-ups.
Mana buni eshikdan kichkina bunday to'shik bor. Eshikning endi ash to'shikdan bizga labadilla paydo turinglar deydi. Paydo turgan vaqtda hammamiz haftada 2 taldan dori berdi. 10 kunda bir qitim jig'ni soladi. U nima biz bilmaymiz.
The cell door has a foot slot, and we would be called from there, and they ask us to stretch our hands out from that slot, and then they would give us 2 pills. We must take that pills once every week. Bir haftada
bir dori berdi chiqdilar. Ham biz hamda sezdik. Qizlarning eshada qog'oz ishim bermagan ekan, qizlarning odatlari hammasiniki to'xtab qoldi. Ham qo'saq ochsaqmi, bizni so'roqdan keyin ursimi, biz hech nimani sezmaydigan bo'ldik.
Gradually, all the women stopped their periods, and also after a while, even after we were beaten up, we couldn't feel anything anymore.
Ms. Jalilova, you were taken 4 times to hospital for a total of 40 days. Are you prepared to discuss the reasons for being taken to hospital here?
Siz shu jarayonda 4 qitim doktorxonaga olibdi sizni. Mana shu doktorxonaga olib borgan jarayonini biroz tushuntirib berasiz.
Doktorxonaga olib borgan vaqtda meni yalnız uzun saqchilarning mashinasi, töme mashinasi o'tag'izdi. Har qitim o'tag'izgan vaqtda beshimizga talaga chiqqan vaqtda so'roqqa beshimizga qor xalti kiydiradi, qo'limizni qo'ysa 5 kiloluk kishanni men yashmadi 1 yil 3 oy 10 kun shu putumdagi 5 kilo kisham bilan yurdim. Mashinaga o'tag'izib, ular 40 minut bir uzoq yerga bordi. Apadi keyin qarasam doktorxonaga. Doktorxona bir qavatli doktorxona.
I was taken to a police van, a black hood over my head. I was handcuffed and shackled. The shackle was about 5 kilograms. Since I was taken inside up until I left, 1 year, 3 months, 10 days, I was in that shackle. And so I believe approximately 40 minutes drive I was in hospital. It was just a 1-floor building.
Bek qo'rqinchliq, uni doktorxonami demedi. Shu meniki yuragim qo'zg'alib, hoshimni ketgan vaqtda shu doktorxonaga apagan vaqtda bijo'ga tushadi. Bijo'ga tushirib, keyin o'sha doktorxonada meni qog'oz qo'ydi, saqchilar. Eşekte 10 gün tudum, 10 gün tuğa vakta bek şu doktorxana bek korkunuşluk nurgun narsalarni yaşadı köydüm.
It was terrifying. My experience in the hospital, the so-called hospital, was terrifying. The police left me there, and I was there for 10 days. And they found the reason I was taken there because I had heart problem, and also I was collapsed. That's why they took me there.
Şu doktorxanda cüzüm acı kiygen kızlar oturuptu. Ben onu bilmettim. Eşetki nakşı Xitayning 5 kimin nakşını üyedim ögünüş gerek. Şu üyeyen vaqta itqan vaqta eşetki kızlar keştep asta pes avazlı detti. Ama onu cüzüm acı kiygenler jığını serip xultup öldürdü diyen kızlarını ben kördüm.
I saw some ladies wore orange color vest, and we also had to sing 5 red songs in that hospital as well. Some girls quietly told me that those who wore orange vest will put to death by injection.
Yana bir kızını gördüm. Aşağıda börügünü aptıke, salapan sülük halta is koyuptu bir börügünü evetken kızlar. Yanımda otadı. Doktorxanada gördüm.
I saw a young lady who sat next to me who had an operation. I could see the bag hanging over her side, and I learned that she had her kidney removed.
You have been taken to the dark room a number of times. Can you explain what the dark room is?
Siz qarangı öygü bir qancha qitim meni akirdi deb shunaq dedi debsiz. Shu qarangı öyni biraz tasvirlab bera olamsiz?
Yo'q, men qarangı uyda o'zim yatmadim. Biroq qarangı uyda yatgan qizni ko'rdim. Mahfirat deydigan 25 yoshlik yeni kirgan vaqtda. Aşı qiz dedi 1 metr deb ichida bundoq uzun chashqallar bor. Uygan chashqallar bor. Agar ketsa ko'zimiz ilinib qolsa, shu chashqallar qo'lsaqlar ochib ko'zlarimizning ichiga kirdi, quloqlarimiz ichiga. Shuning uchun kechich uxlamay mashta qilib o'tadik deb shu qizlar degan qarang'i uylar bor. Nurg'un qizlar o'shaqda o'tadi.
Well, in fact, I wasn't taken to a black room. It was the other ladies, women in the cell where I shared with, and a lady called Mahbrat who was 25 years old. And she described me what was like when she was in this solitary confinement in this metal cage, 1 meter by 1 meter. She also said that there were rats, and they didn't dare to sleep. So all night long they had to try to drive the rat away.
You talked about the medicine that was given to you, and you say you don't know what these were. But can you explain the effect of that on you?
Siz bu bergen doğrularının nimeligini bilmedim, lekin bizga chuqum ichishga majburladi debsiz. Bu doğrularni ichgandan keyin sizda qanday bir o'zgarishlar bo'ldimi, shularni tushuntirib berasiz?
Meningdimi o'zgarishlar bo'ldi. Mening bolalarim 4 bolalar bor. Bolalarimni seg'indim. Hamma hozir nim qilyapti deb asliga tuqqanlarni seg'inib ismga olay desam, xuddi men o'sha turmin ichida tug'ilib o'sgandeklar tomoqningmi damini bilmadim. Hamma nima hissiyotim, hamma nima yo'qolib ketgan.
Initially, when I was inside, I missed my children, my relatives. I have 4 children. And gradually, I lost this feeling of thinking about them. And I couldn't taste any food. And so, as if I was born there. Yeah, as if I always just grow up there.
Every time you refused to sign the document they wanted you to confess you were beaten. Can you explain to the tribunal how severe your torture were?
Her bir qitim aşular mecburlab sizni aşı ekegen materialga qo'l qo'ydigan vaqtida siz qat'iy uni rad qilibsiz. Shu rad qilgandan keyin sizni qiyin qistoqqa olib turdi. Shu qiyin qistoqlarni biroz tushuntirib bera olasiz. Naqadar darajada qiyin qistoqqa uchurdingiz?
Birinchi kuni soat 8, səhərlikdə 8-dən saat 11-gacha bular meniki tariximni qayerda tug'ildim, ashlarni yozdi. Yazgandan keyin bir qog'ozni akib berdi. Buni qog'oz mana menda Xitoycha yozildi. Terroristlarga yordam qildi degan.
8dan qanchasi?
11gacha. Mushunda qo'l qo'y dedi. Qo'l qo'ymasam, bular endi seni qo'l qo'ydigan yerga olib deb shu turmaga tashladi.
On the first day, I was questioned from 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. And during that time, they forced me to sign a document which indicates that I am a terrorist. I must admit and accept that I'm a terrorist. Therefore, I refused to sign that document.
Birinchi qatim shu meni so'roqqa lagerning ichida, kamerning ichida so'roq tatgan vaqtda tigr deydigan ustal bor. O'shada o'tag'izib 24 soat su bermay yo o'burniga bag'izmay ashaqda o'tag'izda kechalari ko'zim ilinib soat 3-4lar ko'zim ilinib ketsa, o'shadagi soqchilar o'zlari navbat bo'yicha turib elektroshoklar bilan qaltaklar bilan urib ko'zingni ilma, ko'zingni och, muning qo'l qo'y deb qo'l qo'yg'izdi. Men qo'ymadim.
On the first interrogation, I was secured in the metal chair for 24 hours. Every time when I dozed off, they would use electric prod and an electric stick to remind me and force me to keep my eyes open.
Elbette men qo'l qo'ymadim. Har qat shu 24 soatdan keyin men doktorxonaga apadim. Ilqi stolda o'tirgan vaqtda, tigr stolda o'tirgan vaqtda putimiz isiq turdi. Aşa 5 kilo kishan putimni ilqi sanglagan vaqtda to'yan tatib putim ishib ketib, shu yoqda boshimdan ketib yiqilib, shu doktorxonaga borgan jon so'yandi.
And while I was secured on that metal chair, my legs were hanging, and the 5 kilogram of that shackle, the metal chain, was dragging my feet. In the end, my feet was swollen so badly, and when I was released from that chair, I collapsed. That's when they took me to hospital.
Men har qatim so'roq tatgan vaqtda yer ostida kamera bor. Ki qo'l qo'ymab edim. Ular endi sen yaxshilikchi bilmaysan-ki, hozir biz endi seni deb talaga chiqdi. Talaga chiqqan vaqtda kamera yo'q. Shu yoqda ular soqchilar beshiga nimkasi ashna qiladi, bosqinchilikmi qiladi. Qo'l qo'ydirmiz deb, biroq men qo'l qo'ymadim.
Uyning ichidami, uyning sirtidami
o'xshash? Sirtiga chiqdi, kamera yo'q yerga.
So in the interrogation room, after I signed, they took me out of that room, and the place where there is no camera, and the police did whatever they wished, including rape as well.
Did you notice any sign of torture on other inmates that you met in the camp?
Siz o'sha qiyin qistoqdan keyin bir ahvollarni, ya'ni qiyin qistoqdan keyin ba'zi qiynalgandan keyingi ahvollarni o'z ko'zingiz bilan ko'rdingizmi? Qanday bir
albatta men o'sha yoqda yeng kirgan vaqtda nurg'un narsalarni ko'rdim. O'sha yoqdagi qizlar, undan keyin so'roqdan keyin 24 soat, 72 soat so'roqdan keyin kirgan qizlar machiq. O'sha qizlarniki timoqlar julayotgan, 10 barmog'ini ichiga matan jig'ini salgan qizlar, o'zlari qonab ketgan, urgan qizlarni bekjiq ko'rdim. Ham ularga bosqinchilik qildimi deb so'ragan vaqtda ular yayaq demay ko'zidan yosh oqqan qizlarni ko'rdim.
Yes, I frequently saw, especially those girls were taken out of the cell when they returned after 24 hours or sometimes 72 hours. And their nails were pulled out, and also all 10 fingernails, they had the nails stick in the nails. They were bleeding, their face was bleeding. And when I asked girls whether they were raped, they didn't say yes or no, they just cried.
Ben bunu defterimge çıkıp, lagerden çıkıp, bana 67 kızın ismini yazdım. Meşede bir hürriyet deydiğen 27 yaşlı kız var, aşı sorakta, karanғы үйләг solap, sorakta. Ana bir çıksın oku beri, Dubai'ye bağın günası, Türkiye'ye bağın günası, Amerika'ya bağın aşı günamı.
I can just read out to you several examples there. The reason was one, because visited Dubai, another was visited Turkey, another one visited America.
Were the children treated any differently from the adult women?
And bu balla bilen çoğlarınki farklılık oldu mu ularınki farklılık?
Yo'q, men chet ellik Qozog'istonlik bo'lsam hech qanday farq bo'lmadi. Kichik bola hech qanday emas. O'xshash shaqda zulm ko'rdik, o'xshashlar.
No, whatsoever. Even I am being a Kazakhstan citizen as a foreigner, they didn't treat me differently.
You describe some women who permanently disappeared. Can you tell us how old they were?
Siz nurg'un ayollarninki biraqlam yo'qolib ketganligini bayramlardingizda so'zlabsiz. Ularning yoshi qancha yoshda shu yo'qolib ketganlarninki?
Shu kechisi, asas kechisi ismlarini ataydi. Xalta kedirib ochiq ketadi. Nurg'un qizlar qaytib kirmadi. Yoshi asosan shu 30 dan yuqori, 25 dan 25, 28, aşağıdan 40'largacha bor.
Well, many women, their name were called, and then after black sack over their head taken out, never returned. They aged between 25 to 40.
And are you testify about rape and your own rape? Are you able to talk a little more about that?
Siz bu baskınçılık toğrusida bizga biraz injiklab so'zlab beralmisiz?
O'sha talaga chiqqan vaqtda kamera yo'q. Birinchi qatim meni 404 degan kameraga akirdi. Akirgan vaqtda ishaqda bulungda karavat turdi. Karavatning ustida bir yotgandan taki. Aşı tigir üstelde men o'tadim. Shu ular yana shu 24 soat aşı nimni qog'ozni akilib qo'l qo'yilsang biz chiqamaymiz dedi.
Tunji
qo'l qo'y. Yo'q. Birinchi qatim talaga chiqqan vaqtda bosqinchilikqa vaqt uni oldida qilmagan. Keyin shu sen yaxshilikchi bilmasa deb meni bek tilidi ular. Qo'l qo'y deb qo'l qo'ymagan vaqtda shu kechasi bir saqchi 27 yaşlarda bor. Aşı iştimni yeshib, men mandaq o'tagandan keyin ishtimni yeshib, yanımga keldi, kelib shu qaltaklar bilan urdi. Elektroshoklar bilan urdi, qo'l qo'ysan, imzo atmasang deb meni bek og'zi eski so'zlar bilan bek tilab ketdi. Keyin shu ishtimni yeshib yanımga keldi, kelgan vaqtda men unga dedim, "Ber men o'ltirma, meni o'ltirdi bular" deb. Men unga dedim, "Sening onang yo'qmi? Senin hadlaring yo'qmi? Sening qanday qo'ling bor dumashnaga" dedim. Ular bek yana meni urib ketdi. Men bilmayman shaqtlar. Yan doktorxona opadi.
The first experience was when I was taken to this interrogation room, number 404, and where I saw a bed and a bedding. I was locked, secured on a metal chair. Again, they forced me to sign that document. Having refused after being beaten severely, I didn't change my mind. I resisted to sign that paper, And then eventually this male police who was about 27 years old came next to me and put down his trousers. And I said, please kill me. How dare you do this to me? Don't you have a mother or sister? So let me just ask her to continue. Şu senin apang adların yok mu? Bunu qandaq qilsa meni o'ltirib bo'ldi dedim deb tushundim. To'g'ri tushundim. Undan keyin nima bo'ldi?
To'g'ri, undan keyin u dedi menga, sen turunga qarab baqma, sen hayvonga o'xshaysan dedi. Sen qandaqsan meni onam bo'lasan, ocham bo'lasan, og'zingni yum deb siz og'zlaringni yum deb meni yana qattiq eshaqda urib.
He verbally abused me and said, look at yourself. How dare you compare yourself to my mother or to sister? You are just like an animal now. Look at you. And then he started also pinching me and poking me with electric prod.
Qattiq urib atgandan keyin shu doktorxonaga bordim. Doktorxonaga bordim.
Basqınçılıq to'g'risidagini tushuntirsangiz dedi.
Oxiri bo'lgan ishni shu elektroshoklar bilan urib, qaltak bilan urib qildi, og'zimga ekeldi.
So it's extremely difficult for me to even describe. I was beaten up severely, and then in the end, again, I was taken to hospital after that experience.
It is difficult for any woman to talk about such degrading and humiliating experience and rape. And I wonder if you could tell us what the impact of talking about this has in your community.
Bir ayol kishi uchun har qanday bu bir bosqinchilikqa uchrash va inson bo'lmagandek, inson emasdek bundaq bir nimaga uchrash har qanday odam uchun intayin bir ig'ir. Endi siz mushu o'zingizningki beshingizdan kechirgan bu mushu bosqinchilik degan mush tarafdagi bo'lgan ishlarni o'zingizningki community, ya'ni o'zingizningki millatingizning orasida so'zlash qandaq bir nimada bo'lsa shuni bir tushuntirib bera olamsiz?
Tushuntirib beraman. Men lagerdan chiqib 20 kun Qozog'istonda bolalarimning yanında bo'ldim. Qandaq ana o'zining bolalarini tashlab boshqa ketdi. 1,5 yil ko'mgan. Shu men ularning o'ziga qarayamadim. Ularga mushu guvohlik berib, keyin qanday ularning o'ziga qarayman, uruq tuqqanlarim o'ziga deb. Shunga ularni indalamay 20 kungacha o'ylandim. Keyin Turkiyaga berib dedim, maylim deb meni tuqqanlarim, bolalarim anglasam, mediadan anglasam, meni og'zimdan anglasin deb.
It was extremely difficult after arriving in Kazakhstan, after 15 months not seeing my own children. I couldn't look at their face. It was difficult. And I decided to speak up after I left Kazakhstan. And I couldn't tell them my experience. I thought it is better for them to hear from media than direct from me.
Ben hazırgıça yürügüm yaram, normal psikolojim bozuldu. Ben hazırgıça normal yaşayamam. Ben bunu yaram, şimdiki yaram.
I am suffering from this deep pain, which is sustained in my heart inside. I'm not normal. I'm still psychologically, I'm not normal any longer. I'm suffering.
I don't want to add to your suffering. Can you tell us whether there are any other impacts on your health other than this very obvious mental suffering?
Endi mushu hozir sizningki o'zingizga bayam sözləyəndək özünüzdən psixolog cəhətdəki normal bulanmağanlığınız və hazırki azablarınızdan başqa, həm də sizin yəni texmo bu suallar bilan azablaşını biz xalamayız. Özünüzdən başqa yəni salamatçilikdə qandaq bir özgürüşlər oldu.
Salamatligim bunu Fransiyaga kelganimga 7 oy bo'ldi. Fransiyada shu yurak kasali bilan qon besimim bor. Ham tuberkuloz
Madam Interpreter, will you ask if she'd like a break? And if she does, we'll take one.
I suffer from heart problem, high blood pressure, and also I have tuberculosis. I suffer from tuberculosis as well. I've been in France for about 7 months now. I asked whether she needed a break.
Okay.
Yeah. But then aram elif onun günü. No, I can continue. Because I survived the China's camp, the concentration camp, and of course I can bear.
Can you tell me again, the 14-year-olds, the young girls, you said they were treated the same. Were these children also subject to similar experiences? Were children raped, to your knowledge?
Siz bu 14 yaşlıq balalarını heç qandaq fərq yox, oxşaş zulmğa uçurdu dediniz. Sizcə, sizin bilişinizcə, şu balalarmı oxşaş basqınçılıqqa uçurdu?
Onu mən bilməyəm, o qızlar birinci qətim görgəndə 14 yaş qız. Bək sözləməkdə oturub yığıladı.
I don't know. The child who was 14 years old never spoke. She sat there just crying.
So they didn't answer when you asked them whether they were raped?
Siz onlardan sorğan vaxtda ular sizə o doğruluq cavab vermədi.
Bu yaxda sözləş mümkün emas. Həm də yedimiz otağan mındaq tamğa qarab, o boruna qarab sözləyimiz pis avazda, az pes avazda. Həm də həməsi bilan mındaq da sözləşəməyimiz, yedimiz otağanlar bilan sözləşələr.
It's impossible to communicate with everyone. We have to sit facing the glass wall toilet. We could only quietly speak to the girls next to it, so nearby, close by.
Saqçılar dətdi, sizlər diqqət qılınlar gəplərinlərə, sizlərin meninglərini görələyimiz. Bir meninglərini emas, sizlərniki avazınlarını məşə kiçikkina qarna nimlərini görələyimiz, toçqlarını. Bir biz köməyimiz sizlərni Beijingdə otağan başqalarını görətdi də daim aşı gəplərini qılatdı.
The police repeatedly warned us that they can see through our brain. They could see through everything, every little dots on our face. They said even in Beijing they can see you. So that was we were repeatedly warned that we must be careful about speaking to one another because we were constantly watched.
Mən özüm Xitayca deməyə düşənməyəndikən əşət qızlar tərcümə qılıb verətdi. Şu avazlarını tərcümə qılan avazlarını aşağı labada anlaplar, jügrəb saqçılar kim sözlədərdi. Qızlar Gülbar dəbdə mən dedim, həm də mən Xitayca bilməyəm dəvad dəb tərcümə qılıb verdi desəm sözləməsdən tamda 4 saatlap mən tudum tamda.
Every time when I asked the girls to translate what was told, because I didn't speak Chinese, when the order came through the transmitter, the loudspeaker, so I asked the girls to tell me what it was said, and then after the police would just run, the guard would run and came, ask who was speaking, and everyone said it was me, and many times I was forced to stand facing the wall like 4 hours for just talking to other girls.
Thank you. you have been told that the arm of the Chinese state is very long. You have been told that Beijing might see you when you were in the prison. Who do you think could see you there? What did you fear?
Siz bayam dediniz, bizning qo'llarimiz uzun nega bassang, biz seni tapa alaymiz. Anandan keyin masalan ashad o'tagandimi Beijingdagilar seni ko'ralaydi deb shunaq debdi. Sizce buningdan siz qo'rqdingizmi? Sizce kim sizni ko'ralaydi? Shuni o'zingiz taxmin qildingizmi?
Albatta, men nurg'un o'sha Kamerun lagerda bo'lganda o'yladim, ham sirtqa chiqibman. Menanki mushu ko'gan osh qilgan deb senlarni men ko'taramasdan mayli dunyoni altıp meni Xitoy o'ltasin deb qo'rqmay hozirgacha davatman. Men albatta Xitoydan qo'rqmayman.
Yes, when I was there in detention, and also after I left the detention, I knew that they were after me, and the threat is there. But for me, up until today, I've been saying that I don't care if I die, even if they kill me. I want to tell all the disgraceful, inhuman treatment, not just myself, but others as well.
Bir men ölsem milyonlagan aşı lagerda yatgan, beguna yatgan qarindoshlarımni saqlab qolayman deb o'ylayman.
I believe sacrificing my own life might be able to save those millions of my fellow Uyghurs who are locked up in camps.
Thank you. I have no more questions.
I have two very quick questions. When you say Beijing could see you, they spoke Mandarin. What word did they use?
Benim ikki sualım var. Bir sualım sizga mushta Beijingni seni ko'ralaydi degan vaqtda siz men Xitoycha bilmayman dedingiz. Qandaq sizga buni anglatdi?
Eşaktaki kızlar hamdagi verin soraymiz nim dedi deb yenimdeki o'tagan qizlarning qanaqsha kuniga beka o'tamasdan naqsh o'rganinglar deydi. 5 Xitoyning marsh naqshlarini o'rganmiz. Shu vaqtda qizlar deb berdi tarjima. Yenimda o'tagan Uyg'ur qizlar.
The girls who sat next to me interpreted for me. Every time when we had to, during the day, we were constantly forced to sing those 5 red songs, and during that period, they would explain to me what was said.
Okay, your family was sent a letter on 25th of May 2017, and in that letter they charged you with terrorism. Had you signed the document whilst you were in this camp at that point?
Sizningki ailingizga shu yo'llagan xatda bu 2017-yili 25-may sizni shu terrorga chetilgan degan. Moshunun siz qo'l qo'yib baqdingizmi?
Yo'q, qo'l qo'ymadim. Nim bo'lsin men men o'ltasim. Men uchun meniki tuqqanlar mening bolalarim azob chekmasin dedimda qo'l qo'ymadim.
No, I refused to sign. I thought they could kill me, but I didn't want my children, my relatives suffer as a result.
Thank you very much. I just want to ask you a little bit about the medicines that you took. You were given regular medicines every 10 days or so. Did they look the same, or were there different types?
Siz şu doğru to'g'riliq dediniz. Her bir 10 kunda doğru berganligi. Bu doğru her bir ağa vaqtinglardagi bu doğru o'xshash doğrumidi? Ya biraz farqi bormi ishgan doğrularning?
Yo'q, o'xshash dori'da ham o'zlariniki suvi bordi, suyini beradi bir stakanda. Hammamiz bir stakandan ichdik.
All looked the same, and they also gave us a glass of water. We would just
Sorry,
take those pills with a glass of water.
Right. And then on one occasion you said you were given 20 pieces of medicine. Did they also all look the same, or were there different types?
Siz bir qitim manga 20 talg'idek dori berdi debsiz. Bu dorilar hammasi o'xshash ko'rinadimi yo farqliqmidi?
20 tal dori u oxirgi kuni chiqiramiz degan kuni 3 kun menga berdi. U vitaminlar. Ular o'xshamaydi. U burunqi bergan dorilarga o'xshamaydi.
Those were different. They prescribed me during the time that after I was released. That 3 days I was kept in hospital, and so those were vitamins. It's different from what I took during the detention.
Okay. And you also said you had a drip. What color was the fluid that they were giving you?
Asmakul saldı depsiz. Asmakul qandaq asmakul de onu bilemsiz. Qandaq asmidi.
Kimga mangami? Yo'q, menga asmakul samidi, yo'q. Doktorxonadami?
Ha, doktorxonada asmakul.
Yo'q, doktorxonada samidi bizga 10 kunda bir haftada bir dori beradi, 10 kunda bir meni qon elib meshaga soladi. Hammamizga. Uni
Ama
biz
sizga
bilmaymiz.
nima asmakul?
Asmakul samidi yo'q, boshqa qizlarga soldi, menga yo'q.
Yeah. No, I never had a drip in hospital anywhere. But once every 10 days they draw blood, and all of the girls in the cell we had to give blood.
Sorry, it does say she was given vitamins and drips.
Bu bayanatta sizning ham vitamin quvvatlantiradigan uningdagi nima asmakul okul saldı debdi. O nima?
Yo'q, okul samidi dori berdi. Dori.
Am tarjimonlikda xatolik bo'lish kerak.
Tarjimanda xato bo'lish kerak, tarjimanda.
Possibly lost in translation, but I was never given drip.
Just one more quick question. You said sometimes you were taken to a hospital, and then on one occasion you said prison hospital. Was it the same hospital, or did you have to travel out to another hospital?
Siz shu doktorxonaga apadi dedingiz. Doktorxon nima turma doktorxonasimi yo doktorxonaning sirtidimi? Turmaning sirtidagi doktorxonami? O hammasi o'xshashmi har qatim borgan yeringiz?
Yo'q, o'xshamaydi. U yoqda kamerlar bor. Bir qavatlik. U doktorxona keyin qizlar biladiki u doktorxonani tog'ning o'ttirsida chatlarda sap turmalar silinib ketgan. 1-chi, 5-chi, 6-chi turmalar hammasi. Bu yoqda normal odam kiramaydi, sapliqda jinoyatchilar. Men o'sha doktorxonaga dedim, jig'nisib o'ltagan doktorxona ochdik.
4 yil qatimda shu yerga olib borgansiz.
4 yil qatim yashadim.
The hospital where I was taken, located on the top of the mountains and surrounded by other detention centers, including number 5 and other camps. The so-called patients are all prisoners. Were all prisoners. That is the secure prison hospital that no ordinary people can go there.
Thank you.
So all 4 occasions I was there. I was taken there.
Thank you. Were the women forced to undergo abortion in the prison impregnated by rape?
Mushu turmada jarayonida ayollar bosqinchilik uchrab qo'zg'ida qilib uningdan mushu bolani tushirayotgan ahvolini bilamsiz, ko'rdingizmi?
Yo'q, undaqlarni ko'rdim, yo'q.
No, I don't know.
Were the various medical examinations that you had to undergo for the purpose of monitoring your health or for some other reason?
And har qatimda sizningki tan salomatligingizni tekshirish, har xil o'xshamagan tekshirish qilganda sizcha sizning salomatligingizningki ko'ngil bo'lganligi uchun qildimi yoki boshqa niyat bilan qildimi sizcha?
Yo'q, albatta boshqa niyatlar bilan qildik.
Of course not for my health, it's definitely for other reasons.
Thank you. And last question. What do you think the point of the torture and the sexual violence was? What were the prison guards, the police officers seeking to achieve? Why did they do this?
Bular şu lagerning ichidagi ayollarga qarshi bu qadar zo'ravonlik qilish, bosqinchilik qilish, bundaq zulm qilishdagi maqsad nima? Bular zaten nimaga erishmoqchi bular qilish orqali?
Şu Uyg'urlarni yo'qotish, Uyg'urlarga shu genotsid qilyotdi. Qanday savol dedingiz?
Endi bularni qilishga ularning maqsadi nima? Yana shunaq bosqinchilik qilib, bu qadar zulm qilib, bunda endi ularni nimaga erishmoqchi bu qadar zulm qilishniki maqsadi nima?
Shu nomusimizni tushirish, ularning maqsadi shu bizniki vujudimizni yo'q qilish.
Is to destroy us, to disgrace and humiliate the Uyghurs, and they are carrying out this genocide against Uyghur people.
Thank you. Can I just revert to the previous question? If the purpose of the medical examination was not to monitor your health, do you have any idea, can you speculate even, why they might have been carrying out these examinations?
Endi bayamqi yana savolga kelsak, agarda bu tekshirishlar sizning sog'lomligingizni maqsad qilmagan bo'lsa, sizcha o'zingizningki o'yingiz bo'yicha, ko'z qarashingizcha bu tekshirishningki maqsadi nima?
Bizda 3 oyda bir avtobuslar, nurg'un yangi avtobuslar turadi. Bizni har bir kameradan qancha odam bo'lsa 40 odamni bir avtobusga o'tiriblar. Tekshirishga maxsus video deydi, videoga deydigan, shu videoga olib tushiradi. Uningdagi tushirib kelgandan keyin 2-3 kundan keyin bölüşke başlattı. Bilmeyim nimsini.
Well, once every 3 months, buses arrived at the camp, and we were taken to those buses, like 40 women on the same bus, taken to this checkup place. They did ultrasound, we say bicha, which is the ultrasound, and then we brought back. And soon after that, they would regroup people. I didn't know what was the purpose of doing that.
Thank you. Actually, one more question, if you'll permit me. In your statement, there is evidence of, I believe, a young woman who had a kidney missing, I assume removed. Do you have any more information about that?
Sizningki bayanatınızda hem bayam deginingizde bir kızninki şu böğrükünü evetkenlikini köydüm, şiinimde otağın kızının böğrükünü evitipti dediniz. Bu doğruluk yani başkaça bir bizge uçur berelemsiz.
Ya ben bilmeyen kirgendan keyin o kızning batdiga yenimde o'tadi. 25 yosh qiz qarsam qon eqib turdi. Mana suluq xaltini is qo'yibdi. Keyin azken asta kashlarda asta nim bo'ldi desam shu böğrüğümni oldi dedi. O'shada dejurniy hipokrizlar bor. Ashlar suluq xaltini qonlar, jiringlar to'shib ketsa, elib oborni to'kib ketib, yana shuni is qo'ydi. Uni men uni so'rashga u yoqda mumkinchilik yo'q.
Yani hozirlikni siz qanday o'zingiz faraz qilasiz deydi. Farazini so'rayapti.
Uni albatta butkul dunyo biladi. Hamma bizmi shaqda biladi, organlarni oladi. Organlarni oldi. Hamma jig'ini sep, o'sha doktor xonim jig'ini sep uxiltib o'ltiryapti. Ularning organ oldi.
Well, I saw this young lady who was sitting next to me, and I saw the plastic bag hanging. There was blood they had to come and exchange, the nurse would come and exchange it. And later I asked her at night quietly, what happened to you? And she said, my kidney was removed. Of course, everyone should know, the whole world should know that they are taking organs of the prisoners. I know that the women there are waiting to be injected to death, giving injection to death, and even them, the organs would be removed.
Thank you. One just further question about the young woman whose kidney was missing. Is the witness aware as to whether she had a kidney infection or some other ailment prior to other? In other words, was the kidney, as far as she knows, healthy before its removal?
Bu müşiyenimiş kızık kelsek, bu kızınki böğrükünü evetti, böğrükümünü evetti deptu. Bu böğrükününki keseldin bir yallıqlanış, birden boğallıqdan alınğan mı ya başka məqsəddən alınğan mı? Bunu bu kız biletdi mi, sizge düşendirip bədi mi?
Yo'q, u yoqda tushundirib bermadi. U doktorxonada bak nima u yoqda Xitoylar dejurni bo'lib turdi. Xitoylar qarab turdi, shu u yoqda mumkin emas so'zlash.
It's impossible to talk more or they can explain anything because the Chinese always on duty and watching, and no, it wasn't possible.
Okay. Sorry, apologies, Sir Geoffrey, if I may just ask one further question. In regard to your previous response, was it common knowledge? Was it discussed? Were you aware of the practice of forced organ harvesting within the prison system or indeed beforehand?
Hem şu türmelerin içinde sizin bilişinizce insanlar şu mecburi organ ivatqanlığı, yani o mecburi organların elip sitvatqanlığı, etkesçilik qıvatqanlığı bu doğrusida özürü biletdi mi şu türmelerin içinde elimledi?
Biletdi. Lagerlarda sözleşetdi.
Yes, there were discussion happened even in prison. Regarding organ harvesting.
Ben üzərimdən ki, məni öldürdü, orqalarımın aldı, mən kütüb oturattım üzərimdən günümdə.
I even expected that they might take my organs away and kill me.
Just a further question on that. Could you explain why this fear existed? Where was the information in regard to that concern coming from?
Siz hem de müş doğruluk yani biraz düşündürüp berəlemsiz. Qandaq nemi səbəbdən bu işki əzalarımızın evaldı degen bu ənsizcilik buladı, endeç buladı. Bu uçurlar nədən kilətdi sizlərə ya başqalarına?
Bu yoqdan da istizla bir şey xaltı gedirip açıq ketdi, qaytıb kirmegəndə keyin biz endiş qılatdıq. Yo'qab ketdi, hem de sağ qız, 20-30 yaşlı qız. Onun nim gerek, şu organla gerek. Yo'qab ketdi deganda kelib biz bilatdik ular.
Şu bilgi sizlarga öz anlağı qandaq keladi ya öz anlağı farzinglarni başqalar.
Özümüzün hem de sırtdami aşağıdaki vatandagi qizlar, keyin kirgan qizlardan uçurlarni aladi.
Well, every time when the girls aged 20-30 years old are taken away and never returned, we had that concern that they were all healthy and suddenly disappeared. And we did have these thoughts about they might have their organs harvested or taken. Yeah.
And insofar as the witness is aware, and I appreciate this may be difficult to know, were the young women who were taken away, had they been subject to medical examination at some prior point?
Muşu qızlarni ketishninki, endi yo'qolib ketishiningki oldida, shu oldida muşu doktor tekshirish muşu ishlar bo'ladimi. Shu demakchi bo'lgani shu doktor tekshirishdan keyin oz kun o'tmasdan yo'qolib ketadi.
Şu doktorga aparatdı, bijoq tushiradi, keyin bizni bo'latdi. Yoshlarni ayrim, cho'nglarni ayrim. Shu vaqtda biz bilatdik, qanday. Bijoq tushaganda qizlar bilatdi. Ha, yana bir ishlar bor ekanda dedi.
Well, it happened soon after the medical examination. We were taken for a medical examination and ultrasound. After ultrasound, the girls already know that maybe something is going to happen. So soon after, we were all regrouped, the age group regrouped, and then there were girls disappeared.
And were there any older women who disappeared, or was the predominance of disappeared women younger in the 20 to 30 year age group?
Bu yo'qolib ketganlar asosliqmi shu yoshlarmi, 20-30 yoshlik qiyirlarmi bordimi?
Yo'q, asosli yoshlar.
Predominantly young women, not elderly.
Thank you, Sir Jeffrey.
This is a related question. You say in your testimony, you spoke earlier about when you were in hospital, there were people wearing orange clothes. How many of those were there? What proportion of the people there had orange clothes? And secondly, you say that a roommate told you that they were sent for sleeping, in quotes, death, in other words. What was the source of her information? How did she know what happened to the people in orange clothes?
Siz bayan shu juz rang kiygan kishi qizlar to'g'risida gap qildingiz va bularninki eng oxirida o'g'il silib o'ltirib o'tadiganligini uqdim dedingiz. Bu fikr sizga qanday keldi? Siz qanday bildingiz bularninki shu ham qancha kishini ko'rdingiz misolga shu nima kiygandan?
Ben ikki kishini ko'rdim. Men kirgan vaqtda bir soatdan keyin men hamda yangi kirgan vaqt doktorxonaga bir qizni yuzima ranglar ochiq ketdi. Yanimda bir ayturam deydigan bir qiz o'tirgan, 41 yoshlik. Kechda soat 7larda naqsh o'rganadigan bor. Shu naqshni yezib, o'sha o'rgatdi menga. Naqsh etayotgan vaqtda o'sha qiz dedi, siz ko'rdingizmi? Hozir cüzrayında açık getirdi dedi. Ya kördüm desem şu kız dedi uxutib öldürdü deb. Uxutib öldürdü deb. Keyin öz uxlamamdiki desem ya hozir atmaydı işte uxutib deb. Hem ikki odamni ko'rdim.
In total I saw two. One was on the day when I was admitted in that hospital. Soon after they took this orange vest, the girl who was wearing an orange vest, taken out. And the girl who was teaching me the song during the singing session, and she used that opportunity and told me that, did you see that orange vest girl taken out and she is going to be put to sleep? And I thought, can't she sleep herself? And he said, no, she will be put to sleep forever. So now they don't execute prisoners by shooting through lethal injection.
And what age was the girl who was taken away, a woman who was taken away?
Mushu juz rang kiygan qizninki yosh turami qanchalikda, qancha yoshlarda dedi?
40'larda var mıyken? 40 yaşlarda.
I think possibly 40.
40.
Possibly 40.
Can I ask you too about the Kazakh government? Did the Kazakh government make any efforts to get you released before you were finally released? I understand that they were involved in your release. And after you were released, did they show any interest in your case and how you'd been treated as a Kazakh citizen?
Endi siz şu türmede jarayonida Kazak hükümeti, yani sizin hükümetiniz sizni şu türmeden ip çıkış için bir tirişçilik gösterdimi? Bilmem siz en ahırda kutuldunuz, yani Kazak devletinin garajdan boğalıqınız için, ama şu jarayonida siz ne çıkış için bir tirişçilik gösterdimi? Siz çıqqandan keyin yana sizni qo'g'dash uchun bir tirishchilik ko'rsatdimi?
Mening ismimni xitoycha yozgandan keyin shifrni nomer bergandan keyin balkim konsulliklar izlagandir, biroq mening ismim u yoqda pasportning nomeri yo'q. Shuning uchun yo'q deb ularni avatgandir deb o'zim o'ylayman. Biroq shu kelgan xatlar hammasi ministerlar bolalarga xat yozgan vaqtda o'sha yozgan xatlari kelgan bolalarga necha hammasida yozilib.
Even changed the glove, the disposable glove. They just using the so fast and quick.
Second, did you ever hear of women who were subjected to forced abortion or who were sexually assaulted or raped fighting back?
Aşad vaqtimizda şu ayollarninki qo'sug'idan bolalarning tushganligini, ananingki forced abortion and becoming a bit tight.
Sexual assaults and rape.
Onunkin şu yana bosqinchiliklar uchirganlik to'g'risida angladingizmi?
Albatta anladım. Bosqinchilik to'g'rilarini anladım. Hem bolalarni tushirib etib shu qanaqa vaqtda shu dori berdi to'xtab qoldi. Hem üçüncü yıl ayollar bir kun bo'lgan ayollar bolalar nada bilmayman ularni akiladi. Akagan vaqt sutlari oqqan vaqt ularga dori berdi, suti 1-2 soat to'xtaydi.
Yes, there were women who were subjected to abortion, aborting their unborn baby, and also rape, as I have mentioned in my statement. And I would like also just add this: there were women who were brought in soon after giving birth, and they had milks was still dripping, and they also were given pills to stop that.
The question was, did any of those women ever fight back physically against what was being done to them?
Siz sual men bayam taz yaxshi anglayolmay qaptimi? Bular qarshi chiqqanni ko'rdingizmi shularga? Mushunda qilganligi uchun o'ziga bosqinchilik qilganligi, bolalarni tushirib etganligi va mushuni qarshi qilganlar bormi?
Bir qizni men ko'rdim, qarshi chiqqan, sizlar meni begona, men soldinglar, nima soldinglar degan vaqtda o qizni bek qattiq urdi, urgan vaqtda ikki qo'lini ikki putiga chetib qo'yib, qiz o'mlab, o'borni berib o'mlab ashta qilib yurdi. O qizni doimla ashta qorong'i uylarga solgandan keyin o qiz Hurriyat degan 27 yosh qiz ash qizni o'lganini men ko'rdim.
Yes, one of the women shouted back that I am innocent, and then they fixed her hand and the ankle, so she had to bow in that position. So each time when she went to toilet, she had to crawl like that to go to toilet. Eventually, she was beaten to death. Her name is Hurriyat.
Gulbahar Yelilova, thank you very much for giving evidence at the tribunal today. Your evidence is now finished.
Siz bugün bizge şu bergen bayanatlarınızdan, suallarımızga bergen javoblaringizdan intayin mamnun bo'ldik. Sizga ko'p rahmat. Endi tugadi. Sizlarga rahmat.
Mr. Sabi, could you arrange for documents to which the witness has referred to be made available, checking first as necessary that will not endanger anyone else?
We'll do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next witness?
The next witness, Mr. Chairman, is Mr. Nathan Rooser. Dr. Zamit Borda will be questioning the witness.
Thank you. Nathan Rooser is a researcher with the Australian Strategic Policy Institute's International Cyber Policy Centre. His research on the nature, scale and growth of the camps, as determined through satellite imagery, has been featured in many international media outlets. He has also published on the destruction of Uyghur cultural and religious heritage in Xinjiang. In his report, or rather reports, he provides details of the different strands,
tombs, graves and cemeteries. And this was relatively uniform across Xinjiang. There were some areas with less destruction, namely Urumchi and Kashgar city, and we suspect those were sort of lower rates of demolition because they're sort of this, in many cases they've been sort of Disneyfied and theme parkified into this tourist city. But what we did find actually quite interesting was that the destruction of cemeteries seemed to be quite a local matter. So, for example, we estimate that between 400 and 500 cemeteries in Aksu prefecture, which were about 40%, which were over 50% of the ones that we looked at, had been demolished. And similar, there are many counties in Hotan where the vast majority of cemeteries had been demolished. But there are other areas of Xinjiang, such as Kashgar, where that didn't seem to be taking place so much. So one example I want to talk about specifically on that cultural genocide front is that of Ordam Mazar, which is this 1,000-year-old sacred site sort of between, in the desert outside of Kashgar. It's about 20 kilometers from the nearest cultivated area. And sort of that's always been the site of a large pilgrimage in Xinjiang. And in 2002 or 1999, in that early 2000s era, the site was closed and sort of people were just sneaking in at night to do that pilgrimage. But we found that the entire facility, the entire sort of community, the Mazar itself and the village that was surrounding it was entirely demolished in December 2017. So every single building in that sort of area had been razed. And this is sort of that necessitated sort of taking bulldozers through 20 kilometers of sand dunes and such to conduct that demolition. What we also found was that was about the same time that a prominent anthropologist in Xinjiang, Rahil Dawood, she was also detained in December 2017. And a lot of her body of work had been studying that shrine and other pilgrimages in Xinjiang. Another interesting thing that we found was that throughout northern Xinjiang, in the period from sort of 2012 to 2015, a lot of mosques had actually been sort of revitalized. They'd been reconstructed with a lot more prominent Islamic architecture. And that I can't speculate as to why that was, but it was a trend that we definitely saw throughout the northern part of Xinjiang. And then 2 years later in 2017, you sort of started seeing that reversed and you started seeing mosques that just got rebuilt 2 years ago being demolished or being sort of having a lot of those renovations removed. And so I think in a good way that sums up some of those, I guess, attitudes towards Uyghur culture and traditions is a speech from the Deputy Secretary of Aksu Prefecture, Madan Mugai, and they called on government departments to waste no time in guiding the masses to change their customs and abandon closed, backwards, conservative and ignorant customs. So that was their defense for the reason that they demolished a lot of those cemeteries. And sort of that shows that sort of, it gets referred to a lot in Chinese documents, that sort of human quality element that sometimes has this racial tinge to it, sometimes it doesn't. The final report I'd like to briefly talk about in the statement is our birth rates report. And basically what we found was, what was widely known was that the birth rate in Xinjiang had declined precipitously since 2017, specifically since 2018, because these policies started taking place in May and June 2017. So they started affecting the birth rate in 2018. But what we found was throughout Xinjiang, there was about a half decline. So about the birth rate had effectively halved in 2 years. I think it was 48.75%. I'd have to check that number. But it was something around that. And what we also found was that that decline had almost exclusively been occurring in Uyghur areas, in areas where there was sort of high indigenous percentage of the population. So, for example, when we just looked at the indigenous majority counties, we saw this really sharp decline in birth rates. So, if, for example, comparing the 2018 birth rate, which is the last year that full data was released, there are about 160,000 fewer children born in Uyghur majority and indigenous majority counties than would be expected based on sort of an average birth rate baseline from prior to the crackdown. Whereas in Han majority counties in Xinjiang, of which there are a few, the birth rate had stayed pretty much stable. In fact, there were about 3,000 more children born than what you'd expect. So what we sort of showed is across Xinjiang, not only are you seeing this sort of unprecedented decline in the birth rate, and from all of our research, we were unable to find a split period in any part of the world since 1950. So it should be noted that, like a lot of places that have experienced genocide, don't keep good birth rate statistics. But we did find some good stuff from the Khmer Rouge, where the Cambodian government had done surveys after the genocide to sort of work out this demographic effect. And we found that throughout the Khmer Rouge, the birth rate declined by about 30% among this cohort of, I think it was women that were aged in their 20s at the time of the genocide. So you've seen sort of the birth rate decline in Xinjiang being a much greater rate than what you saw in Cambodia during the Khmer Rouge. But not only is this decline sort of unprecedented and like precipitously steep, but it also is disproportionately affecting heavy indigenous communities in Xinjiang. We found evidence of government directives specifically saying these Uyghur-heavy 4 southern prefectures of Xinjiang, these are targeted with specific birth reduction campaigns. And we also found, sorry, I lost my train of thought. But yeah, we found that there was this incredible decline almost exclusively in Uyghur areas. And this birth rate decline had continued into 2019, where we were able to construct partial data from about half, a bit more than half, 50 to 60% of the counties in Xinjiang. And we found that this actually had very dramatically increased the decline in birth rate. So what you saw was sort of a period of about 20 years from 1990 to 2015, where the birth rate in Xinjiang remained quite stable at about 125% of what China's national birth rate average is. Then in the last 2 years, it's dropped precipitously to about 70 to 80% of what China's national birth rate is. And then this sort of goes counter to what we've seen the Chinese government authorities attempt to do in recent months and recent weeks across the rest of China, which is encourage births, encourage Chinese women to have more children. And we've seen sort of very targeted policies across China to sort of pursue that goal it's honestly been the last few years that it's been mentioned, but only the last few months that policy has really taken place. But in Xinjiang, we're seeing very, very deliberate efforts to sort of systematically lower the birth rate, especially and disproportionately affecting areas that are heavily Uyghur and heavily indigenous.
Thank you, Mr. Ruza. My questions are going to revolve mainly around the two reports, one on the detention system and the other on the report you just mentioned around birth rates and family planning. So starting with your work on documenting Xinjiang's detention system, where, as you told us, you have analyzed satellite data for over 380 different suspected detention facilities. In that report, you go on to state as follows. The available evidence suggests that many of the detainees in Xinjiang's re-education network are now being formally charged and locked up in higher security facilities. And my first question is just one about verification. How are you able to say that or to know that?
So from our perspective, we got that information from examining the satellite evidence, especially seeing these higher security, these generally sort of formal prisons or pre-trial detention sites actually expanding and constructing and sort of building more buildings in the region. But that was sort of, I don't think that is enough to prove what we were seeing on its own. But that also corroborated evidence that we were hearing from a lot of victims and victims' families that sort of their relatives who were detained were sort of going from this re-education centre and this political indoctrination centre and formally being sentenced to prison sentences. And that was a thing that sort of especially picked up in 2019, but has continued still. So I think it would be fair to say that at least my assessment is at the moment, the detention facilities are not at their greatest capacity, because I believe that a lot of people in the lower security facilities have been sort of released into those forced labour streams or sort of location control. But yeah, we definitely sort of, my understanding is that it seems likely that the rate of formal detention and prison sentences is increasing. And that's based on satellite imagery, but also victim testimony. And I think there has been some indication of it in official records, but I don't know that too well myself.
Okay, thank you. Because that then raises the question of what's the point, isn't it? So what's the point of re-educating students if they then end up in a high security facility?
Well, that would be just speculation from my part, but I would expect that, and it's definitely not all of the lower security people that did get sentenced to formal prison sentences. A lot of them were released into those labour streams or generally neighbourhood or village detention. So I would suspect that it would be sort of the ones that showed adequate progress in those generally 18 months to 2 years of political re-education were released, and those that showed sort of insignificant or unsatisfactory progress in what China was attempting to teach them and indoctrinate them in were then sentenced to prison. That would be my guess, but that's pure speculation.
Thanks for that. Okay, so let us speak about those who showed progress and were released. With so many re-education camps in Xinjiang, given that they began operating since around 2017, I would say you would expect to see today a proportion of newly graduated and highly educated Uyghur students in Xinjiang. And with the documents that you have come across, do you know whether this is the case?
Well, highly educated probably isn't the correct word. A lot of this is political education and indoctrination, but also vocational training. So you've seen stuff like people that were previously highly educated, such as school teachers or nurses or doctors, being trained in vocational training, such as garment, factory, produce and stuff. And we certainly have seen a lot of people that appear to sort of be introduced into these government organised labour programs that are coming from what used to be detention sites. And we know that in part because of Chinese state media, so it's not the most sort of reliable source, but in here there's no reason for me personally to doubt that those people that they're showing are actually genuine graduates as they call them, from these centres. And yeah, also the fact that a lot of sort of victims, families in the diaspora have sort of started reporting that some family members have been released. So yeah, that's my understanding of that.
Thanks for that. My next brief set of questions now relate to your other report on family deplanning, as it's called. So in your research on that matter and the changing birth rates in Xinjiang, you find that beginning April 2017, the Chinese Communist Party launched what you call a series of strike hard campaigns against illegal births in Xinjiang, with the explicit aim to decrease the birth rate in southern Xinjiang. You go on to say, however, that this policy is in stark contrast with the loosening of birth control restrictions elsewhere in China. So first and foremost, would it be fair to say, therefore, that the PRC are specifically targeting Uyghur, Kazakhs, and other minorities in southern Xinjiang for this reduction in birth rates?
So that's a question that sort of we were seeking to answer. It's increasingly difficult to answer that because less and less statistics are being released by the Chinese government. So prior to 2017, their sort of official statistical communique, the Xinjiang Statistical Yearbook, had tables of birth rates for each county, and it split that birth rate into the actual birth rate and the birth rate among ethnic minority, the Minzu people populations in the county. So you could very clearly see the difference between the overall birth rate and the generally Uyghur birth rate. Since 2017, that data has stopped being published, and they only provided the overall birth rate. And so that is why we sort of use this geographic perspective, because across the counties in Xinjiang, they range from about 4% indigenous to 99.5% indigenous. So by looking at the birth rate decline across that gradient of increasing indigenous populations, we then could sort of infer sort of how that policy was affecting the birth rate of Uyghur people and other indigenous nationalities in Xinjiang. And yeah, so what we found was a very clear correlation that the more indigenous an area was, the further the birth rate had fallen since the crackdown, specifically since April 2017.
Thanks for that. And would you be able to tell from the documents you've come across whether such a policy would have been planned at the local, regional, or national level?
So it seems to be quite uniform. A lot of these policies are quite are not public. A lot of these directives. What we found referenced in a lot of family planning documents was specific reference to a Xinjiang-wide directive talking about the lowering of birth rate in 4 specific prefectures that were Uyghur majority. So that is Kyzyl, Kashgar, Khotan, and Aksu. Those 4 counties, which are predominantly Uyghur, we did find reference to Xinjiang-level directives trying to target a lower birth rate in those areas. But it should be noted that the birth rate did get lower quite uniformly outside of those 4 prefectures too.
Thank you. I've just got 2 further...
Majority areas, sorry, not overall. The Han counties showed a much lower rate of decline.
Thanks for that clarification. I've just got 2 further brief questions, if I may. The first is, you referred to it this morning here in the UK. You said that the birth rate decline in Xinjiang is unprecedented and precipitously steep. However, in your report, you suggest that this is aimed at reducing the population in Xinjiang. You never really used the term destroying that population. Is that correct?
Yes. So I think it's really difficult to sort of draw those implications just out of these statistics. And so we've generally been quite cautious in that. I think what this report shows, and especially the sort of disproportionate way in which Uyghur families are being affected, is that there is definitely sort of systematic campaigns to reduce the birth rate. And what it appears to be is that the birth rate in most of these areas now is below sort of what is necessary for that population to stay stable. And I think if you look at the 2018 and 2019 population figures, the birth rate for the overall population of Uyghurs has actually declined slightly. But it's I don't think personally I'm qualified based on the statistics research that we did to say whether there is intent there to destroy or whether it is just to sort of politically control and limit the influence and reduce the population.
Thank you for that. And my final question is, you then go on to say, however, that the birth reduction coercive birth control policies in Xinjiang should not be seen in isolation, but should also be seen in connection with other policies in the region, such as state-sponsored migration and other forms of population control. And you state that these policies aim to reduce the size of the Uyghurs and other indigenous populations and to dilute their social and political influence. And I'm not sure whether you're able or have the data to answer this, but or your own views. My final question is, and what's the overall final aim of that? Why is the government trying to reduce the Uyghur population and dilute its social and political influence?
So again, this is my personal belief, and I don't think we have the statistics to back this up. But my understanding is that I think the authorities in Xinjiang and the authorities in China more generally see Uyghurs specifically as a threat to the state. That ethnicity they see as a threat to the state. So they are taking measures to sort of, in one way, dilute them physically as far as what percentage of the population there are, and you've seen that through that birth rate decline, but also attempt to the remaining Uyghurs, because there doesn't appear to be a campaign of mass death as part of this crackdown. Sort of literally just outlaw a lot of aspects of Uyghur culture and Uyghur history. And we've seen that through the physical destruction of mosques, but we've also seen that through this detention regime backbone that sort of means that for long periods, if you were seen wearing a beard, you were liable to be thrown in a detention camp. So I think there is this sort of these parallel efforts to physically reduce the number of Uyghurs through birth control policies and birth rate reductions, but also to sort of make Uyghurs that remain less Uyghur and sort of forcibly assimilate them into the Han polity that sort of exists in Xinjiang.
Thank you, Mr. Rusa. Chair, over to you. Thank you.
You refer in the report on birth rates to scholar officials, and I think you mentioned three of them in particular, to all social scientists. And in the cultural destruction report, you mention a researcher at a CCP school, and also a public intellectual. And I wonder if you could tell us what the relationship in China is between academics and the government or other state authorities or party authorities.
So that's not my specific area of expertise, so you'd probably be better directing that question to someone more specifically an expert on that. But what I would say is that in a lot of these cases, the official government documents are not available to us, and we've sort of seen through some leaks how, in a way, explosive they are. But a lot of those sort of guiding philosophies do filter down to sort of publicly accessible, generally in party journals or the party journal of a university, where there is this sort of nexus between the scholarship and the official party membership of people. So I wouldn't be able to speak to how sort of strictly controlled those publications are, but I would say that if you were sort of a senior member and a senior lecturer at a party school, specifically what you write would be very much in line with what the government authorities have suggested and have sort of put forward.
And would you refer to things they've said which support government policies, which may either might be read as belittling to Uyghurs in their description of them, or describe what once might have been called a sort of civilizing mission in terms of female emancipation, for example, as an objective of the policies. So would you say that that is a role that those academics or scholar officials are playing a sort of ideological role, justifying the policies?
I think in many ways those publications can sort of be seen as a window into these decision-making processes, and how sort of direct those relationships are isn't something that we can know without seeing the document, sort of the internal discussions themselves. But I certainly would sort of accept your characterization of a lot of these arguments as being quite, in many ways, belittling, and in many ways sort of suggesting that Uyghur culture and Uyghur people are lesser to the Han culture in the region. And I would suggest that that does play quite a role in the sort of formation and dissemination of these policies. But to what extent, it's hard to tell.
Of course, I'm just going on the people that you've quoted in your reports rather than any wider view. On the birth rates, you use the Chinese government's own publicly available statistics and also county-level implementation documents. Could you tell us a bit more which government bodies produce those documents?
So we mainly looked at the Xinjiang Statistical Yearbook, which is sort of an annual publication by, I think it's a specific statistical bureau in Xinjiang that collates a lot of these statistics, not just on demographic, but also on all of the economic and sort of livelihood variable indicators. Indicators is the word I'm looking for. But then, as we noted, in the final year in which they were published was 2018. So to seek sort of more recent figures, we turned to, in most cases, it was statistical communiques published on the official county website, but in some cases it was family planning departments and bureaus' implementation and target policies. It should be noted, I think there are only 3 occasions where we used a target figure, and that target figure should be seen as a ceiling, where the birth rate is in no way higher than that, but there is a chance that the actual birth rate is lower than that. But yeah, so most of that, the way that it generally works is that there is the sort of family planning department within the health bureau of a local government area. They send their statistics to regional bodies to compile them into these sort of annual statistical communiques. But in some cases, it comes straight from the county government rather than the regional government.
The documents you've seen from family planning units, are you able to tell from those under which authority, which part of, are they under health or other structures within the government?
I believe they're under health, but I would have to check to be certain, but I believe they're under health.
Now, you've talked about how the policies disproportionately affect areas with large indigenous population, and that's discriminatory. But you also mentioned that there were exceptionally high birth rates in some counties, especially in the south, and an increase, I think, in the period shortly before the decline. Is it arguable that what the 2017 regulations say that the policy is about is what is happening, which is that it is an attempt to make the birth rates the same across populations, just to bring them to allow Uyghurs to have the same number of children as are allowed if you're Han Chinese. So not discriminatory, more of an equalizing policy.
Yeah, so I think the way to characterize the birth rates before was that there were specific years with exceptionally high figures, and these are generally 2014, I think, was the year with the highest figure, and that's the following year is when a lot of these sort of the precursors to these policies came into play. What I would note is that when you look at just the birth rate now compared to the ethnic makeup of a region, there is a slight lowering of the birth rate is slightly lower in Uyghur areas now than Han areas, though it's not necessarily statistically significant, but it is certainly lower. What I would say is that these policies should be seen in sort of the context of the wider government push to raise the birth rates nationally. And birth rate, there's often been sort of attempts to raise the Han birth rate in Xinjiang, which has traditionally been quite unsuccessful in the past. But the fact that there have been attempts to raise the Han birth rate, and now there are attempts to sort of lower the Uyghur birth rate, at least in Uyghur areas, I think that sort of shows, or at least starts going to demonstrate the sort of ideological policy, the ideological backing behind this policy. And sort of you've seen documents from the Chinese central bank sort of talking about the low birth rate as a national emergency, that there's no way that China can continue to prosper if the birth rate remains this low. And as a result of that, nationally, China's started to implement a lot of policies to raise the birth rate. And I think that direct contrast is what sort of shows that these aren't just policies to sort of equal the playing field, I guess, between Han communities and Uyghur communities. And it should be noted that traditionally Xinjiang actually hasn't had that much higher of a birth rate, although the statistics were less, I think the statistics were less well kept before the crackdown. The Xinjiang birth rate had for about 20-25 years remained at about 125% the national birth rate, whereas we've seen a much more significant drop since then. But yeah, I think when you put it into context of the wider attempts to raise the birth rate and make sure that people have more children, the target birth rates that you're seeing in Uyghur communities right now is sort of unprecedentedly low and a lot lower than the replacement rate. So I think there was one county that had their 2020 birth rate target at 4 people per 1,000, which is like, for comparison, Japan and Korea, which have sort of very public national emergencies about demographics, have their birth rate at between 6 and 7.
You mentioned there was an increase in the budget for family planning in the region. Would you know who sets that budget?
Unfortunately, I don't. Sorry. That part of the report wasn't a part that I was mainly working on. So yeah, I don't know that. Sorry.
So just turning to the cultural destruction report, you mentioned earlier on Article 4 of China's constitution about Article 36, the Constitution, protection of freedom of religious belief. So would you say that the cultural destruction that you are evidencing in your report is in breach of China's constitution?
Yes, it certainly appears that, and we documented that when you looked at the formal protections given to a heritage site. Sort of when you look at the heritage register for Xinjiang, there's sites that are listed but not protected under the county heritage register. There are sites that are protected under the county heritage register. Then there are sites that are protected under the prefectural heritage register, and then there are sites that are protected under the regional and then national heritage register. So there's a lot of different levels of protection granted. And what we found was there were still high numbers even in the most significantly protected regions of in the sites of destruction, but there was sort of a slight downtick. So the less protected sites were being demolished at a slightly higher rate, but there was still definitely demolition occurring in the nationally protected sites. Another thing, I think there's a mosque in Kargalik, I believe it is, that we looked at in the report specifically, and this is one that is afforded a very high level of heritage protection. And sort of what we found was they demolished the gatehouse of the mosque that had been constructed in, I think, the 17th or the 18th century, and they'd replaced it with a sort of reconstructed, miniaturized version of it. We've actually seen since then that they've demolished that miniaturized version of it and reconstructed it in a side alley, so it can't be seen from the public area or the public square that it used to sort of dominate. I think that in a way shows that they sort of are at least aware of those protections. And I think this shows the example of this is a site that was highly protected. They realized there would be a lot of bureaucratic work in demolishing it, though we have seen highly protected sites be demolished. And so instead they tore it down and reconstructed it. So at least they could say, no, this site is still here.
I think you say somewhere in the report that 17.4% of sites protected under Chinese law have been destroyed. Protected under Chinese law, is that the being on the various registers that you've mentioned?
Yes. I'd have to check the actual report. I think we have like a donut chart that shows the different levels of protection and the rates of demolition there in the report. I don't remember what those statistics are off the top of my head, but yes, I think that is how we would characterize what we mean by like legally protected under Chinese law.
And then later on in the report, you refer to a revised set of government regulations monitoring religion in 2017, and subsuming the state body managing religious affairs into the CCP's United Front Work Department in 2018. Tell us what the United Front Work Department is, what its function is.
I probably wouldn't be the best person to address that as well, but the United Front Work Department generally is this sort of body that sort of pushes that sort of seeks to promote that Chinese narrative and this sort of a central policy in which all government bodies sort of follow as well. I think it's a way to sort of communicate and coordinate that message across government bodies and sort of push it out into the rest of the world. But there would be people much better qualified to speak on the United Front than me.
Okay. The researcher I mentioned earlier at the CCP school, who you refer to, who's at a CCP school in one of the northern prefectures, she recommends that there should be one mosque only for each administrative unit. What would she mean by an administrative unit?
That's a good question, and it wasn't specified in the source document, so we don't know. Generally, the administrative structure of locations in Xinjiang is split between the prefecture, the region-wide, which is the admin level 1, the prefectural, which is the admin level 2, the county, which is the admin level 3, the township, which is the admin level 4, and then specific village communities, which is 5. And so I would suspect that it is either the number 4 or 5, the township or the village level. Based on what we've seen, I would suspect it's the township, but the source document doesn't specify.
And on the reports on the detention centres, I think one of your sources was public construction and service tenders. Who was issuing those tenders?
So that was always a government body. It was generally either the Department of Education or the Department of Justice that would sort of put out specific tenders, public tenders for public companies to sort of bid to be the people that construct this. And that was how we sort of knew about a lot of these earlier mechanisms of the detention regime, and sort of there were people such as Sean Zhang and some journalists did a lot of really exemplary work in seeking those tender documents and sharing them. And since then, those have mostly disappeared as a source of finding camps. But in 2018 especially, that was sort of the only source before we got an idea of what these camps actually looked like.
Right. So that's another source of information that has become more difficult to access. And of course, you've mentioned on the birth rates that the change in the way the statistical evidence, the statistics are presented, makes it more difficult for you to analyse. And you've suggested on the cultural destruction side that leaving in place more of the religious and cultural sites in Urumchi and Kashgar is because those places are visible to outsiders. So could be so across all those different areas of research that you're doing, are you saying that you suspect that there's a systematic attempt now in response to researchers' work and journalists' work to deliberately ensure that it's harder to get hold of the evidence that you need?
Yeah, absolutely. There's no question of that. We've seen sort of sources deleted within days of us managing to archive them. We've found a lot of sources where we can only archive a cache version of the site because the live version has disappeared. In the past few days, there seems to be very active methods to delete evidence and documents from the internet, yes. And in fact, with the cultural destruction site, a lot of what we used was scanned versions of old books because that information isn't sort of online anywhere, or at least not anymore.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
So I have a couple of questions on the same point, if I could follow this through you. I just want demolitions, not the desecrations. The demolition of the mosques, the burial sites, and the shrines and other heritage sites. You say that they're mostly located in Akshu and Hotan prefectures, and these are on the border of that region, which adjoins Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and then going further westwards into Afghanistan. In your report, I don't see any roads or these arterial roads which connect inland China to exterior areas, including this region. I just did a quick Google search, and there's some prominent roads here, one being the G315, which goes southwards, another being the G314, which goes northwards, and they join. So I know it's hard to get access to plans for the future from the country. You say these areas of destruction are left vacant, but from their distribution, can you begin to see a pattern emerge which points to future developments? And we all know about the BRI and the peculiarity where you say certain cities are outliers, like Kashgar and Urumchi, don't really matter if you bring in that logic, because the intention here is to develop. And the fact that Muslim-dominated countries haven't spoken out against something which might be seen as sacrilegious, for instance, destroying a mosque or even burial sites. Is there something that you point to corroborating such a hypothesis?
So a quick clarification. When we referred to Aksu and counties in Hotan, that was specifically on cemetery demolition. We saw, except for Urumchi, which had a very low number of mosques to start with, I think it had about 160 registered mosques in Urumchi city compared to something like 21,000 across Xinjiang. We saw, lower rates of demolition in, specifically Urumchi, and then to a lesser extent, Kashgar city. What I would add is, other than that, there was pretty uniform demolition of mosques and shrine region. What we would say is that we were only able to look at the evidence from a satellite perspective. So we were able to see when a structure was physically demolished or when there were significant changes to the structure. From what I've heard from people that have visited the region, a large number of the mosques that remain standing are sort of locked shut and pretty derelict inside. I know there's been some people that have been able to sort of push their phone up against the crack in the door and see through, and it's pretty derelict and desecrated. Statistics don't take into account those mosques, and that appears to especially be the case in Kashgar city, where a lot of the mosques in the old city appear to be sort of closed and locked shut, even though they haven't been physically demolished. I don't think there's a way in which we can sort of really tie these demolitions to examples of future development. What I would say is that when we did the satellite research to the best quality satellite imagery that was available in recent times, I think it was something like 90% plus of the mosques that had been demolished had not been developed on since, and had remained vacant land. More generally, this isn't a campaign to sort of revitalize a city, but it is just to demolish areas. And we've seen that sort of similarly in Uyghur traditional houses, where in some counties, in most counties, in fact, a large proportion of the traditional houses have been demolished and left vacant land. But in some counties, that goes up to probably about more than half of the traditional Uyghur housing, such as Kargalik is actually a county where that's happened very strongly. So is Manas County to the east of Urumchi. So I think there in most cases seems to be very little attempt to sort of develop these sites that have been demolished since.
And there's no pattern emerging in terms of their location. For instance, the 20 kilometres of desert that was raised that had the ancient site and settlement.
Yeah, so it does appear to be quite uniform except for those two cities. And yeah, Ordam Mazar, I think, is just a notable case, not so much because of its location, beyond the fact that it shows how much effort was required to demolish it. It would be like incredibly easy to just close the roads to it, and that's what they've been doing for more than a decade. They've closed the site, and I think there were like 30 people that still remained in the village adjacent to the sacred site. But instead of just closing that, they went to the effort of taking bulldozers through all of that sort of sand dunes for 20 kilometres to explicitly raise the entire site, that it was about 1,000 years old.
So we come back to the question of why would they invest so much time, energy and money destroying so many buildings and sites?
I suspect because, I mean, again, this is speculation, but I suspect it comes back to that seeing Uyghur culture as inherently incompatible with the Chinese Communist Party rule. So any expression of this Uyghur culture and this Uyghur history is itself seen as a threat, and that's why they've sort of neutralized that threat by demolishing mosques, or neutralized that perceived threat, I should say. But again, that is speculation. So,
okay, thank you.
Yes.
From your understanding of the political power structures within the PRC, is it possible, in your opinion, that the policies being prescribed and executed by the PRC, such as the destruction of religious sites and places of Uyghur culture, could occur without the direction or the knowledge of the most senior people within the PRC or the CCP?
So I would more generally link this crackdown to the appointment of Chen Guangguo as the party secretary of Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region in 2016. And I feel my understanding is that this crackdown more generally is very much he's the architect of it. But I would also add that this couldn't happen, and we've seen sort of from how invested the central government is in the narratives around Xinjiang and how much sort of events and issues in Xinjiang is a national priority and a national secret, and the fact that the Xinjiang aid policy, I think, is a good example of that national incorporation into regional policy. I don't think any of these could happen without the knowledge and the permission, I guess, of even Xi Jinping.
Thank you. And one last question from me anyway. In your travels through the data promulgated by the authorities, either at government or provincial or even at town level, is there a formal structure to that? Is there one database essentially, or is it a myriad of different structures and places?
It is very much a myriad, and there's a big sort of complicated differentiation between party organs and government authorities, and that it is extremely complicated. I believe that we will try to sort of have a product soon that tries to demystify some of that, but that's not what I'm working on. So I just find it quite confusing myself, but there is definitely a big number of government bodies, government authorities, party organs that all have a different role in this administration of Xinjiang, and it's quite convoluted and quite complex, yes.
Forgive me, Chairman. So in which case, is it something you're specifically working on in regard to creation of what I might loosely call an organogram of these different sites that are hosting this data?
But on the government authorities specifically, not me personally, but that is work that is being undertaken.
Would you be able to point us to whoever is doing that work at some stage, please?
Yes, yes.
Sorry, this is probably a question that's both simple and naive. Could you say a bit more about the satellite technology that underlines the tracking of the destruction of sites, and particularly its reliability going back historically when you compare original situations to what is happening or has happened more recently?
Yeah, so the sort of differences in satellite coverage is not so much an issue, but it does cause problems, especially in North Xinjiang, where there is a lot less systematic satellite coverage. What we would say is I think for pretty much the entirety of Xinjiang, we were able to get very high resolution imagery from at least one point between 2012 and 2015, and then since then, and that's sort of what we did the basis of this change analysis on, looking at it from whatever point was available. What we were also able to find was that since the crackdown in Xinjiang began, there's been a very comprehensive effort to take satellite imagery of the region. Because I think there is this understanding that satellite imagery is one of the most unambiguous ways to get access to areas. And so what that has translated to in a lot of regions is imagery every sort of week, and even sometimes multiple times within a week. This isn't for the whole Xinjiang, but for certain areas there is that regular revisit time. And also graciously, Google Earth has decided to acquire a lot of that satellite imagery, so that's available to anyone beyond just the traditional paywall sources generally. So what we were able to do for most cases was to work out sort of the month that this demolition happened by sort of being able to look at a let's say August 2018 image, and then say an October or 2018 image, and we could see that the demolition occurred sometime within that window. What we also found was actually there was very sort of strong coherence between the times of demolition of mosques within a city or within a county. And we found that in lots of cases, all the mosques in this region had been either demolished or rectified with their minarets taken off and their domes removed at pretty much the same week or the same month. So we were able to sort of, there is definitely areas where that coverage is a lot less good, and in many cases where it's honestly inadequate to do proper, fully comprehensive looks at this, and that's mostly in North Xinjiang, but generally it's quite good, especially since the crackdown.
For how many years has the Centre been preparing reports on these various subjects?
So our first report on Xinjiang was actually sort of just an unfunded project that we sort of took to do in our own spare time in mid to late 2018. So that was when we first looked at it, and then following that, we've sort of started trying to look at it more systematically within the sort of concept of these themes.
And how many reports, roughly, have been made public before the present one that we're looking at?
So all of our reports have been made public. So we don't have private reports, but
so roughly,
this is my
roughly how many reports?
Yeah, this is my fourth one. A lot of colleagues have done ones as well, so I think it would be sort of pushing between 7 and 10.
And do you take the step of, do you make through the PR in Canberra to make sure they know about it? Or send them a copy in the post?
We've also found that in a lot of cases, it's quite detrimental to do that in the fact that sources can disappear, and sort of we don't want to very. In many ways, we sort of don't want the government to have prepared a propaganda response to our research findings. What we have done is generally shared it in the days before it's released to sort of look at it. And this is outside of the peer review process that we use, but sometimes they sort of will send findings of our research to Chinese government authorities to comment on it.
Well,
but we don't do that.
But one way and another, the reports are public.
Yeah.
Have they ever been cited, to your knowledge, in parliamentary or committee hearings in Canberra?
Yes, they have. I can't remember exactly when or where, but I think they have been, especially the Uyghurs for Sale report, which isn't one that I was heavily involved in, but that I think has especially been cited.
And you've noted reaction to your reports by taking items off the web, yes?
Yes.
Just two questions in respect of that. The reports are available, so if the PRC wanted a full report, it could always have got one once it was a public document.
Yes, yeah, and we actually do see, we definitely can see that people in China are accessing our reports.
Right. Has the PRC or any body that's connected to the PRC or speaking for the PRC ever published a detailed rebuttal of any part of any of your reports?
Not really. They often sort of respond to questions, sort of just dismissing ASPI as much as possible, dismissing the institute as much as possible. There have been a few cases where they've sort of tried to dig in deeper. Sort of, I recall one case when I think it was the Global Times, but a state media organ went to disprove a lot of what we said were camps. And for example, in one case, they showed drone pictures of an area about 12 kilometers away from where we said the camp was. And in other cases, they showed across the road. So that I don't think we've found, I think there certainly is a response, but I wouldn't necessarily call it sort of that rigorous of a response, and certainly not addressing the specific findings and trying to rebut them.
Have you ever felt obliged to issue a correction to any of your reports following material raised by the PRC?
So there was one facility that we identified as a detention camp that we no longer believe is. That was identified because we sort of picked it out as a point of interest while it was under construction. And at some point it migrated from the point of interest list to the actual list. And when that got brought to our attention, we saw it when the construction was finished and went, this doesn't appear to be a camp, and removed it. But other than that, there's been sort of, I think, camps that have been sort of, people have tried to call out and say it's not a camp, and other than that one, I believe we've looked at them all and go, no, we're still confident this is a camp.
And finally, you explained that there's been some activity, maybe more than usual activity, in taking things down, roughly at the time of this tribunal. Can you give us an idea of any particular type of things that are being taken down just about now?
I wouldn't be best to speak to this, but there I think generally quite broadly a lot of information is being taken down. We're seeing sort of government websites in county official websites being a lot less accessible, making documents a lot harder to get more generally, not just documents on a specific topic. But you sort of see rounds and rounds of things being taken down. So initially it was those construction those construction tenders that got removed. Then we sort of saw reports on the Xinjiang Aid Project and government organised labour programs being quite systematically removed. And you've sort of seen very much these rounds of these different topics being systematically removed, but at the same time, there is just generally information and documents and websites being removed.
Thank you very much. Yes, and also Dame Parveen.
Thank you very much. I just wonder, Is the intention from the directives that are coming centrally down to the areas, is there intention that they want to get rid of all the religious sites, or do they have a quota? We heard yesterday that one of the mosques had been converted into a museum. So are they going to keep a few to show people or make sure that they're not actually destroying the religion?
So there definitely have been mosques that have sort of remained. The question that I think stands, which is quite pertinent, but I don't think I can answer it, is how accessible these mosques are to people seeking to pray. And I think in most cases that is, since 2017 especially, that has pretty much stopped. But it's hard to sort of assess to what extent. There is still sort of the physical shell of a lot of mosques, and I think about a third of them. But yeah, a number of them are sort of locked shut, a number of them are sort of open in this way that I don't think is accessible to prayer, and a lot of them have been converted into one use, such as a bar. Like you said previously, I saw a report recently, which is one that was converted into a public toilet. So I think the question is how accessible the remaining structures are to parishioners and to people that look to pray there. And my understanding is that, especially in 2017, 2018 and 2019, that was extremely inaccessible. There may be potentially signs in the last year or so that certain people are being allowed to pray again, but none of that sort of research is finalized, and I don't understand, and I can't sort of begin to speak to the extent of how much that is occurring, if it is occurring. It's just a general sense that I've gotten.
There have been attempts to debunk yours and others' evidence based on satellite imagery. Is there an incontrovertible way of verifying these images?
No. So the way that sort of we've done this, and I think is probably the best time to talk about that methodology in detail, is what we looked at to start with was these lists of about 30 to 60 detention sites that were well documented, and I think incontrovertibly detention sites by the construction tenders and other documents such as party visits or local media. And from that list of about 50 sites that we sort of have no doubt on, and it's between to learn to undertake these lectures, and that number is undoubtedly higher, but I would weight in the scale of physical detention being much above 1 million.
Has there been any, I loosely describe it as triangulatory cross-referencing evidence in regard to the construction of these camps? So purchasing of raw materials or evidence about transport of what must be very significant volumes of materials to a region far distant from the core of the country.
Yeah, so Xinjiang itself has quite a highly industrialized area, and there are government bodies that control a lot of that industry, especially through the Bintang, through the XPCC. So I don't think I'd be surprised if there were many cases of raw materials needing to be brought in from the rest of China. But what we do certainly is these, in many cases was anyway, these government construction tenders where they say we want X number of buildings of X size to be built in this area, and then we can then cross-reference that to there being a camp in that area. Another way of sort of triangulating it in a way is victim testimony. And sort of when you've had people that have been released from detention, in many cases you sort of have, I think in most cases where they have been able to identify what site they were held in, it is a site that we have in our database, which is one of the reasons that we believe our database is quite comprehensive. It probably doesn't capture all of them, but I'd say it captures the vast majority of facilities.
And in further to try, is there any evidence of, for instance, recruitment adverts? I don't even know if they do that, but for prison guards.
Yes, there is. So again, those sources of evidence have mostly dried up, but there certainly has been documents that say recruitment of guards, recruitment of teachers, especially in a lot of these facilities. Yeah. But again, when we talk about it, this isn't the vast majority of facilities. There is a lot of facilities that aren't documented beyond the satellite evidence because sort of a lot of these construction tenders weren't ever public to start with, and a lot of those that were have disappeared now. So it's not to say that sort of every camp has this triangulatory basis of evidence, but the ones that have pretty much all been included in that database.
I think I am going to be able to thank you for the time being for coming to give evidence. Thank you very much. I can't exclude the possibility that we may ask questions of you in writing or may even ask you to come back in September, but for the time being at least, or maybe conclusively, thank you very much for giving evidence.
Yeah, no worries. Go for it. Thank you so much.
Mr. Sabi, we did our best, but there it is. We are 15 minutes late. Are we allowed coffee?
As long as you're happy to have lunch a bit later.
Right. 20 minutes? 20 minutes. 10 past.
Assalomu alaykum ekran oldidagi aziz qarindoshlar, ko'rayotganlar Dunyo Uyg'ur qurultiyi to'rt televiziyasining naq maydon programmasi. Bu 6-yilning 4-kuni Londonda boshlangan xalqaro Uyg'ur sud kollegiyasining tunji guvohlik anglash yig'ini bugun 3-kuniga qadam qo'ydi, davomlashyapti. Hozir qisqa bir taxminan 10 minutlik bir qahva demlishi olib beryapti sudchilar. Mush fursatdan foydalanib sizlar bilan bir qayta idora ko'rishaylik dedik va mush ekran oldidagi qarindoshlarimizga qayta bir salom beraylik dedik Londondan. Aziz qarindoshlar, kechirishda ba'zi texnik sabablardan, chunki bexatarlik sababidan bu sud kollégiyesi, bu sud ichilayotgan bu zalninki internet bağlantıları hammasi kesib o'tilgani uchun biz vaqt ko'chirish can internet bağlanmasını işletishga majbur bo'lgan, ammo internet ulanmasdan degandek yaxshi emas. To'xtamay texnik jihatdan ba'zi masalalar chiqadi, uni jiddiy hal qilishga tirishyapmiz aziz qarindoshlar. Buni
taken lesson from him also being targeted.
Thank you. My second question now relates to the coded language that you used to signify, for instance, that someone was taken to hospital or became disabled. And a quick question around the need for such a coded language and what was it used for?
Bu ikinci sualım şu sizinki bayanatınızda bazı sözlerini açık aşkarı deməsdən bir başqa bir usullar bilan qo'llanganlik to'g'risida. Yes.
So what were individuals afraid or concerned about for the need for a coded language of the sort you have used? Like, why wouldn't you say openly the person was taken to a detention camp, for instance?
Nima uchun bu kishilar bevosita bu masalan tutilgan bo'lsa tutildi demasdan doktorxonaga apadi degandek shunaq so'zlarni ishlatadi. Bu kishilar nimadan qo'rqadi? Agar ochiq oshkora shu naq o'zini ishlatgan bo'lsa.
Bu 2000 lab qo'ymadim. Mening dadam bilan telefon aloqam 2015'te butunlay tugagan. Shu tugamas vaqt tugab ketgandan keyin shu bir vosita orqali shu akamning achamning yo'ldishini shu doktorxonada bo'lib qoldi dedi. Shuni palash bo'lib qoldi dedi. Buni bular ashta qo'llanib damdi, qo'rqib u yerda oshkorlab qo'ymayli deb shu nimani qo'llanibdi shu ifodani.
Well, I believe it was around 2016 because I cut off my last contact with my father ended in 2015. So my sister's husband's arrest was used as taken into hospital. And also my niece's, the language, the term was used paralyzed. So that was a code that I was told.
Ben şu vaqtida mushlar ras palash bo'lib qolgan o'xshaydi, yo doktorxonada degandekin og'rib qolgan o'xshaydi deb u faqat uni o'ylamabdi ekanman.
At first I just thought that maybe they were ill in the hospital, and also I thought my niece was paralyzed for some reason. I didn't think more.
2015 kichilik men internet orqali yoki bo'lmasa WhatsApp orqali ko'rishib baqqanim yo'q. Faqatlam telefonda night qisqa holatda hatto akalarimning, ukallarimning hech qaysining saqlig'ini deydi, ammo undan boshqa nim bo'lganini deyolmaydi. Bak qisqa qo'llanib keldik. Bizning hech qanday nima normal aloqa bo'lmagan.
Even up until 2015, my communication with my family members, my brothers, were very short, over the phone, never used the internet or other apps. Simply a phone call just to inform one another their health, how their health were.
2015-8 ayının o'ttirlig'ida dadam tugab ketgandan keyin bir ishga ay shu dadamning telefon orqali akalarim bilan so'zlashaldik. Anandan keyin apam hayotda hozirgi ketlik bilmayman. O'ldim u.
After my father died in mid-August 2015, during that period I still managed to communicate with my brothers. But since then, I was cut off. So I know my mother was alive, but I don't know what happened to her.
Thank you. That answers my question, but I'm sure the panel may have further questions. Thank you for that.
Thank you. In your statement, you state that 5 boys, Himit, Talib, and 3 others were sentenced to death for theft. Was the sentence carried out?
Siz bayanatınızda 5 yaş balınınki isimleri bilen sözlep siz bularını ölüm cezası bəgəndə. Bularınki ölüm cezası icra oldu mu?
Elbette 91 isimde yok ama 92 yıldan 94 yılgıçılık icra bulup oldu. Ulanın birinin sotuğa ben katnaşkan. Muşlarının içindeki Yimit Mahsum degen bala menenki yakın ağine ben savaqdı şimdi. Onun sotuğa katnaşkandım.
Of course, I believe they were executed between 92 to 94 during those 2 years period. I attended the court hearing of one of them, who is Imit Mahsum, who was my friend and also classmate.
O balının sotu, uçuk sot deyttik şu vakti da. Bir yengişe kinoxanı deydik. Kinoxanından ki şu yazlık kinoxanıda şu yerde sot açkan. Şu müştak kıyafetlerini şu yegi beşini qaratqancha şu vakti da şu balığa uğurluk, bulançılık, onundakin adam ötegen dedim onun isim de yok ama şu uğurluk ve bulançılık degen cinayet bilen bir yıllık dedim, 2 yıllık dedim ölüm cezası bergen o balığa.
Bir yıllık keçiktirip. Okay. So the hearing was what we call open hearing, open trial. It was in Yingshe summer cinema. It was open cinema, and he was accused of theft and robbery. Death penalty was to 1 year suspended death penalty.
Neçe min adam battı o nimege katnaşkan o çıktı sot teptike şu vaktada.
Because it was an open trial, many thousand of people attended his trial.
O balla uğurluk kıldığan, bulançılık kıldığan undaq balla hiç kaçan emesden biz okuğandakin bilimiz. Biz bulançılık kılmağla, uğurluk kılmağla, hata iş kılmağla deydiğan öğrengen.
As a classmate, and I know that there is no way he would commit any theft or robbery, and also in our teachings, we taught not to commit theft or robbery. And when he was tried, the previous one I forgot one sentence, so I just remembered now. And when he was tried, his head was bowed down during the trial all that time.
And how old was he and the others accused?
Qancha yoshga kirgan, yana boshqalarninki yosh qurami qancha yoshda deydi?
Biz bilan yosh farqi qilinmaydi. Shu 92-93 bo'lsa 20-23 yosh, 25 yoshning atrofidagi hamda ashning ichidagi Yimit Talib degan bir ish kuchining yoshi balkida 26-28 atrofida bo'lishi mumkin shu vaqtda.
Most of them were the same age as me. During that time in 1992, 1993 was 22, 23 years old. And they, Imit, I believe he was around 26-year-old. And others maybe 28 maximum.
And in the trial that you attended, did they have the benefit of a defense lawyer? And did the defense lawyer defend them?
Muşu sot atalmış oçuq sot qığa vaqtda ularni aqlaydigan advokatı bo'lganmi?
Advokatı bo'lgan esimizda qilishdi. Bate ama o advokatmi shu Komünist partiyaga ishlaydigan advokatlar. Shaxsiy yollagan advokat emas.
Yes.
Qochoq.
Yeah, it's a kind of sham trial. As the so-called lawyer works for the Communist Party, so it wasn't independent or hired privately.
And in your view, is the reason that they were arrested and sentenced to death because they had committed a theft, or was it for some other reason?
Sizningcha bularninki mushu o'lim jazosiga berilishi masalan o'g'irlik, bulanchilik yoki boshqa bir sabablardan, qandaq bir sababdan misol.
Bu sabab o vaqtning o'zida biz bolalarni tarbiyalaydigan maktab, ya'ni diniy maktab o'qitatdik. Men shuning birida bir o'zimning uyda 30-40 bolalarni o'rgatatdik. Shu bolalarni menga o'xshashlar shu maktabda bolalarga boshqa hech qanday nima emas, faqat Qur'on o'qitishni o'rgatgan. Undan chiq bir ishmi yo'q.
All we did at that time, including myself, we taught young people religion, how to read Quran. And I had about 40 students, and the rest of others who were sentenced to death was the same. That was the reason.
Şu vaqtdagi qonununda uni ochiq oshkorisan bolaga Qur'on o'qishni o'rgatding deyamay, har bir odamga birdan o'ziga zid keldigan, ya'ni hech qachon u bolalarninki hammasi hech qachon bir o'g'irlik, bu bulanchilik deydiganga balki qo'limi kelmaydigan bolalar, hech qanday o'ylamaydigan.
At that time, they couldn't really say that giving a death penalty for this region, therefore they had to accuse them of theft or robberies. And as I know that from their character, that these people wouldn't even touch anything, let alone stealing.
Yani bir silk, vatanni bölüş, vatanni Jungo'nun nemesinden ayrıp çıkış degandek cinayeti, birinci cinayet arası aşırı dendi. Onu biz vatanni bölüş degenden bilmeydik, qanday bölgeli bo'lgan onu bilmeydik, ama birinci atkan cinayeti unutup kaptım ben. Vatanni bölüşke uğrungan deydi, uğrungan, onunla teşvik qilgan degandek.
In fact, the crime that they were accused of, apart from the theft and the others, the biggest crime was attempt to separate the country, to split the country. At the time, I didn't know how it was even possible to split the country.
Could you tell the tribunal why the authorities considered your family a mistrusted family?
Endi bizga nima uchun Jungo hukumati sizning oilangizni ishonchsiz oila deb belgilagan, bekitgan?
Men buni 98 yıldan keyin uydagilar bilan aloqalash imkonim bo'ldi telefonda. Onundan burun bu telefon normal telefon yo'qdi. Şu 98 yılı akamni nima uchun harcı qilmaysiz? Çünkü pul iqtisod hamma narsa botiman chiqayotganda. Nima uchun harcı qilmaysiz desam, sizning kasobatingizdan bizning oila nuqtaliq oila, ya'ni qizil siziq tushgan. Bizni hech qanday nimaga o'zimizning jutidan boshqa bir yer berishga ruxsat qilmaydi degan shu akamdan shuni anglagan.
Well, after I fled my country, up until 1998, I didn't have a phone or, have any communication with anyone back home. And only after 1998, during one of the conversations with my elder brother, I asked him that, you are quite financially well off. Why don't you go to Hajj? Do pilgrimage. And he said it is impossible because now we are branded, our family is branded as a mistrusted family, and therefore we cannot even leave our region without permission, without special permission.
Men chiqayotgandan keyin butunlay bizning uydagilar naytib baytı, butunlay iqtisodiy hamma tarafdan qisib, hukumatdan hech qanday bir ish bejirilmaydigan holatga keldi-ki, qayerga borsa akallarimga iningni tepgal deb shu savolni qo'ydi-ki.
Prior to leaving my country, my family financially quite well off. But after I left my country, they made it extremely difficult. So financially, in every way, they faced obstacle. Whenever they needed to deal with anything, they were pressurized and saying that you must bring back your brother.
Thank you. And we are short of time, but one last question. Do you believe that the persecution, or why do you think the persecution of your family within China is happening? Is it to silence you? Is it to persuade you to return to China, or both?
Әмді сіздің айлыңызды болатқан бұл бесім бұл зұлымларының ки мәқсәт ки, яғни бұланың мәқсәті шу, сіздің ки авазыңызны чықамаслық мәқсәт қылған мо, яки сізні шу вәтініңізге қайтырып әкітіш мо, яки ішкелісі мо?
Топ-тоғыра бұланың ки мәқсәді ашу 5 balın sotluğa vaxtıda aşı sot jaryanıda bir eğiz gibi isimde bir oçum vatan bölgünçileri sellani asmanga çıkasın tapınыңdan yakirkesinin kukulаңdan tutup ekil alayımız her qanday yer qıçıp qutulanmaysa degan bir sözü şu sebep buluşı mümkün deyman.
Yes, exactly. That I remember that during their trial, and they said that a bunch of a group of separatists, wherever you go, even if you fly up to the sky or go down to the earth, we will find you. We will find you and make sure you will be tried.
Kazakistan'da mı nayet iğir bekçik beşimden öttü ekir kitiş üçün Xitay'nın ki sakçıların Kazak olan birleşip nayet cık bekçik avarçılıkka yoluqtum.
Even during my time in Kazakhstan, I was harassed and I didn't have peace. The police, Kazakh police, collaborated with the Chinese police in order to take me back to China. So I experienced a lot of hardship while I was in Kazakhstan.
No further questions, thank you.
Habibullah Achad, thank you very much for coming here to give evidence. You've taken your evidence fairly quickly, but all of your evidence will be taken into account. Thank you.
Sizga ko'p rahmat. Butun shu bergan bayonotingiz va savollarimizga bergan javobingizdan ko'p rahmat. Mushunchalik savolimiz mushunchalik bo'ldi.
I'm sorry. Just one question, and it's quick. We're very short of time.
Sorry, one question. Apologize. It's a question with 3 little bits in it. So when the people were given a life sentence, were they ever released? Did their relatives know where they were? And what did they do in prison? Were they doing jobs or being beaten up?
Әмді мүші тұтқылаға мұдәсіз қамақ жазасы бәгенден кейін, мысалға, бұла шығып кеткенлері болды му? Егер мұдәсіз түрмеде жарияныда бұла немеш қылды, түрмеде немеш қылды, оныңдекін айылдекілері білді му бұланың нәділігіне біләтті му?
Bu türmede nemiş kıldı degen mümkün emas. O yada şularını 1 yıl, 2 yıl küçük durup atımız degendikin itivetti. Burun ola hemmesi öldü. Bazen bir şu tutkullarının ki uruq tuqqalları var mı da Türkiye'de yaşaydı. Ulamı biz o türmenin içinde neymiş kıl onun bizden haberimiz yok.
I didn't know.
Ama etivette.
Yeah, I didn't know what they did in prison, but as I said, they were not sentenced to life prison imprisonment. It was a death penalty, so 1 year suspended death penalty, and that they were executed after that period. And there are some of those who were executed, family members, some live in Turkey at the moment.
Mr. Sabi, my colleagues wish to ask a number of questions, so we'll just move the timetable back by as long as is wanted.
You say that hundreds of other students who attended the Islamic school were arrested. Were any of them under 18, i.e. were they children?
Siz yüzlügen şu dini oquşqa qatnaşqan ballarınki tutulup ketkenligini depsiz. Bularning içinde ballar barmı yani 18 yaşın tüven. 18 yaşın tüvenler barmı tutulup ketkenlerning içinde. Sizning bilishingizcha.
Şu zamanlarda 88-89 atrafında buluş gerek. Bir video qantimlik kasetlik yoğan. Şu videoda 5-600 balla bulup bunun içinde 40-50'gi malum derecelik olsa kalan 400-500'i ballattı. Ama ballarını tutmadı, şu malum boğalarının hiç kasını sak koymadı.
Demek ki sizge sorgan sual 18 yaştan tüven ballar bahmetli tutulganlarının içinde deydi.
O vaxtıda yok. Arası yapını kısam, o vaxtıda o ballarını tutmagan. Şu fakat okutkuçalarını.
Yeah, I have to be truthful with you that during that time the children were not arrested. They targeted all the teachers. Among the 500 to 600 people attended, about 40 to 50 were arrested, and those were mainly adults, their teachers.
O kaset Kazakistan'a mı batı? Şu 2000 yılla kolumuzda bolsa, onundan keyin bir yıl burun sürüştük, tapamadım. Bizning burunqi uydagi qolmabdi bo'lmasa. Şu kaset mi batı? Fakat şu kasetteki ballarını %100 tutup o ballar benim bilişimçe 40-50 etraftaki ballarının hiç kası yok hazır izleriksiz.
I used to have that video cassette even when I was in Kazakhstan, but I don't have it anymore. But I believe those 40 to 50 arrested all gone. We don't know if they're still alive or they're gone, basically. Bıraklam yok ap ketdi.
You mentioned at the end of your testimony that you're testifying on behalf of 36 relatives. You mentioned your niece's husband being imprisoned. I wonder if you have any knowledge of whether any of the others have been detained, in particular since, as you say, they are religious people and continue to give signs of their religious observation.
Bayanatınızın ahırda 36 urug tuqqanlarınız üçün guvalıq bermə dəpsiz, həm də bir tuqununuzun ki, yolduşunun tutulub getkenligini dəpsiz misalға. Qalğan yana qandaq bir uçurlar bağımın sizin ki bildiğin. So do you have any other information regarding the rest? Yeah.
2017'den keyin hiç qandaq alaqam yok, ama urug tuqqanlarımның 36 tuqqanlarım men ba vaqtidagi tuqqanlarımdı. Onundan keyin tug'ilganlarni men onu bilmayman, onu so'rim, etini bilmayman. Fakat bularninki hech qaysi sirt emas, ham qanchiligi o'ltirildi. Bu sirtqa chiqqan xabarlarga qaraganda yapılsa guvohchilarniki nimasidan desanglar bo'ldi, birisi saq emas deb %100 işinimi?
Well, since 2017, I was cut off from contacting anyone. And those I mentioned, the 36, were those when I was back in my country. And there were many young borns, they grown up and I didn't know. So up until now, I don't really know what happened to them. But based on the information that we are hearing from survivors and from people who managed to leave the country, that I don't think they left them alone. They must be in hardship.
Çünkü şu güvalık belgecilerin faciasına okşaş, benim ailemden şunda bir facianın balığı %100.
I can say 100%, just like the testimonies from the camp survivors. I believe that my families are enduring the same treatment. I can say 100%.
And is there anything else you would like to add before you end your evidence about your experiences or your beliefs of what's happening to your family?
Endi yana boshqa bizning savollarni so'ragan boshqa bir qo'shimcha deydiganlarimiz bormi?
Qo'shimcha deydiganlarim yo'q. Ko'p rahmat sizlarga. Meniki urug' tuqqanlarimniki kech kunduz sing'illarimning qiynalayotganligini, ashlarning shu fojiada bo'layotganligini kech kunduz esimdan chiqarolmayman. Ham menga pek ig'ir. Chunki hamiz o'lib ketgan bo'lsa, yo bo'lmasa yerda birab ketib, yana tekda kirib ketgan bo'lsa, xotirjam bo'ladi.
I don't have much to add, but I would like to let you know that I am extremely worried about my family members, especially the women, my sisters. I wished if there was an earthquake and then everyone, if they died, I would be in peace.
Thank you very much for coming here to give your evidence, all of which will be considered by the tribunal. Your evidence is now concluded. Thank you.
Bütün diğerlerimizi biz oylaşımız sizinki eliniz tüydü.
Rahmat, köp rahmat.
Thank you.
Mr. Sabi, we will put back the lunch break until at the very earliest 1:30. Your next witness.
Would you like to have lunch break now? We'll continue with the last witness for the morning session.
Yes, please do. Yes.
Our next witness is Omar Rosie. We'll give evidence in person.
Can someone please accompany the witness? Thank you very much, Madam Interpreter. Is there an usher outside who can be helping with this? Yeah. Well.
The witness is a male Chinese national of Uyghur ethnicity, and he was first detained for a total period of over 3 years where he suffered severe mistreatment. In detention in 4 separate facilities, the witness was beaten with an iron implement, his nails were extracted, he was waterboarded and placed into what he called a water prison, and also placed into solitary confinement for over 1 year. The witness's feet were broken during an interrogation, and an electric wire was inserted into his penis, which tore some internal flesh. The perpetrators were both guards and police officers. The witness was forced to pick up the flesh of his Uyghur cellmate, who was shot by repeated volleys of gunfire by guards after he witnessed the cellmate, after the witness's cellmate had attempted to stab a guard in retaliation for his treatment. Uyghur inmates, according to the witness, were treated differently in mixed prisons. One policewoman who threw the witness down some stairs whilst his hands were still tied stated that political prisoners are dirty and that she needed to wash her hands. The witness managed to escape prison during medical treatment for his broken feet through a contact of his cousin. His cousin was later sentenced to imprisonment, and the witness says that he was killed later in prison. The witness's family were intimidated and threatened as a result of his escape from the authorities, and numerous attempts have been made to entrap him or force him to stop certain actions with the Uyghur diaspora. Many in his family have disappeared. Mr. Rosie, I have 3 short questions for you before I'll hand you over to the panel. You state in your statement to the tribunal that when you were first detained in 1993 in Kashgar, you were tortured. Can you describe what method this torture took?
Roz efendim, bayanatınızda tunji qitim 1993 yılı tutulğan vaqtida siz özünüzningki zo'ravonlikqa uchirganligingizni, qiyin qisloqqa uchirganligingizni so'zlabsiz. Shuni qisqacha bir deb berasiz.
Men 93 yılı hajdan kelgandan keyin kipla avtobusdan tushishimga anjandan odamlar tutdi, tutib bir saqchixonaga apadi.
Sizga faqat savol deyil. Sizning qiyin qisloq jarayoni, bu bayonot jarayoni bor bularning qo'lda. Qiyin qisloq, qanday qiyin qisloqlarni savol qilyapti. You just rephrase the question.
Yes.
Qiyin qisloq olgan vaqtda meni esib urdi bular. Bir oygacha esib, urib, zaten o qiyinmagan ish qilmadi.
Well, they used all sorts of methods of torture. I was constantly hanged and then beaten repeatedly.
Perhaps I can clarify the question. The witness was detained in 4 separate facilities. In the first facility in which he was detained in 1993 in Kashgar, the witness just says that he was tortured without further details. Perhaps he can provide us with details of that.
Çünki siz bir qancha qitimliq tutilgan qiyin qisloqqa olgan jarayonni so'zlabsiz, bayon qilibsiz bayonotingizda. Mushu Qashqardagi siz tutib turgan o'rinda shu jarayonda meni qiyin qisloq qilgan, zo'ravonlik uchirgan debsiz, shu jarayonni so'zlab bergansiz.
Qashqarda u turmoq bir oy solash jarayonida u aramliq degan nima yo'q-da. Urdi, asudi, tomoqdan qijnaydi, suvdan qijnaydi. O bir qijnash hem o esib turib urib, o tayoq bilan urib, har xil ishkanja bilan qijnash usuli bilan bir oy qijnadi, bir oydan keyin andakin bizimniki maysiga apadi.
Well, during 1 month detention in Kashgar, I was constantly beaten up. I was in a hanging position. And I was beaten up, and food deprivation, sleep deprivation, water deprivation. So it was all kind of methods of torture that inflicted on me during that 1 month. Then I was taken back to my home county.
And the witness said that when he was taken to his home county, he was also detained for 6 months there, where he was tortured. What methods of torture took place during those 6 months?
And özünüzninki nayeringizga apağandan keyin 6 ay shu yana turmaning ichida solaqandidir. Tutib turilibsiz va uyadimi qiyin qisloq, yana ishkanja shularga uchrabsiz. Shu jarayonni bizga tushuntirib berasiz.
6 oyning ichida kunda so'roq 5 oygacha so'roq qildilar. So'roqlar açık aldılar, urdu. Esip urdu, tayoq bilan urdu, rezinkaltaga urdu, urib, andikin herib qolgandan gap so'raydi ular. Hammasidan önce gap so'ramaydi. Taz urib etib, adam ho'shidan ketgandan keyin yoki suv ichib turib, ho'shga keltirib turib, andikin gap so'raydi.
That 6 month first 5 months I was interrogated daily. So before they put their questions or the interrogation, they beat. As I explained, sometimes I was hanged up and beat or rubber baton until almost I pass out. Then they bring water, cold water, bring me back. Then they question. So the first 5 months, I was questioned or interrogated daily. Beş ay şu sual sohbetten sonra.
Bir ay olganda, bir ayda bak urmay, hani 6 ay toşqa vaqtida öydeki pul qaşlab, para verip, men de kepillik degende açıktı.
And the last 1 month, I didn't suffer that much torture. And then my family paid a bribe, managed to secure my release.
Can you do? Sorry, forgive me.
O turmuda qijna jaryan tamaq ve men urup qijnap, men turmuda çıqqan bak halsız bir terbiye uçqan qolunda.
In addition, I was deprived from food and water. And so when I was released that time, I was just skin and bone.
The witness is referred to a water prison. Perhaps you can describe to us what that is.
Siz şu su türmüsü de bayanatınızda sözləpsiz. Su türmüsünü bizge düşendirip bəgən bolsunuz.
Su türmüsü su mişədə kiridi. Sesiq na bak paskın su. Paskın su suda 3 saatin tozlu toğazılğandan keyin yeni suyunu çıkarıp etip yeni başka soğuk paskın su calaydılar.
Toğuzğanda qandaq toğuzdu aşını bir düşündür. Ya sizin toğuzğanda qandaq toğuzdu mesela?
Benim örtüm türme.
Aşağı tursa esvaqlıq anası.
Su turmusu boyu ta.
The water prison, the water is dirty water, extremely cold. So I have to stand in the water up to above my waist. And every now and then they change the water, make it colder. So in total, each time was about 3 hours.
O turmuda igir tuğulamaydı. Sen başıma sen Urumchi meydan turmuş. Ben o pasaf çöküp gitimiz. Ör tuğulamaydı. Şunda qijnaş usulü bilen tuğulda.
They not allow us to stand straight. Not possible to stand straight. So that is a kind of bowing position. And for hours, that's another method of torture.
And can the witness describe for us what are the physical or mental consequences of this process?
Yani bu qiynash jarayonida qandaq jismoniy va ruhiy jihatdan qiyin qisdoqlar bo'lgan sizga?
Endi turmudan 2 qator 3 kun 6 kun so'lab chiqqandan keyin o normal turmoq chiqqan turmuda ishimni etyapti. Etib go'shtlarni qo'lim bilan terib xaltaga soldim. Silib uzoq qolmaylar meni ayrim bir turmoq soladi. Kichik 80 santim.
Including the letter I took, I didn't know. And if I anticipated the consequences, I wouldn't have returned.
And do you now know that the contents of that envelope that you delivered?
And aşağı xatninki mazmunni hazır bilemsiz.
Ya ben bilmeyim o xatni burun vədə verdim, vədəm boyunca da tapşırdım. Xatın neyim bağlığını neyim qoymayım.
No, because I promised not to open the letter, and I just fulfilled my promise, and then up until now, I don't know what was the content.
Thank you. Your first 2 detentions were in regular prisons rather than re-education camps. Is that correct?
Bu sizningki 2 qatımlıq tutqun jarayonunuz şu türmə, yəni hazırqıdak tərbiyələş orunu emas.
Yo'q, tərbiyələş orunu emas. Məsələn, 2 aydan keyin meni tutup bir aydakin 2 aydakin tutupla bir azırak vakitla küzüm tengipla Urumchiga badi bagaja turmaga bagandakin o qiyin qistak tushundilik qiyin qistak hatta tirmig'imiz yo'ldi ular.
No, it was prison. And even when I was taken to Urumchi and during that period, my fingernails were pulled out. So throughout my detention, I suffered a torture interrogation.
When you were in those first 2 prisons, can you estimate the ethnic distribution of the detainees in those institutions?
Hem şu türmedeki jarayanda sizinki şu türmedeki tutqunlarninki millet yani qancha millatdan batdi, qaysi millatdan eng ko'p degandek mush jarayonni bir so'z bilan alamsiz.
Meni ko'zimni
İçki türmüde, en baştaki içki kıtımlık türmü jarayonu. Soğlanğa var. Fakat Uygurlar.
Xitay yok onda Uygurlar hemisi milli bölgücüler solğan Uygurlar var.
Only Uyghurs. They were all accused of separatists.
Fine, thank you. And in those prisons, were there specific torture rooms where these tortures took place?
Hem de muş türmülerde bula qiyin qıstakta alaydı bir aşık qiynaydigan ayrım bir orun battıman, bir öy battıman, qiynaydigan ayrım bitti.
Qiynaydigan ayrım öy battıman. Mesela putumni içki yerden tümü qahtımın ma gösterip duray. Bunu yerden içki yerden tümünü urup her bir urfa vaxtıda menyemi çıkıp da mesqimaydan urup tümünü urup ihraqla urup materap ötküzüp bunu tomur etip yeni mayadin yeni çıkıda ötküzgeni yaptı.
Yes, it was a separate room. The torture took place. As I have mentioned, that they pushed a metal into my leg. That's where twice. First, each time when they banged the nail into my flesh, and they said, "Admit your guilt." So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Do you consider that the killing or the shooting, the initial shooting of your cellmate, could be considered as self-defense by the guards?
Yani özünüzünki şu türmede bile yapkan kişininki oq bilan öldürülüşü bu saqçılar özünü qoğdaş üçün qılğan bir hücum degeni bolamdı.
Ama turmada o bekadımga sebs vurdu. Her gün urgunu kanmay turup şikayetli bir tekşügen bulup bekadıma uygulan Xitayda urmaydı ne? Uygulan urgandan keyin bu çitmay tümede ben tıkmada bunaqan o amalga oshmagandan keyin shu disk etib tinka taqalat.
The constant beatings of the prisoners non-stop. Whenever they came to the cell, they would beat up everyone. And so eventually my cellmate tried to take revenge with that little metal nail, but was not successful. And then he was shot dead, tragically.
What I was trying to get to was your cellmate chained at the time? Was he a real risk to the guards?
Şu vaqtning o'zida shu turmadagi birga turgan shu kishi qo'l putlari zanjirda bog'liqlikmidi, misolga bog'liqlik bo'lmagan bo'lsa shu nimaga shu turma xodimlarga bir xabar olib keladi.
Ya mesela o putumuzu kişen var, kolumuzu koyuzu var, koyuzluk bağlılık, zincir esiklik. Onu diyor. O urib tayoq chilmagandan keyin tiqanasda u tiqamagan endi bundaq bir tiqaman deb harakat qilganchilar yetayotganman.
We were chained, shackled all the time. It wasn't something that could cause any kind of life-threatening consequences. Even he just tried to take a bit of revenge by using that nail.
Thank you. When you met your brother and sister in Turkey in April 2016, had they been forced to travel to Turkey?
Yani Türkiye'de işte akanız hediniz bilen görüşken vakitte ular mecburi Türkiye'ye evetilgen mecburi.
Burun pasport işlepemiz seyas ayına 3 evlat pasport işlepememiz de çıkılıp adamlar. 2016 yılı şu ikinci ay mezgilinde çağırıp gelip işte pasport işlepirli, ukanlar, kivelanlar, depla 15 gün pasport işlepirip eğer belet ağıl pulun olmamız biz beletle biz epirimiz digen Katar'da şuna digen. Ula biz pulumuz var. Digen burada ulanın kıltığını okumagan da.
Well, I believe that was forced and its intention pre-planned. Because for 3 generations they said we are not allowed to apply for passport. But suddenly in February 2016, and they were called to the office and said that we will issue your passports. And if you don't have money to travel, we will help you to buy a ticket.
Thank you. My final question is, when you received that very disturbing video of your brother and sister hanging up, you were given a number of options, but it doesn't appear that you were being asked to return to China. Is that correct?
Siz şu video en ahırkı video telefonunu ağa vaxtınızda akınızla hadinizninki ısıqlıq tuğan şu ahvalını köz tutturup sizge şart koygan. Bu şartlarning ichida sizning qaytib ketishingizini talab qilmagan, to'g'rimi?
Ya, men qaytib talab qilmagan.
That's correct. They didn't demand me to my return.
Okay. Thank you for your very clear and concise answers. Mr. Chairman, I'm finished.
Cevabınızga ko'p rahmat.
When you saw your brother and sister hanging, can you just give a little bit more detail of what you meant by hanging?
Siz ağacınız bilen akınızninki şu isp qo'yilganligini ko'rdim debsiz. Mushu isp qo'yganni qandaq azroq bir bizga bir tushuntirib beralamiz, qandaq esliqlik.
2017 birinchi oyda
telefon shuni so'rayapman. Isp qo'yganni qandaq bildingiz deydi. It was in that position, hanged from the ceiling.
Suspended by their hands in some way.
Qo'li shunda.
Bir metre igizlikte o igiz oyke şu eski farma qo'ldan ısıtıp gördüm. Putiyamda tahminen şu 1 metre tarafında yerden üstüne götürülük.
I could see that approximately the feet was about like 1 meter above the ground.
You were told that only if you abided by the conditions imposed would they release your brother and sister, and your brother and sister were screaming at the time. Is that correct?
Yani sizge şu tört şartdan qo'ygan jarayonida akınız, açınız o vaqtda vaqirab atgan, shunaqmi?
Ya şu vaqirmagan, o'sha vaqirmagan 4 shartni qo'yib, 4 shartni deb pulishini amallam vaqirab, jaqirab ketdi. Jaqirgandan keyin men gaq bo'g'icha telefon o'chiryapti.
During the time when they were when I was asked those 4 conditions, I didn't hear any noise. And only just before they turned off the video, I heard them screaming.
No contact with them since? No contact with them since?
Onundan keyin hech qanday
Ya
aloqamiz
onun
bo'lmadi.
iş kadar alak yok. 2016 şu bir kata bir şumutlu gösterdi. Şunun dikin alak yok. Yine 5 yıl oldu.
No, it has been 5 years now since. We would like to show the pictures of
Yine bu
yeah.
meneki şu akam
It's the elder brother.
Muhammed Ali 62
Muhammad
yaş.
Ali, 62 years old.
Bununki ailesi, oğlu, balları 8 kişi izdireksiz yok öydün.
His family members, his children, in total 8 members disappeared.
Benim bu ağaçam 54 yaş, Risalet Rozi.
My elder sister, Risalat Rozi, 54 years old.
Ağaçamdaki iki balısı, iki nevresi 5 kişi izdireksiz yok.
Two of his children, two of her children and her 2 grandchildren, 5 members gone, disappeared.
Bu meneki şu akam deriz aciz. Bu izdireksiz yok.
That's my younger brother who had mental disability, also disappeared.
Benim bu meneki ikinci ukam putu kesip ketken bu kataş vakasında. Putu kesip ketkendeki haşo putsagan bu ukamı izdireksiz yok mene.
My brother, another brother who also disabled after a traffic accident, and he also disappeared.
Benim üçüncü ukam
My third brother
iki balı batı.
had two children.
Kuş gezek toğulgan, kanunsuz toğul edip 50.000 ceza.
Later, had the third children, they were twins, and they were fined 50,000 yuan.
Ceza döyülgen benim bu mu izdireksiz yok.
However, they also disappeared.
Bu meneki en küçük ukam, bununki balısı toğulgan, iki ay boğan bu yenge toğulgan balısının resim yok. Ama bu bir kızı batı, kızıyla 3 tane resmi. Bunun töte ailesi boyunca yok.
My youngest brother, who had a child, who had a 2-year-old kız mıydı?
Oğul, bir oğul, bir kız.
Okay, yeah, had two children, and also they disappeared, made to disappear.
Bu benim bacam, Abdülhakim Kasım. Ben Norveç'ten 2016 yılı 5.000 kron pul evetken pulunu tapışıp ağandık yılla. Şu bugün pulunu tapışıp aldı, tutup gidip 15 yılı kolgap gitti.
My uncle, after I sent a 5,000 kron from Norway, after accepted, take that money, and he was arrested and given 15 years prison sentence.
Bizimki iqtisad cihetimiz kadar kıyınçılığımız yok. Hemiz dukallardım çekip, ölünüm çekip, hemiz de park kıvetipti. Ben Kazakistan'da bir adamla evettim. Evet, kısam o adam izle tapamadı. Hiç kadar izdireksiz yok. Bunların ki ölür, kendi ölür vardı. Hemiz bir yerdeydi. O ölünün hiç kası yok. Park aylandırıp, bu 5 yılın ya xevin alamayı vardı.
All my family, my extended families, they financially quite well off, had a big houses and they had shops. They knocked down all the houses and converted into a park. I learned that after sending someone from Kazakhstan to look for my family members.
Thank you for showing us those photographs. Mr. Sabi, if possible, may copies of them, with the witnesses' consent, be retained for our benefit.
Yes, sir.
Professor Kaur.
On condition for paragraph 15, condition 4, you were asked to take a picture with police, I assume Norwegian police, and send it to them. Is this because they wanted to circulate it and show that you're a criminal, a terrorist, extremist?
Andım şu 4 şart koyuptu. 4 şartın ki birisi sizni Norvegiyanın saqçısı bilen bir resim düşüp evetin deptu. Sizce bularning ki maqsadi aşı resimni tushgandan keyin sizni bir terrorchi yoki bölgünchi degan ashundaq bir nimalar bilan qarlamoqchi, shu maqsad bilan
Shu maqsadlar qilgan.
Yes, that is correct.
All three?
Üç yıl məqsədmi?
Yani biri şərin dep biləyəm.
Yox, onu emas. Ən axırqı sizni saqçı bilan birlə rəsm düşüb ulanın 4 çətdən hamısı qoldu ba. Nazır. O nəmə məqsəddə demək ki,
şu məqsədini mən həm də köp güman qıldım. Yakovmaydı məni eski göstüb şu mənə bu Avrupadan tutup qaldı. Eski olğandan keyin o vətənə asili qalğan Yakovmaydı bir bizi qarçaplab turub şu bayanatı medyat küsüş üçün şu resim evet degen.
Well, I can only kind of guess that the only thing that I can think of that after obtaining that picture that with police they might want to present me as a criminal. Even in that country I was arrested by and so that I believe that it was the purpose.
And they were the police who asked you? Who were they?
Bu sizin şu rəsm çıxıb yollığın deyənlər saqçılarmı, kimlər?
Saqçılar.
Police.
Specifically, what kind of police? Can you say?
Qandaq dərəcədəki saqçı xadimlar ular.
Ya mən qandaq saqçı dərəcədə onu oxumayman. Saqçılardan bana mesela pıraç giygen, saç giygen, kimdiler bana telefon kıldı, video gösterdi. Gösterken zaman şu şartını dedi bana. Bu şartını kılırsa dedi. Dep bulup açamdan akam vakarap gitti. Telefonu uçurvattı.
All I know that they were police because through that video I saw they were wearing police uniform and they told me those 4 conditions. Then I heard the screaming of my brother and sister. Then they turned off the video.
And this was in Kucha County, is that right?
Bu Kucha nahiyedeki.
Toxsun nahiyedeki.
Assalomu alaykum ekran oldidagi Sharqtirkistonlik aziz qarindoshlar. Ko'ryapsizlar, Dunyo Uyg'ur qurultiyi to'rt televiziyasining naq maydon ko'rinishi 6 oyninki 4-cü günü Angliya paytaxtı Londonda başlanğan Xalqara Uyghur Sot Kollegiyəsinin tunji növbətlik guvalıq yığını bugün 3-cü günüge qadam qoydu. Aziz qarindaşlar, hazır kişilik demiliş çıktı. Muş fürsətdən paylanıb durub sizlər bilan təkrar yüz görüşəyldik. Aziz qarindaşlar, texnik səbəbindən bizninki bu internet ulanmamızda biraz mesele görülgeni için biraz işinlerini pişirip koygan ahvallarımı oldu. Bu sebepten sizlerden özür sorayımız. Çünkü bu bir xatarlık sebebiyle bir yerdeki simlik internet torlarının hemisi üzütülgenliği için sotmanki birinci günü biz bir yerde biraz bizden asli plan bulmadı ve teknik cihetten biraz kıyınçılık düşürdük aziz arkadaşlar. Hoş vaqtliq studiyamızga bu sot kollegiyasininki ikkinchi qavatida ta'sis qilgan Dunyo Uyghur tor televiziyasininki bu vaqtliq studiyasiga bu qatimqi sotninki bosh arzdori va tashabbuskor Dunyo Uyghur raisi Dolqin Aysa efendimni taklif qildik. Sizlar bilan biroz dartishaylik deb. Hurmatli Dolqin Aysa efendim, bu sot mana 3-cü kuni qadam qo'ydi. Mencha nihoyatda ratlik bir shaklda ketyapti deb o'ylayman. İnşallah xalqimizning duosi bilan ta'sirlik manzillar o'tirib chiqdi 2,5 kunning yog'i. Siz bu sotninki masalan Xalqaro Uyghur Sot Kollegiyasininki bosh so'zchisi Jeffrey Nice efendimmi ishlash marosimida qilgan so'zda sizningki tashabbusingiz va arzingiz bilan bu Xalqaro Uyghur Sot Kollegiyasining qurilganligini rasmiy ishlash marosimida buni qayta bir izohlab o'tdi va tunugin qisqacha 10 minutluk axborot e'lon qilish yig'inida buni qayta ta'kidlab o'tdi. Xo'sh, siz bu shu 2,5 kunlik bu sotqa qanday bağırsiz, buni qanday inkaslar bo'layotdi bu vaqtda qarashingizni olsak.
Rahmat. Menimcha sot nihoyatda yaxshi ketib bordi. Mening bundaq bir cho'ng xalqarалық sotqa tunji qatim qatnashishim undaq kichik sotlarga Germaniyada bo'lgan boshqa yerdagi sotlar qatnashgan, ammo bundaq bir davlatni nimaga tortadigan, so'roqqa tortadigan bunda cho'ng bir sotqa tunji qatim qatnashishim o'zimni jiq narsalarni o'rgandim. Jiq narsalarni o'rgandik. Sot nihoyat jiddiy, nihoyat bu sotdagi butun mutaxassislar, advokatlar, sotchilar bo'lsin, nihoyat dunyoda, yalnız Angliyada emas, dunyoda kuchli ta'sirga bo'lgan tajribalik insonlar bo'lganligi uchun bu sot butun xalqaro o'lchamlar doirasida nihoyat yuqori sifatda ketib bordi. Bergan bu sotga kelgan guvohchilarmi o'zining hayot hikoyalari bilan mayli sotchilarni bo'lsin va yoki sot uchun kelgan matbuot xodimlari bo'lsin ve anlayotgan insanlarni nihoyat hayajonlantiradigan avvallar bo'ldi. Shaxsan bugun deganda Gulbahor xonimning, Jalolova xonimning ashada bergan tanıtman jiq anglagan. Butun guvohchilarning hozirgacha nimalarni anglagan, ammo televizorlarda anglash bambaşqa ekan, ammo yuz turan turib naq maydonda o insonlarning bergan guvohliklarini anglagan vaqtida men o'zimning ko'zlar yoshlarini tutolmadim. Nurg'unlagan insonlar ko'z yoshlarini tutolmaganligiga shohid bo'ldik. İnsan bu zulmlarga, bu haqoratlarga, bu besimlarga insanın yuragi hakikaten chidamaydi. Ama bu zulmlarni endi bu mayli Gulbahor xonim bo'lsin, hozirgacha bo'lgan guvohchilarning hammasining hikoyasi bir-biridan ichinishliq, ajalik. Bularning har birisining hikoyasi net 100 ming insonning o'rtaq hikoyasining bir gavlandirilishi, tushuntirilishi. Shuningga mencha nihoyat yaxshi ketib bordi. Hozirgacha mening bilishimcha 14-15 Uyg'ur guvohchi, oyoq Uyg'ur, qozoq, o'zbeklar bo'lib, Sharq Turkistonliklar bo'lib 15 guvohchi o'zining guvohligini taqdim qildi. 8 xalqaroliq mutaxassis o'zininki bu yerda sotda guvohlik berdi. Toplam shuni qo'ygan 23 odam bulamda, 23 odam hozirgacha guvohlikni berdi. Hamda oldimizgi kunlarda bugun tushdan bir kun ichida yana toplam 10 dan ortiq guvohchi va xalqaro mutaxassislik yana 6 toplam 38 kishi ekan bu qatam sot chaqirilgan. Davomli berildi. Mening ta'siratim nihoyat yaxshi. O'zimmi mushundaq bir tarixiy, ya'ni bu 21-asrdagi cho'ng bir voqea bu. Cho'ng bir voqea. Chunki 21 asrda erkiy qirg'inchilik nurg'unlagan dunyoda nurg'un adolatsizliklar bor. Har xil besimlar bor, har xil qiyinchiliklar uchrayotgan xalqlar, millatlar bor. Biz yalnız Uyg'urlar ham emas. Yalnız Sharq Turkistonliklar, qozoqlar ham emas. Ama Sharqiy Turkistonda bo'layotgan bu hodisa dunyoning hech bir qanday yeriga o'xshamaydigan 21 asrda bo'layotgan bir erkiy qirg'inchilik. İnsaniyat jinoyat ishlayotgan bir davlat. Shuningga shunday bir sorunda Xitoyning epirayotgan bu jinoyatini so'roq tortiladigan bir maydonda buning bir shohid bo'la olganligimdan va biz 2 yil ilgari boshlagan shunday bir xalqaro sudda Xitoyning jinoyatini so'roq tortadigan shunday bir sorunning hozirlanishi uchun boshlagan harakatimizning bugun bu yerda bir natijasini ko'rib o'ltirganligimizda albatta sudning natijasi qanday chiqadi, 12 oylarda bor, 9 oy suddan bilamiz, ammo hech bo'lmasa mushu sorunda xalqarалық advokatlarning, sudchilarning oldida Xitoyni javobgarlik tortadigan shunday bir maydonning bo'lganligi xalqimizga bo'lgan cho'ng bir tasalli meni shaxsan umidlantirdi. Xitoy qanchalik kuchli, qudratli bo'lgan bo'lsa-mu, ammo dunyoda yana haqiqatparvar insonlarning borligi, haqiqatning borligi bizni men o'xshash nurg'unlagan insonlarni umidlantirdi deb o'ylayman. Xitoy hokimiyatining bir kunsi men shunga texim yurakdan ishondim. Xi Jinping boshliq, Qin Changgu boshliq, Sho'rat Zotir boshliq aşu cinayetkarlarının, aşu insaniyetki karşı cinayet etkilatkan, muşuk erkek kırgınçılıkның baş cinayetçilerinin şəxsi halda muşundaq insaniyetin halda kollarına işgal selip tutturğu zincirlerini sep durup muşu sorak çıkıdığanlığa ve bunu kılalaydıqanlığımızga mən işendim yani qədim.
İnşallah, inşallah. Doktor Efendi mesela bu 2 yarım gün oldu. Tunji günü geçilgandan keyin tunji günü guvalıq bergen bazı lager şahitlerini yana asas hücum nişanı qilib, ikinci günü ve hatta şu günü Xitoy hükümeti daral bunun inkaz qaytırıp yana ular qaratgan psixologik hücumni davamlaştırıyordu. Mesela siz şu G'arb matbuotlarındaki bunun inkası qandaq bulayotudu, xalqimizning inkası qandaq bulayotudu. Çünkü her zaman siz teşkilatlarımızdan, siyasi faoliyatçilerimizden diyalog için turbatsız. Bu haqda bir fikirbersiniz.
Xalqaro matbuotlar buningda ya'ni qanchalik xalqaro matbuotga chiqqanligini bilmayman, ammo butun dunyodagi xalqaro matbuotlardan mayli Norvegiya bo'lsin, Yevropa, mayli Germaniya, mayli arab matbuotlarda, chunki bu yerda arabcha biladigan qarindoshlarimiz buni taqiq qiladi. Xalqarodagi butun matbuotlarning hammasida bu xabar qilmagan matbuot asosiyati yo'q, butun tillarda. Endi xalqaro matbuot sayesinde bu meselenin çıkışıda yani degandek BBC'ye o'xshaydigan, Al Jazeera'ga o'xshaydigan bütün matbuotlar, Reuters, Association Press hammasi nima qildi. Endi Erkin Asiya radio stansiyasining Uyg'ur bölümü Duq TV bilan naq maydondan taqib o'tdi. Menimcha xalqimizning mutlaq ko'p qism qancha inson buni ko'ryapti, mening nimam yo'q. Men u sosyal medialarda bo'lmag'ishqa. Ama bana nurg'un uchurlar kelyapti. Dunyoning hamma yerdan, Uyg'ur tashkilotlaridan, faoliyatchilardan, Avstraliyadan, Kanadadan, Yaponiya, Yevropaning hamma davlatlaridan, Amerikadan qilib o'zlarining bu bo'lgan ko'rayotganliklarini mushu sudni tashkilligichi mushtaqa ajrsin degan insonlarga bo'lgan rahmatini, minnatdorligini qilib o'zlarini ya'ni bu nayt hayajonlanganliklarini bildirib nayt ijobiy, nayt xalqimizning madad mesajlari nayt ko'p kelyapti. Har minutdagidek kelyapti. Bunun xalqaro matbuotlarda bo'lsin, yoki xalqimizga bo'lgan umid berish nuqtai nazaridan bo'lsin, cho'ng bir ta'sir qo'zg'alganiga ishonaman.
To'g'ri deysiz. Masalan, şu sot başlanğandan yağım ama ekran aldığındaki qarindoshlarimiz tunji sot 11 saat davomlashdi, tungi sot 9,5 saat davomlashdi. Bugungi sotmi taxminan inşallah 9,5 saat aslida kun tartibga qaraydigan bo'lsak 9,5 saat davom qiladi. Ya'ni qarindoshlarimiz, ba'zi qarindoshlarimiz shu to'liq ko'rgan qarindoshlarimiz va hozir shu ekran oldimizdagi qarindoshlarimizni zaten bu ekranda bunu ko'rib turishning o'zi bizga bo'lgan bir madad, bizga bo'lgan bir qo'llash, albatta bu ekran oldidagi shuni ko'rib turayotgan bütün qarindoshlarımızga ve bu yerdagi sotda guvohlik berayotgan shohidlarimizga kuch-quvvat tilayotgan, ularga duo qilayotgan bütün qarindoshlarımızga rahmat majburiyatimiz va bo'lmay safardan bu Xitoylar endi bir qalpoq yeygizibdi bu sotga. bu Uyghur soti bir drama. Bu Uyghur sotiga guvohlik berganlarning hammasi artist debdi. Amaliyot siz bilasiz bu mustabid komissiyada hokimiyati va shaxslik san ish qilgan yer yilda hozirgacha drama o'ynab kelyapti. O'zi artist debdi. Xalqimizga bermagan chiroyli va'dalar qolmadi, yolg'on va'dalar qolmadi. Xalqaro jamoatchilikni artist oldib keldi va hozirgacha bu artistlikni hozirgacha qilyapti. Xitoyning bu nimasiga sifatiga qanday bahoysiz shaxsan?
Ya endi Xitoy mushunchilik bütün jinoyatları dünyada naq maydonda oshkora bo'layotgan bu bir savol va yoki hech qanday bir savol talab qilmaydigan bir haqiqat bo'lib o'tirib chiqayotgan vaqtimizda Xitoy yanala bu jinoyatni yushirish uchun harakat qilyapti. Drama Xitoy sizmi deb o'tgandekidek Xitoy hukumati hozirgacha degandekidek bütün yani xalqarada bo'lsin, Uyg'urlar bo'lsin, bütün yasalma sahnalarni yasash orqali, dramalarni o'ynash orqali, sun'iy sahnalarni shakllantirish orqali, vatanda keyingi vaqtlarda naqshsul madaniyatlarni qo'yayotganda qilish orqali noiti xalqaralik bir Uyg'urlarning baxtsizada yashayotganliklari 75 yilning yoki shuni qilib keldi, yani 75 yilning keldi. Ama bu jinoyatları bugün aşkar olup dünyada bunu yapamaydigan bir holat kelgan vaqt yanıla eng oxirgi bir çırpınış deb o'ylayman. Başqa nima deyaladi endi? Buncha jinoyatning ichida men biroz jinoyat ishlagandim, men jinoyat qilgandim deyamaydigan gap faqat shuni yushirishga, pardozlashga urnudu. Shunaqa aslida teatr qo'yayotgan bu maydon emas, bu sot emas, teatr qo'yayotgan Xitoy hukumati, bu Xitoy hukumatining azaldan buyon qilib kelgan bir an'anasi.
To'g'ri deysiz. Eng chong teatr shu Xitoy davlati. Shu Xi Jinping boshchiligidagi mustabid Xitoy hokimiyatining o'zi hammasi artist zaten. Siz deb o'tgandek, izolab o'tgandek. Rahmat o'qinay efendim, albatta siz bilan yana so'z suhbatlashib turamiz. Biroz sizmi biroz orom oling. Biz suhbatni boshqa qarindoshlarimiz bilan davomlashtiraylik. Rahmat sizga. So'timizga muvaffaqiyat tilayman. Hurmatli televizor ko'ruvchilar, Assalomu alaykum ekran oldidagi aziz qarindoshlar, sizlardan tekrar uzr so'raymiz. Texnik sabab bilan biroz to'xtab qoldi. Hozir bu 6 ayın 4 günü London'da bizim şu oturup zalda ötküzüp Xalqaro Uyghur sotuninki tunji qatimliq guvalliq аңлашының yani tunji qatimliq sotu deyli. Bugün 3. günüge qadam qo'ydi ve hazır qisqa bir yemek vakti üçün biraz demiliş verdi. Biz bu fırsatdan paylanıp durup sizlerge qayta ekranın aldığındaki qarindoshlarımızga qayta bir salam bergech, sizlerge bir hürmetimizni bildirgech, biraz bir söhbetleşip olaylı, dertleşip olaylı dedik aziz qarindoshlar. Bu qatimki sotninki kun tartibiga qaraydigan bo'lsak, chet ellik guvohchilar, yani chet ellik mutaxassislar, maxsus Sharq Turkiston Uyg'urlar masalasini Xitoy masalasini tadqiq qilayotgan chet ellik mutaxassislar bilan Uyg'urlarni asos qilgan Uyg'ur, O'zbek, Qozoq guvohchilarninki umumiy soni 37 nafar, yani 40 yaqin. Bu nima? Bu qatimki sotdan. Albatta bu sot yani 9 aydan ki 11 gün yani ikinci sot içildi. Bunun o sotda başka albatta başka guvohchilar taklif qilindi ve yılın ahirigacha davom qildi sot ve bu yılın ahirida bu Xalqaro Uyghur sot kollégiyesininki baş sotchisi Jeffrey Nice efendimning bildirishicha bu sotning ichilish marosimida qilgan so'zda şu bu yılın ahirigacha hukmnomani, yani sotning natijasini, hukmnomasini chiqarganligini eskartdi aziz qarindoshlar. Xo'sh, ben bu sizlarga mush program boshlangandan yoq da'vatman. Yanımda o'tirgan Baxtiyor Umar efendim bu şu naq maydon taqish programı naq maydondan berishninki texnik ishlar emasli o'zi ve ikkimiz riyosatchilik qilyapmiz. Shu kundan yoqi bu munosabat bilan men Baxtiyor Umar efendimga rahmat aytaman. Baxtiyor Umar efendim o'zi Uyg'ur Adliya Arxiv ombirininki direktori ve Norvegiya Uyg'ur komitetiningki reisi bo'ladi. Bu yanımızda oturgan kızımız mı değil, güzel hanım değil. Bu kızımız muhattar. Kızımız bu Uyghur Adliya Arxiv ombirininki program yetakchisi bo'lib xizmat qilyapti ve sotninki tunji kuni şu Uyghur Adliya Arxiv ombirininki xizmatlar haqida sotda maxsus bir doklad berdi. Xo'sh, Baxtiyor Umar efendim sizden başlayalım. Mesela siz Dünya Uyghur Qurultayı'nın avalisi ve Sharq Turkiston Tashkilotlar hamkorlik minbirininki o'rtaq qarori bilan siz riyosatchilik qilayotgan Uyghur Adliya Arxiv ombiri bu Xalqaro Uyghur sot kollégiyesini dalil ispat bilan guvohchilar bilan shohidlar bilan ta'minlash xizmatiga mas'ul bo'lgan ve bu jihatda hamda xalqimiz bu ko'rdi hozirgacha ciddi bir ishlab kelyapti. Bu qatimki sotga qanchalik bir material guvohchi yoki shohid topshurdinglar, müşakil bir ma'lumot bersiniz. Mesela bu da sot qatnashganlar sizlar bekitib berdinglarmi yoki sot o'zi tanladimi? Bu haqdami televizor ko'rishlarimiz biraz ma'lumot bersiniz.
Emniyette baştan başlap so'zlab kelsak, bu sotning tayyorlik xizmatlari o'tgan yil 6 aydan, yani dal 1 yil vaqt bo'ldi. Lekin Uyg'ur Adliya Arxiv ombiri siz degandek mush tashkilotlar birligininki qaror orqali o'tgan yil 9 ayninki oxiridagi yig'inda şu sot guvohchi ham dalil ispat ta'minlash xizmatini mustaqil ustiga oldi. Shuningda yoqi bu xizmatni biz qilib kelyapmiz. Sot oyoqlashgacha bu xizmat bizning yelkamizda bo'ldi. Hamda bu yerga biz topshirgan umumiy videolik guvohlik desak 150 dan ortiq. Yo'shirin va yozma guvohliklarni qo'shsak bu 400 ga yaqinlashadi. Lekin sotninki muhim qarg'an guvohchilari necha vaqtdan shu lager shohidlarga o'xshash dunyoda ochiq oshkor guvohlik berayotgan, o'zi shu sot maydoniga oshkor kelaoladigan ham o'ziniki deganlarini ochiq dalil isbotlar bilan ta'minlaydigan kishilar bo'lganligi uchun bu qatma-qat tanlashlar orqali eng oxiri biz o'zimiz 57 odamni taxminan biz taklif qildik. Mushu guvohchilar sotga chiqsa degan bir taklifni qilgandan keyin ularniki yozma, videolog, inglizcha tarjima qilgan guvohliklarimizni topshirdik. Bundan keyin bular faqat bir taklifimiz bo'ldi, lekin oxirgi kelgan chog'da sotga chiqqan guvohchilarni sot o'zi qaror qildi. Biz faqat bir taklif berdik.
Mesela bu 3 kunning yoqida hamda sotchilar so'radi, bu guvohchilarning hammasidan keyin keng doiralik mukammal hujjat dalil isbotlarni imzoliq topshirganligini masalan bu savol so'ragan vaqtida shu ular topshirgan yozma guvohlik masalada guvohlik materialining ichidan tanlab savol so'radiku degan bularni o'zlari qiziqadigan muhim nuqta deb qaragan nuqtalardan albatta u bütün guvohligining hammasini bu yerda so'zlash imkoniyati yo'q vaqt masalasi bilan shunga so'chilar man
bularning hammasi uyg'ur sotiniki tor betiga e'lon qilindi uyg'urcha va inglizcha
xo'sh muattar qizim ham siz shu uyg'ur adliya arxiv program yetakchisi ham siz shu sotni dalil isbot bilan ta'minlash guvohchilar bilan ta'minlash jihatdagi konkret xizmatlarga mas'ul aziz qarindoshlar bu yerda shuni eslatib qo'y bu qizimiz Norvegiyadan keldi va shu yerda cho'ng bo'lgan chet elchisi o'zim nihoyat yaxshi o'qigan o'zini qisqacha bir tunishtirsin uyg'urcha bo'lgancha yaxshi o'qiydi inshaalloh sizlarning madatinglar duoyinglar bilan shunday ekrorlab ko'proq chiqish orqali chunki bular chet elchi tilda tarbiyalangani uchun uyg'ur tilida biroz nima chekidi bo'libmi bunday siyosiy programmalar xo'sh qizim o'zingiz bir tunishtirib o'ting ekran oldidagi qarindoshlarimizga
Assalamu alaikum. Men ismim Muattar. Men Norvegiyadan keldim. Men shu Uyghur adliya amri Uyghur Translational Justice Database'dagi tadqiqot yetakchisi bo'lman. Ham Norvegiya Uyghur komitetininki aloqa xizmatlariga mas'ul bo'lman. Men Norvegiyada o'qigan, Norvegiyadagi Bergen University of Bergen'da siyosiy iqtisod o'qidim. Boshda uni tugatib, keyin yana comparative politics deymiz, siyaset. Men shu 9-oydan boshlab Londondagi City University of Londonda masterni boshlash oldida turman.
Mashallah. Va rahmat. Sizlarni oldingiz qarindoshlar ekran oldidagi bu qizimiz Muattar shu siyosat, xalqaro siyosat o'qigan va Londonda magistrlik o'qish oldida turyotidi. Chunki hozir davoyimiz bak cho'nglab ketdi, nihoyat zo'rayib ketdi. Ixtisos egalarimizga bo'lib bu qizimizda ko'p xil iqtidorga ega maxsus g'arb nimasida xalqaro siyosat, xalqaro diplomatiya, xalqaro munosabatlarda o'qigan ixtisos egalarimizga texnik ehtiyoj yo'q, chunki oldingi hisobda ishlaydigan xodimlar yetarsiz qoldi, davo ko'payib ketdi, kuchayib ketgani uchun shunga bunday yoshlarimizni jiddiy ehtiyojimiz bor. Shu sababdan Uyg'ur adliya arxiv amiri bu qizimizni shu Uyg'ur adliya arxiv amirininki program yetakchisi qilib xizmatga olgan va vatan millat davosi uchun o'zining ona vatani uchun, o'zining vatani xalqi uchun xizmat qilyapti. Bu qizimiz boshqa yoshlarimizga o'rnak bo'ladi deb o'ylayman. Xo'sh, siz sotning birinchi kuni shu Uyg'ur adliya arxiv amiri haqqiniki 2020-2021 yil xizmatlari va bu sot kollegiyasiga topshirgan dokumentlar, dalil isbotlar, guvohlik materiallari haqida doklad berdingiz. Shuni bir qaytimish bir izohlab o'tgan bo'lsangiz, bu qilgan xizmatlaringizni.
Bo'ldi. Biz shu sot qurilib, oldingi yili 9-10 oylardan boshlab shu Uyg'ur tribunalininki research team deymiz, shu tadqiqot guruhi bilan ishlab keldik. Necha oy bo'ldi, hozir 20 yildan oshdi. Bizda bütün materiallarni ularga ta'minlab keldik. Bizdagi hamma guvohliklarimizni Uyg'urchasini inglizchaga tarjima qilib, ham tanlangan guvohchilar bilan necha qitim qayta interview qilib, o interviewdan keyin oxirgi masalan final statement deymiz, oxirgi guvohlikni chiqarib, uni quality control nimadan tekshirishdan o'tkazib, andan qo'l qo'yg'izib, ham guvohchilarninki bo'libmi bizningki databaseimizdan chiqqan 15 guvohchininki shu Londonga kelish, viza ishlari, andan chegaradan o'tish, vaksina ishlari degandek hamma ishlarga mas'ul bo'lib keldik. Andan juma kuni meniki bergan bu dokumentimniki content bo'lsa, background bo'lsa, biz hammamiz bilamiz bizdeki masalan bazı axborotlar mesela detail chiqaroq information riba şekilde kildi, lekin yana ba'zilari undaq emas, chunki Uyg'urlarimizningki vatandagi qarindoshlari bilan bo'lgan aloqasininki yo'qligi sababidan ba'zi materiallarda kamchiliklar bor. Bundaq tipdagi masalan 5000 bizda register bo'lgan datalanishidagi bundaq tipdagi materiallar chiq bir qism bo'ldi. Undan bularni sudga udul shu guvochni olib chiqarmaganligimiz uchun biz mana shu research teamninki mana Dr. Aldo Borda bizdan bir statistical review, statistical shaklda bir nim basanlar deb mana shu jarayonda mana shu bir taklifni qo'ygan. Undan bu taklif bizninki mana shu yillik raportni yozayotgan vaqtimizda kelib qoldi. Shuning biz o'ylashib buni statistical review qilmay, lekin udul mana shu yillik dokladlarimizni topshirdigan sababdan kelgan. Yes.
Rahmat qizim, nayt apirin ya, nayt obdan yaxshi Uyg'urcha. Her halda qarindoshlarimiz yaxshi tushanda nayt yaxshi izolab berdingiz. Chunki hamda bu sizning yoshingiz necha yosh kirsangiz qizim?
23.
23 yosh kiribsiz. Hamda bu yoshlarimiz biroz ilm yaxshi Uyg'urcha nayt yaxshi. Yaxshilang Uyg'urchangizni. Aziz qarindoshlar, bizningki bu muattar qizimizning dadasi Abdurishit bizning atalmış Şinjan Üniversitesi'ndeki savaşdaşlarımız oldu. Özümüzün kızı. Dadısının ait vatanperver bir kardeşimiz. Bütün davanı kollaydıgan, kurultayına ait kollaydıgan Norvegiya Uyghur komitetinden ait yakında basışıp gelgen. Şunun için dadısının mı tesiri var hep oylayımız. Başka dadılarımı şu örnek elinler.
Kunduzligidagi telefon qilib qo'yishayotgan xizmatlarni tam agishib ketyapti dadasi.
Hem başka işte iqtidorli o'qigan, diplomasiyada, xalqaro munosabatlarda, xalqaro siyosatda o'qigan farzandlaringlar bo'lsa, biz hozir adam yetishtirmayapmiz dunyo qurultiyi. Nima haqiqatan boyim deb o'tgandek da'vo kengayib ketgan uchun izlaydigan davlatlarchi parlamentlar va hukumatlar va iqtisodiy gavdalar va injillar yetishmayapmiz hozir. Bu İslam diqqat qilsanizlar oldingi sepda bir qancha odamlar chiqib qolgan hozir. O'ttir sepda oq sepda xizmat qilganlarni aytacak ama oldingi sepda birinchi sepda xizmat qilgan odamlarni ayt sanoq barmoq bilan sanog'idek darajada oz. Bu mu muattar qizimizga o'xshash shunday iqtidorlik va xalqaro seviyede siyosat o'qigan, diplomasiya o'qigan bunday yoshlarimizga da'voning jiddiy bir ehtiyojning borligini bu yerda his qilib qoldik. Bunun bir ta'kidlab qo'yamiz qarindoshlar. Dunyo qurultiyi masalan har qaysi davlatlarda, muhim davlatlarda ofis ochdi, Berlinda ofis ochdi. Asasen yoshlar ishlayapti. Londonda ofisimiz bor. Bundan keyin bu Brükselda ofisimiz bor. Koyin keldi, ishlayapti. Parij'de yakında ofis açtık, Washington'da açtık, başka devletlerden açmakçı ve bizim nişanımız asasen yaşla. Bu hafta kurultayda işleştiğini arzu okuyan qarindoshlarimiz yaşlarımız olsa, her qaysi sağlarda yetişken bayı deb ötkende kurultayga müracaat qilsa bo'ldi. Xo'sh, Baxtiyor efendim, endi bu sot qarindoshlarımızdan murojaat qarindoshlarimiz duosi bilan buni muvaffaqiyatli devam kılıbatı demde, yani bir yarım günümüz var. Aziz qarindoshlar, biz Baxtiyor efendim bilan ikimiz 13 saat oturatımız bir şeyde. Sottum bir 2 saat burun kelip bir şeyde, ahırı biz oturattık 13 saat oturatımız. İnşallah bay şahitlerin gepini, guğalıklarını aldık. Bizden bu gözümüzün yaş geldi. Bularının ki tatkan bu cepaları, cevap cepalarını aldı da bizden bir yerde bir rahat başında orundukta 13 saat oturuşumuzda hiç kanda tıllık ağırçılığım bir yok. Baxtiyor efendim, Baxtiyor kızımız biraz malumat verdi. Sizden qo'shimcha qildingiz var mı Uyghur adliya organlarining xizmatlari haqida, sud bilan bo'lgan munosabatlar haqida?
Endi Uyghur adliya organlari bir arıq görünüşünün deyishga to'g'ri keldi.
To'g'ri, albatta.
Uyghur adliya organlari amaliyotda biz Norvegiya Uyghur komiteti 2017 yildan boshlagan bir projekt desak bo'ldi. Keyin bu Dunyo Uyg'ur qurultiyi Amerika demokratiyani ilgari surish fondiniki yardım bilan bu resmiy bir organ bo'lib qurilgan, butunlay yoshlardan tarkib topgan bir örneklik bir tashkilot deyishga bo'ldi. Chunki Uyg'ur adliya organlarininki faqat 3 staj xizmati bor. Ya'ni Norvegiya Uyg'ur komitetininki sekretariya Adilcan, Muattar, men hozirgacha bo'lgan 3 muqim xizmatchida. Buning ustiga bu 3 muqim xizmatchininki birisi faqat 30% xizmat qildi Adiljan. Bunda bo'lgandan keyin mushundaq bir cho'ng sotninki barliq shu guvochlar mas'ul xizmatlarni ustiga kelishi, shu muajarat Uyg'urlarning ichidan shuncha ular qonuniy hujjatlar guvochlar buni tepib bularni butunlay inglizcha tarjima qilib yana bu sotninki xizmatlariga Dünya Uyghur qurultayining xizmatlariga yaqindan zich hamkorlashib shunday bir nimaga kelishi bir yoshlar qilmoqchi bo'lgan yoki yoshlar qurmoqchi bo'lgan tashkilotninki bir o'rniga deb qarashga bo'ldi. Chunki shu qisqa bir necha yilda ya'ni 2019-yilda rasmiy bir organ bo'lib qurildi. Yangi qurilganda faqat 2 odam xizmat qiladi. Keyin ta'limimizga muattar qo'shildi. Bundan keyin bu yil kelasi yil yana texim jiq kishilarning qo'shilganiga umidvor turyapmiz. Amerika demokratiyani ilgari surish fondiniki bizga nihoyatda pozitiv baholar bor. Dunyo Uyghur qurultayi va boshqa Yevropa, Turkiya, boshqa Amerikadagi tashkilotlarni bizni nihoyatda qo'llab yaqindan hamkorlashib kelyapti. Bizniki asos jihatdan hamma tashkilotlardagidek yaxshi bir pozitiv aloqamiz bor. Shu vajdan biz nurg'un xizmatlarni qila oldik. Bu yerda yana bir rahmat aytishga tegishli shu Amerika, Yevropa ham Avstraliyadagi Uyg'ur akademiyasiniki shu tadqiqot xizmatchilari bizga yaqindan yordamlashib, shu necha 10 odam orqamizda turib tarjimachilarga yordamlashmagan bo'lsa, bizim bu ishni muvaffaqiyatli o'rindolmaydi deb qarayman. Amaliyotli mumkin emas. Chunki qurultayda sanoqli bir necha odam bor. Uyg'ur adliya arxividan bir necha 3 odam bilan buni qilyapti. Shuningga shu jamoatniki, jamiyatning ham Uyg'ur akademiyasining bizga bo'lgan zo'r yordami bu xizmatni muvaffaqiyatli o'rindashga cho'ng turtki bo'ldi. Ular uchun rahmat.
Albatta rahmat. Nihoyatda yaxshi izoh berdingiz aziz qarindoshlar. Bu oson emas. Masalan, bu necha ming parcha arznoma yozma. Bu bayi muattar qizimiz degandek, buni shu sotninki talablariga o'lchamlarga tushirib, ratlab chiqish va uni to'liqlash sizlarning vazifanglarda. Bu yomon bir tez ish. Demak, nihoyat oson bo'lgan bilan shuni har xil yoziqlarda yozadi uni. Uni shu sotninki talablariga tushirish kerak, uyg'urlashtirish kerak, qayta ular bilan qayta eng ozini bir 10 qatim ko'rish kerak, to'liqlash kerak. Uni ratlab chiqib, oxiri sotga yetkazgichi bo'lgan jarayonda bu julug'ingda chiqadi. Bu nihoyat tez.
Xizmat jarayonida ba'zi guvochlar hatto bizning aloqamizniki ko'p ham kech-kunduz bo'lganligi sababli biz ranjitib qolgan ahvollarmi bo'lgan bo'lishi mumkin. Chunki bu qonuniy hujjat bo'lganligi uchun har bir harfgacha hatto tuzatdik. Qonun dokumentlarini. Shuning uchun bu xizmat haqiqatan oson to'xtamadi.
To'g'ri, masalan bizningki Dunyo Uyghur qurultayininki topshirgan balkim sizlarga shu bizning avval qilgan qurultayniki o'jli 10 ming batlikni ishib ketdi hamda ashni ratlab shu olg'a akilish bu nihoyat tez. Ammo hamda nihoyat Allohninki xalqimizningki duosi bilan aşağıdan kuş elib, xalqimizdan madad bilan siz dediniz, nihoyat to'g'ri dediniz. Shu sotning qurilishi moddiy ma'naviy jihatdan yordam bergan bütün tashkilotlarimiz, siyosiy faoliyatlarimizga va fidokor qarindoshlar $1 bergan bo'lsin yoki 1 turk lirasi bergan bo'lsin, bütün qarindoshlarimizga rahmat aytish va milliy vijdoniy diniy bir majburiyatimiz deb qaraymiz. Shularning kuchi bilan qurildi bu tashkilot. Masalan, Jeffrey Nice efendimninki qilgan so'zi bor. Masalan, ishlash marosimida qildi. Bu bundaq keng ko'lamli bir sot 4 kunlikda, ya'ni keng ko'lamli bir sotning ichilishiga eng az necha 10 millionlagan dollar sarf qilindi dedi. Biz buningda jakki jami bo'lib qarindoshlarimizning safarligi bilan $400,000 atrofidagi taxminan Amerika dollariga hisoblasak, shundan az bir chiqim bilan bu sotni appaduq va aptiryapmiz. Kasbiy xodimlarimiz az qarindoshlar shuncha vola chuvalchaq 10 necha ming 15 ming batlik dalil isbatni guvohlarning materiallarni 3 odam ratildi asosiyatda. Mana o'taqan ishko'ylan va Odiljon deydigan yana bir qarindishimiz bor. Bu yoshlarimiz kecha-kunduz ishlar.
Anandagi yana bir xizmat shu sotninki sotchilar albatta haqsiz. Bu yerda logistik xizmatlarni qilganlardan boshqa hammasi haqsiz xizmat qildi. Bu yerda shu biz ta'minlagan shu 300 dan ortiq guvohchininki guvohligini bir boshdan ko'rib chiqib bu qancha bat narsa u qurultay to'liq topshirgan 10 ming batdan ortiq boshqa-da bu guvohchilarning guvohligi. Ashuni bir qatamdan ko'rib, har bir guvohchi bilan ko'rishib, uni video guvohligini olib, uni tarjimasini qilib, uni yana 4-5 soatlik guvohliklarni qisqartib, uni 4 bat atrofiga tushirib, muyumlarini tanlab. Bu nihoyat zo'r bir xizmat bo'ldi. Shu Nikapanda muavin sotchi shunda deydi, men ömrümde qilgan har qanday xizmatdan 3 hassa tas bo'ldi bu xizmat. Bu men hech qachon bunda tas qaror berish tas. Birinchi qaysi guvohchini tanlash kerak. Ikkinchisi bunchalar xizmatni bunda qisqa vaqtda biz g'arbning xizmat nimasini bilamiz. Vaqt uzun bo'lsa-mu, pishiq bir xil shaklda qiladi. Uzun vaqt ketadi buni hatto bir necha yil tayyorlik bilan qilgan bo'lishi mumkin boshqa sotlarni. Lekin bu qurultayniki tashabbus bilan ochilgan bu sot, ya'ni 1 yil vaqtda keyingi 9-oydan boshlab yarim yildan ortiq vaqtda tamomlandi.
Tamomlandi. Hakikaten zo'r pedallik ko'rsatdi. Shu banida men masalan başta masalan Xalqaro Sharq Turkiston tashkilotlari birligi undan keyin bu Uyg'ur akademiyasi siz deb o'tgandek o'limalar birligi bu shu tashkilotlarimiz undan keyin masalan Kanadadagi, Qozog'iston, O'rta Osiyodagi, Yaponiyadagi, Avstraliyadagi, Yevropadagi bütün tashkilotlarimiz nihoyat yaxshi buni qo'lladi, moddiy jihatdan, ma'naviy jihatdan nihoyat obdan destek verdi. Yani xalqimizning himoyasiga erishgan bir sot oldu ve şunun için bu hemimiz cesaretlendik bunundan. Muşundaq bir ahval, yani biz qarindoshlar shunday qo'yaylik, bu bexatarlik yuzasidan udullik guvohlik bergan ba'zi lagerlar shohidlari bexatar holda qaytarildi. Çünkü bexatarlikni ko'rsatib turib, buni xabar topdinglar. Birozdan keyin masalan lager shohidlari guvohlik berdi, qarab baqaylik. Masalan tunjuli birozdan keyin Fransiyadagi lager shohidimiz Gulbar Xativacı. Xativacı, onundaki Uyghur Hareketi Teşkilatı'nınki reisi hürmetli Roşan Abbas Hanım, onundaki dağınlık tədqiqatçılardan Amerikalı tədqiqatçı Darren Bly, onundaki yana Amerika'daki lager şahidimiz Mührügül Tosun ve bir xalqarалық tədqiqat organı guvohlik berdi. Bayım deb o'tdim aziz qarindoshlar, bu qatimki guvohlik yig'iniga guvohlik beradigan bir Xitoy bor. Bu Xitoy atlikka guvohlik berdi. O'zi Xitoyda saqchi bo'lgan ekan, o'zi sotga murojaat qildi. Men Xitoyninki bu Uyg'urlarga qaratgan qonuniy jihatdagi qo'sh o'lcham siyosiy va adolatsizliklari, zo'ravonliklari haqida guvohlik berman debdi. Sud bala shahidi oxiri uningki guvohlik berishiga qo'shilibdi. Ismini bir naqaqayli o'zi Germaniyada turdi ekan, endi ati nima deydi bilmaymiz. Buning ismi
hozircha Mr. Jangda.
Mr. Jangda turayli, yana bu yerda Mahmud turayli.
Bir anonymous witnessimiz, men böyle interview qilgan, amaliyotda o'zininki shaxsiy kimligini bilishni pek xalab ketmaydi.
Unda bo'lsa, buning demak oldin shu bu sotimiz nihoyat rang nima ko'p taraflamalik guvohchilar tadqiqot. Masalan bu Baxtiyor efendim ben bir dikkat qildim. Masalan shu tarjimonlarga bergan guvohlik bergan chet elliklarniki, mutaxassislarniki shu hozirgacha ham sot boshlanib yomonlik yuqori saviyadagi tadqiqot organlari va tadqiqotchilar. Hamda bu yerda bu sot Uyg'ur xalqining eng samimiy qaddinas do'sti lagerlar masalasini, majbur emgak masalasini xalqaro oshkorlashda eng zo'r to'p bo'lgan Germaniyalik tadqiqotchi doktor Adrian Siz efendimning guvohligidan oxirgi bu nihoyat obdan bir yaxshi bir ma'no berdi bu. U odamga berilgan bir rag'bat deb qarayman. Bu qatimki sotda guvohlik beramagan qarindoshlarimiz kela qatimliq sotga chaqirildi albatta. Undan keyin yana davom qilishi mumkin. Baxtiyor efendim masalan tunagun ba'zi qarindoshlarimiz bizni shuni so'rdi. Biz bu guvohlikni berishni xohlaymiz. Agar guvohlik kela qatimliq sotda, masalan 9-11 kuni yana bir sot ichiladi. Angacha bu guvohlik, masalan men guvohlik beraman deydigan qarindoshlarimiz bo'lsa, qanchalik vaqt ichida kimga murojaat qilish kerak?
Albatta bu yerda oldi bilan sotninki to'rbeti bor, o'zini guvohlikqa ko'rsatkili bo'ladigan. Andan keyin Uyg'ur adliya arxiv ombiri bilan aloqasi bo'ldi. Yoki boshqalar bilan albatta aloqasi bo'ldi. Masalan, qurultoy xodimlari bilan. Agar o'ziniki maxfiyatligini saqlash fikri yoki yoshirin guvohlik berish niyati bo'lsa, lekin bu yerda eng muhim narsa biz degandek shu biz tanlagan 150 guvohlik bu videolik guvohlik. Albatta eng muhim ham hayotiy bexatarlikka tahdid etadigan o'zini qat'iy oshkorlashni xohlamaydigan guvohchilar bu yerga tanlandi. Lekin bu sotniki qayta tanlash orqali bo'ldi. Agarda shu o'zini yoshirin guvohlik beradiganlarning o'rniga o'xshash guvohlik bera oladiganlar bo'lsa, albatta sotga chiqa oladigan 100 turan guvohlik bera oladiganlarni oldin tanlaydi. Andan keyin bu yerga qaraydigan bo'lsak, bu sotga chiqqanlar burundan oshkora jamiyatda guvohlik berayotgan ham aktiv holda har qaysi axborot vositalari bilan ko'rishayotgan aktiv guvohchilar. Bunga diqqat qilish kerak. Ya'ni tuyuqsizdan faqat sotga guvohlik beradi deb o'zini yoshirin tutgan guvohchilar bu yerda qayta tekshirishdan o'tgandan keyin buningki oxir ko'rinishi tekshirilib, andan keyin guvohlikda o'tish mumkin. Shunga bu yerda oshkora guvohlik berishni agar bizga bermagan taqdirda o'zi jamiyatga sotsial medialar orqali guvohlik berishni, agarda Uyg'ur adliya bilan aloqa qilishni xohlasa, biz bilan eng tez suratda darhol aloqa qilishni tavsiya qilamiz.
Rahmat. Endi bu yerda Xitoyman oid rezil vositalarni qo'llangan bu program boshlanishdan burun deyishgan to'q shu lager shohidlari telefon qilib namoz qilmaydi endi. Shu telefon qilib bormaysan sotqa deb, agar sotqa berib guvohlik bersang biz seni darhol Xitoyga qaytarib kelalaymiz oqchi ko'kchi deb qilmagan rezilliklar shu burunqi vatanda orilib ketgan yo'ldoshlarni erlarini ekranga chiqarib so'zligini silib qarlig'ini silib do'qay sapandimning hadisini ekranga chiqarib so'zlatdi. Masalan shu sotning oldida psixologik nayt rezillik endi bu nima deyapti Xitoydan bu qilmishdir. Endi Xitoy bayma deb o'tdim. Bu sotni teatr deb ism qo'yibdi bu sotga, xalqaro sotga. Guvohlik beradiganlarga artist deb ism qo'yibdi. Bayma degandek bu asli artist, asli teatr Xitoy davlatida. Eng chong teatrxona bu. Buningga shu Xi Jinping boshchiligidagi Xitoyninki butun shu hokimiyat qatimidagi artistlar, eng dongli artistlar bu. Xitoy hokimiyat o'zi nima? Artist. Yangi kelganda artistlik qilmadimi? 49-yil kirgan vaqtida voy bizlarga baxt olib keldik deb dehqonning uyiga, Uyg'urning uyiga zo'lab kirib olib, supirib kirib, qora joylarga, yo'llarga suv chechib, qeyrlarni yulab yolg'andir. Buningdagi naytsizlar ularning abdi bashir chiqdi, ularning haqiqiy bir artist bo'lganligini xalqimiz tushunib ketdi. Bu artistlikni hozirgacha qilyapti chet ellarda. Buni dunyo jamoatchiligi biz desak nayt obdan bilib bo'ldi. Kimning naning teatrxona, kimning artist bo'lganligini dunyo jamoatchiligi. Shunday bir ahvol. İnşallah sotimiz muvaffaqiyatli oxirlasha. Bu boshlangandan keyin biyaniga bexatarlik sababi bilan biyanik simliq tor Xitoyning xalqlari yomon hujum qilib ketgandan keyin simliq tor sistemasi uzitildi tunji sot kuni. Biz o'ylamagan bir ahvolda shuning uchun biz bir vaqtliq tor sistemasini qurib qo'yguncha biroz qarindoshlarimizni zeriktirib, uzilib, nim qilib biroz yaxshilangan turda hozir. Shunga ikrar edildi-ki qarindoshlar.
Ikkini almashtirib ishlatamiz birsini.
Shu endi ishlar og'izda demak asankan bu bishimiz kelgan vaqtida biroz taskan aziz qarindoshlar, biz men dedim bizningki bu davo sepimizda oldingi satmingda Allah yetersiz kasbiy xodimlarni biz shu ishlar cho'ng'aygan sari davoyimiz cho'ng'aygan sari bu maaşda kasbiy xodimlarning sonini oshirishning naqadar muhimligini his qilyapmiz. Masalan biz hozir Amerikada bo'lsin, Yevropada bo'lsin va boshqa yerda shu kasbiy to'liq kunlik yoki yarim kunlik yoki qo'shimcha maosh olib kasbiy ishlayotganlarni yig'ib kelsangiz 50 ga bormaydi endi. Tibetliklarningki hozir kasbiy ishlayotgan maoshli kasbiy ishlayotganlarningki soni 1500 dan yuqori ekan. 1500'nin yukarı iken.
Hükümetin yazılı 1500'de o başka teşkilatların yazı çıkıyor.
1500'nin yukarı iken 30-40 san bile 1500 ne seliştirip bakınlar. Tibet'in davası nerede kaldı hazır? Uyghur davası nerede gitti vardı hazır? Nerede çıktı? Değil mi? Bu şuna bir yerde vatandaşlarımız bazı pitni kolumu bağımdı. Şu yardım kılgan dava için dep Allah rızası için milletim için dep dava kılgan adam hayatını kalkışmaydı. Hayatını minnet kılmaydı. Yani yardım kılıyorduk, yardım kılıyoruz. Muşu pitni kılıp sotun keyinde pitni pasat terip kurultayının keyinde gacap yüzgelle bu aldığın septi, japat attı, dünyası donkupap pidakarlık kısmatkan, kırındaşlarımız gacap atkan, hücum kılıp atkan, hemisi karsanlar ya bedel tölümgelle. Burun namaç kışkımağalla vatanның çegresi uçuk vaxtida Xitoyning samolyotning yo'li qilib ziyofat o'ynab yurganlar vatan siyosiy kengashning xalq hukumatining ziyofat o'ynab yurgan mushunda qiliq Xitoymi deydi ichki yuzlamichi insonlarda biz uchun ichki yuzlamichi insonlarda hamda Xitoyga vaqtida maqtab mush asosda faoliyat olib borayotgan xalqaro siyosatlar oldinga sap ketayotgan asos siyosiy faoliyatlarimizning tarjimonlik qilib beqinglar qaysi birisi vatan berib beqibdi Bazılarınki ataları, cezalarları aşkarlanğa 2017'ninki oturup çıkanmış. Bularının 15-20 yıl burunla takip astığı ilanıgan, tutkun kılıngan. Mesela Ömer Hacım dedi ana, baya Norveç'den keyin guvalık şahitlik verdi. Hemisi bedel töleyen, hemisinin keyini tağdak bir fidakarlık var, tağdak bir demesi ötmüştür var. Şuna bir yerden ait çektik boğan, sani intayin az boğan faaliyetlerimizde siyasi faaliyetlerimizde pidakar insanlarımızı kadirleyle hazır iktidarlık insanlara ihtiyacımız var. Onu da kargo dep yaratmasak, bunu aksak dep yaratmasak, bunu oğrukken, bu simizken dep yaratmasak, bu kim kılıdı bu dava nemde? Şunda çok bir dava kaynayıp gitti. Hazır bana bu deyttik, o teke 15 yıl burun deyttik, biz kaçanma bizden Şarkı Türkistan meselesini halklarlaştırışını iş kaçıramayız dep. O bir güçtü biz için. Çünkü birinci basmıştı. Bu rasmi burundan 3 yıl 4 yıl burunla Şarkı Türkistan meselesi Allah kaçan halklarlaşıp oldu ve hazır halklardaki mühim meselelerimiz aylandı. Mesela sanatleşken giyette devlette yığını da oturup koydu. Ne çıkın burun Şimal Atlantik Ehti Teşkilatı'nın ki baş katibinin ağızdan mı Uygurlar meselesi çıktı. Birleşken Devletler Teşkilatı ve Haterlik Kengişinin yığınları gün tertip koyuluyordu. Her kaysi devletlerin rehberleri ile Xitay rehberleri oturup sohbetlerde oturup koyuluyordu. Birleşken Devletler Teşkilatı oturup koyuluyordu. Avrupa Parlamentosu oturup koyuluyordu. Çok bir dava koyulup gitti ve biz karalıştan ibaret bu uzun ve cepalık musabını muvaffakiyet aldı. Büsüp hazır müstakillikka hazırlık kılış baskışı ketyapmizda hamda. Ciddi bir vasıqa şuna azıqında işte başında bir vaqtida texmi birlashayli, bulayli, ittifoq bulayli, biraz nimalardan pitni pasatlardan uzoq turayli, bilib bilmay, mustabid komissiyasi Xitoy hokimiyatining dumbiqiga usul o'ynab qo'ydigan ishni qilmayli, undan xoli bulayli azıqında işte. Xo'sh, Baxtiyor apandim, sotning ishildig'iga
15 minut qoldi.
Bir qancha minut qoldi. Hurmatli Baxtiyor apandim, qandaq Kızım sizden yani qo'shimcha qiladigan so'zingiz bormi? Yoshdagi masalan sizning bu chet eldagi yoshliga nisbatan qanday bir talablaringiz, orzularingiz va qanday yurak so'zlaringiz bor, uni bir anglaylik. Yoshlarimiz ma'lumsin.
Men bo'lganda hamma odam Uyg'ur bo'lsin yoki shu atrocitieslarni ko'rib turayotgan odam shularga bir to'p qo'shish hammamizningki burchi deb qarayman. Hammamiz qo'limizdan kelganini qilishimiz kerak. Masalan, tarjima ishlari bo'lsin yoki guvohlik berish bo'lsin yoki har jihatdan bo'lsin, menimcha hammamiz qo'limizdan kelganini qilsak, bu millatimizga kelgan shu azob violationlarniki oxirlashadiganligiga ishonaman.
Rahmat qizim, bu muattar qizimiz men bu ta'sirlandim. Masalan 4 nafar jazo lageri shohidi keldi bu sotqa. Hammasi kasalchankan bicharalar shu Xitoyning jismoniy ruhiy va jismoniy jihatdagi qiyinish orqali hammasini qiynab olgan. Hammasi dori ichib, dori bilan o'rtudi. Her qatim guvalıqın ötken vaqtida mijozida jiddiy bir o'zgarish bo'lib, baymi Gulbar Jillova xonim bugun Gulbar Jillova xonimninki guvalık bilan boshlangan bugungi sud shu guvalıqdan keyin mijoz o'zgarib qoldi. Hozir tibbiy xodimlar nima bo'lib qoldi? Shunda bir ahvol. Shunga men ba'zida shu ba'zi qarindoshlarimiz deydi nima deb jazo lagerlari shohidlarni pat qurultayning televiziyasiga chiqolmaysizlar, suhbat o'tkazmaysizlar deb bugun sochilarmi, tunogim sochilarmi dedi. Kechirim so'rab seni bu yerga amalsiz chiqarishga majbur bo'ldi o vaqtda. Men shuni o'ylayman-da. Ularni har bir qatim biz ekranga chiqasib orzu qilamiz, albatta har qatim biz bu uyg'urcha ekranlarga chiqarib, ularni yana burunqi o'tmishini qayta asliga soldirib, har bir qilgan vaqtimizda ularning yuragi azoblanadi, shu dahshatli qabohatli manzara ko'z oldiga keladi. Shuni ko'z turib ularni yana bir qatim ularga shu nimani yaratmayli, ammo ham chet ellik agentliklarga, chet el matbuotlariga ma'lumot berish ayrim bir masala. U bütün xalqimiz ashlarning orzusi zaten ularni shu maqsad yashayapmiz dedi ochiqcha. Bizningki jismimiz o'lgan, ruhimiz saqlanib qolgan, shu lagerdagi bizningki do'stlarimiz, qarindoshlarimiz ninki ovozdan oltish uchun beryapmiz. Bu ayrim masala biz endi Uyg'urlar masalan ijtimoiy tarmoqlarda ularni bir 2 kunda bir chiqarib olib, ularni yig'iltib nima qilsaqmi bu insoniy nimaga to'g'ri kelmaydi. Buni qo'sh.
Ketib qo'ygan bir ish bor. Mana shu sudga bu Gulbar Jallova apash bo'lsin, Qalbinur apamiz bo'lsin, bularninki hammasi qaytib shu sahnadan tushib, hammasininki bir kayfiyatida ham emotion jihatdan, psixologiya jihatdan bir xil unstable bir holatga kelib qoldi. Ularni sudninki mana shu panelda o'ldirganlardan sirt psixologiya ekspertlari bor. Ular tushgan zaman, shu yerdagi eshikdan chiqib ketgan zaman shu psixologlar saqlab turdi, ularga har jihatdan yordam berdi, o'zining kayfiyatini tanishirish uchun yordam berdi. Undan mana to'rdan nim qilingan, to'rdan guvohlik bergan tunugunki Tursunay Ziyovdin Adviz degandek hammasini mana shu yerda tayyor bo'lib turgan psixologlar shu to'r orqali aloqalashib qo'ldan kelgan yordamini qildi. Ular uchun mana shu o'ziniki kampda ko'rgan bu ishlarni aslash bir cho'ng, bir challenging bir ish. Uni ishqilib tez bir tavsiya
tez bular bu hamda men shuni o'ylayman, har qatim necha qatim program o'rlashtirib to'xtatdi deb men shuni o'yladim birinchi bo'lib. To'xtanlar bu ularni ochiqlab yana qayta ularni azoblab tamam chet el matbuotlariga ba'zi so'zlamoqchiman, ammo u uyg'urcha matbuotlar deyish bu nihoyatda tez. So'chilarni tunaga savol so'ragan, apple so'rab turib, kechirim so'rab turib, so'rashga majbur qildik, amal yo'q deb ba'zi savollarni so'ramadi masalan materialda.
Shuni o'ylab baqsaq bo'ldi, bu yerda ashlarning sezgirashtisini anglash bizga tez keldi. Shuni qaytadan bir qatam eslab, buni qaytadan savollarga javob berib qilish nihoyatda tezga to'xtaydi. Bu muattarga o'xshash hamda 20 kirgan bir qizninki shularni o'zining ofisidagi, o'zining hadisida ko'rib, endi yo'lab pastga chiqib tarjimonligini qilib, boshlarni qayta anglaydi. Bu yerda nihoyatda zo'r bir besim bilan mana qanchaqda shu yaponlikqa o'xshash kunda 24 soat haftada 7 kun ashlarga yordam beryapti hozir. Demak bu yerdagi jerib charchashdan boshqa ro'y jihatdagi besim ham buni bir necha mezgilda unutib ketishning imkoniyati yo'q. Bir narsa anglagandan keyin bo'lib shu psixikalik og'ir zulmga uchraganlarniki bularniki dardini anglash ham ular bilan birga yordamda turish shu tug'an odamga nihoyatda og'ir besim olib kelgandan boshqa ro'yitini buzadigan ahvollar bor. Diqqat qilmagan chog'da ro'y psixikalik to'sqinlarga uchraydi bu kishilarni. Shuningga bunda bu xonimlarga apandilarga yordam berish ham ularniki xizmatidan tarjimonligini qilish nihoyatda bir odamni og'ir besimga mubtalo qiladigan xizmat. Shuningga muattar musha kelganda yaqin shu xizmatlarning hammasining ustiga avotidi. Buningdan burun mana shunday qilgan. Chunki guvohchilarimiz inglizcha bilmaganligi uchun har bir ehtiyojidan Uyg'ur adliya arxividan bir chiqib keldi. Shunga muattarning kayfiyati toza yaxshi emas.
Ya men o'shanda ta'sir qiladi bu inson degan go'sht bilan so'ng qon bilan bu inson bardashlik qilish tez bu ro'y azob degan zaten lager shoirlarning hammasi shu davatda uxlayolmadik kecha azob qilib deb shu masala bor. Aziz qarindoshlar bu masalan zalda birozdan keyin boshlandi mana qaranglar bu yerda man do'ppini ko'rgansizlar aziz qarindoshlar. Bu do'ppini kiyolgan odam bir yahudi odamga shu uyg'urlarga eslatishlik qilayotgan bu do'ppi bulungdiki hozircha texnik jihatdan imkoniyat bo'lmadi birozdan keyin ko'rsatdi. Bu odam shu sot boshlangan kundan tortib uyg'urning do'ppisini kiyib uyg'urlarga madad berib o'tirdi. Chunki ikkinchi dunyo urushi mezgilida Hitler natsistlarninki yahudilar qilganning aynısini hozir Xitoy uyg'urlar qilyotidi deb bu odamning degani shu odamniki bizningki asli suhbat o'tkazaylik degan planlarimiz bor, ammo bu sud bo'lgani uchun o sudchilar bilan bog'lashayot bilan advokatlar bilan o tarafsiz bo'lgani uchun ular bilan suhbat o'tkazish imkoniyati yo'q, ammo shaxsiy o'zaro suhbatlashyapmiz. Oqshomda ko'rishdik, paranglashib biroz mo'ndashgan bo'ldik. Bu bizning turayotgan yerimiz matbuotga ayrilgan. Ya ayrim kabina bo'lgan bo'lsa biroz qulay bo'lardi. Kabina emas, ham ochiq bo'lgandan keyin biz biroz uyg'urlar biroz vaqt gapirgan qo'yimiz va bu atrofdagi muxbirlarni mana kiryotdi. Bularni biroz rahatsız qilib o'tganmiz aziz qarindoshlar. O'sha damlashdan foydalanib sizlar bilan biroz mo'ndashib olgan bo'ldik, biroz ishqonimizni to'kib olgan bo'ldik. Chunki endi shu ekran oldida qarab turgan qarindoshlarimiz shu sotqa ko'ngil bo'layotgan, buning yaqindan qiziqayotgan, millatimizning taqdiriga ko'ngil bo'layotgan qarindoshlar shu ekran oldidagi sizlar. Shunga sizlarga biroz yurak so'zlarimizdan biroz izhor qilib qo'yishnimi biroz muvaffaq ko'rdik. Qandaq savolinglar, fikringlar bo'lsa, hozir bevosita sizlardan savollash imkoniyati yo'q. Shu qurultayimizningki Dunyo qurultiyi to'rt televiziyasining YouTube adresiga ostiga savol, taklif, fikringlar bo'lsanglar, beringlar. Biz javob berishtirishimiz va qandaq kamchiliklarimiz, nuqsonlarimiz bo'lsa, uni o'ngshashtirishimiz. 2,5 kundan yaqin texnik jihatdan masala chiqib yomon qilinib ketgan, hozir biroz yaxshiroq turdi. Shu fursatdan foydalanib biroz jiqroq so'zlab olaylik dedik. Sot boshlanib ketsa bizga fursat bo'lmaydi ekan. Aziz qarindoshlar, sot orlig'ida biz yana inshaalloh ba'zi guvohchilar bilan yana ba'zi chet ellik do'stlarimiz bilan shu studiyo dam olish orlig'ida fursatlardan foydalanib turib sizlar bilan suhbat o'tkazishga tirishimiz. Yana bir qancha minut qoldi. Aziz qarindoshlar, shuni bilan men mishada gapni tugatay. Birozdan keyin dam olish vaqtida qayta ko'rishimiz inshaalloh. Hozir sot boshlanadi.
It's the French. You speak French. The French. Yes, perfect. When you went back on the 21st of August to no, it didn't change my mind. And if it did, I would have done the order that the law, secretary of law from the Parliament Public Security Office told me to do. I did not. I did not follow what he told me to do after I come back to France. But I choose to. He would be a reliable person to tell the Chinese story in France. Do they think? Maybe they think I am, otherwise maybe they're not going to believe me. This is not a question, I just want you to know that we've read all about the harsh treatment and the various methods of brainwashing, and I'm not going to ask you about that, but I want you to know that we've read it. Biz hoşu ertesini hukuk devletini yazılanlardan bunu sual demez, fakat hemen okuduğumuz için şey olacak. Now back to the beginning, to your arrest in November 2016. And this bayağı kaydı kolay falan You had, in your 3 years in France, been backwards and forwards 4 times to China. Siz Fransa'dan ben oturduğumda Türkiye'de sefercisiniz, gelip gittim. Do you think Çünkü 2018 2014 yıl üstünden ben kapağımızdan penceremizin kademini yoluşumdan görüşüp özlere hızlandırmışını yapıyorum. I think
French society, may they have that detail when you were first tested?
Nima siz o'ylab beqingdaydi masalan plan birinchisi siz mushu Fransiya jamiyatiga kirib rasmiy mushu Fransiya jamiyatining nimasida mushunday yashab qolgandan keyin sizni balkim mushu mingingizni yuvib ashundoq o'zgartib ashundoq qilish tarafdan g'alaba qilgandek ashundoq ahvol bo'lganligi uchun shu sizni bu Xitoyniki shu ash tarafdan bir to'g'ri bishorat yoki to'g'ri bir so'zni qila oladigan ashundoq ishlataoladigan odam bo'lishingiz mumkin deb shu planmi. Ikkinchisi sizga elib borgan xilma xil turlik salomatlik tekshirishlari bo'lgan-ku. Shu salomatlik tekshirishlar bilan bir aloqasi bormi?
Uni men aniq bir deyamayman. Bu to'g'ri o'ylab boqmoqdim.
I didn't think about those. I am unable to say much about it.
Having 10 years of experience of another culture, the French culture, did you, with that experience, notice changes in China over the 10 years in the course of which you went backwards and forwards and ultimately were detained?
Beg your pardon, can you rephrase the question? Sorry.
Yeah, did you notice in the 10 years changes in China when she went back and forth?
Siz mushu 10 yilning ichida Fransiya bilan Xitoyning orlig'ida berib kelib turibsiz. Siz o'zingiz shaxsan mushu Xitoyda o'zgarish, mushu 10 yil mobaynida bir o'zgarish bo'lganligini his sizda bir andisha bormi? Balkim sizning mushu ishga a'zolaringizning birlarini ular ilib oldi deb yoki ilinib ketdi deb bir andishangiz bormi?
2017 yılı birinci ayının 30. günü beni qamoqxonaga oldi. Qamoqxonaga olishdan burun adamı mendep o'tganda Paycho'sida bir qitim, Xalq doktorxonasida bir qitim salomatlik tekshirdi. Biroq men u vaqtda shundoq Uyg'urlarning beshir kelayotgan bu kunlardan xabarsiz bo'lganligim uchun men o'zimning bir a'zosini avaldi. Avalamı degan andishani bo'lmadim. Ham hozirgacha bir a'zolimni avalganligiga avamidi.
No, I don't have that concern. When I first gone through that medical examination at the police station first, which is January 30, 2017, afterwards I was taken to the hospital again, undergo a medical examination. But all this time, but I never suspected that, whatever they are doing to Uyghurs is something else, and I never suspected they're gonna take organs out from me.
Then, actually two more very short questions. What did she think was the purpose of the medical examination?
Siz şu doktor tekşirişlerinki nim maqsadi bor. Ular nim maqsadni nim maqsad bilan undaq doktor tekşirişlerini ip bardı o çağda.
Ben aynı vaqtda bana nispeten doktor tekşirişini yapmağa vaqtida meni tekşirgen doktor ayol saqchilarga qon besimi yuqoriga diqqat qilinglar degan.
Initially, at the beginning, when they did medical examination on me, the female doctor told the police that said that I have high blood pressure, so have to be careful.
Last question. You may know that we have already heard evidence of people detained being medically tested, but I don't think we've heard of one having his or her voice recorded. Why do you think your voice was recorded at that first test?
Biz şahitlarninki muşundaq doktor tekşirişlerinin ötkenligini hemsini anlagandık. Lekin bu ovozni loyin qilib, yani ovozni elib undaq tekşirgen deganini anlamagandık. Siz shundaq dedingiz. Sizning uchun ular nima uchun sizningki ovozingizni elib undaq uni rekord qilib nima qiladi? Nima uchun sizning ovozingizni tekşirgen?
Men shu vaqtda ovozimni nima uchun unga elib tekshirdi deganni o'ylagan vaqtimda balkim bizning butunlay shu chetdan turib Jongo bilan qilgan telefon aloqalar bilan shu ovozimizniki mos kelganligini bilish uchun shu tekshiramlikni deb o'yladim.
My thinking of the doing voice recording check is the authorities maybe wish to identify or recognize the communications between inside the country and abroad to recognize or make sure, in order to recognize that voices, the communication voices. That was my thinking when they did that test.
Rest assured, we have all read the detail in your statement. My colleagues may have further questions.
Thank you very much. Can I just ask two short questions? First of all, why didn't you change your passport to French when both your husband and your daughter had changed theirs?
İki qısqa sual. Birincisi, sizningki yo'ldoshingiz, qizingiz Mesela Fransa'nın pasportunu yaptı. Siz neymiş ki özünüzün pasportunu Fransa'nın pasportunu özgərtmədiniz? Neymiş ki Fransa'nın pasportunu almadınız?
Çünkü benimki apam olsun, yakın yoldaşımın apısı olsun, hemisi yaşlı çoğun qalğan. Təsadüfi bir ular ya ağrıb qalıdığan, ya bir yaman ahval kəlib qalğan vaxtda mən Jongo pasportu bilan tuvatdan bo'lgan biletni elib darhol paradayman. Viza talab qilish ketmaydi deganni o'ylab men Fransiyaniki vatandoshligini talab qilmoqman.
Because both my mother and my mother-in-law, which is my husband's mother, the both of them are elderly, and I kept my Chinese passport in order for the convenience of the travel. If something happens to them, if they are not well, so I can travel immediately just by buying the ticket rather than applying for visa, etc. So that's why.
Thank you. And my second question was really about the retirement. Could it be possible that your colleague had been told by the police to ask you to come back to apply for retirement? And what was the point of being retirement? Was I going to give you a pension? Thank you.
Sizniki pensiya meseleniz hakkında sormakçı. Sizce şu sizinki hizmetleşiniz sizge telefon qilibdi şu pensiya işinizni bir taraf qilish hakkında. Sizce şu sizning hizmetleşinizni saqchi telefon qil deb saqchi telefon qilg'izgan bo'lishi mumkinmi? Uningki yana birisi sizning o pensiya işinizni hal qilishninki nima ahamiyati bor yoki nima muhimligi bor siz uchun?
Meningki shu xizmatdashim menga maqsadlik telefon qildi deb o'ylayman. Balkim saqchilar telefon qilgan bo'lishi mumkin. Chunki men shu idoraga shu pensiya rasmiyatini bajarish uchun yetib berib 15 minutdan keyin Kulun Petrosoniki 3 saqchisi yetib kelgan.
Yeah, I believe the phone call that I have received from my colleague is purposeful. The police may have asked him to or told him to ring me because soon I arrived, within 15 minutes time, the police came to me.
Endi ikkinchi savol, masalan, Tüysho mashinaniki menga nisbatan nima ahamiyati bor deb so'radi. Meningki xiyolimda ikki qizimni o'qitib bo'lgandan keyin, butun urug' tuqqanimiz shu yerda bo'lgandan keyin vatanga qaytib ketish ehtimolligi bo'lib qolishi mumkin deganni o'ylagan.
Regarding my pension, the significance or importance of why should I deal with my pension, my thinking was after my 2 daughters graduated, and my thinking was I may be able to return since all my relatives still back home in my country. I maybe go back to my country. That was my another thinking.
Thank you.
Rahmat.
Could you explain what the purpose of chaining you to a bed for nearly 3 weeks from the 1st of April to the 20th of April, I believe in 2019?
Sizni 3 haftachilik, ya'ni 4-oyning 1-dan 20-siga qadar 2019-yili karvatga zanjir bilan bog'lab qo'yishninki nima maqsadi bor ekan? Nima maqsad bilan sizni karvatga bog'lab qo'ygan?
2019-yil 4-oyning 1 emas, 2017-yil 4-oyning 1-dan 4-oyning 20-sigachilik men 20 kun zanjirlandim. Mendan boshqa ayollar uningdan bichiq hatto 2 oydan ortiq zanjirlandi. Bularning nima maqsadi borligini biz bilmadik. Shu vaqtda so'ragan chog'da biz buni bilmaymiz, bu faqat yuqoridan kelgan buyruqlar dedi.
Not it's 2019, it is from 1st of April to 20th of April 2017. Yeah, I was chained for 20 days, but I have witnessed that other people chained more than 2 months. When we asked what's the purpose, they didn't tell us and we didn't know. They just told us that it's order from the top.
And you've described in your statement extensive mistreatment and indeed, if you were caught speaking Uyghur, as you describe it, you were severely punished. Do you have any idea what the purpose of these punishments, what the purpose of this, best described as humiliation, would be?
Siz mushu yozma materialingizda debsiz, sizni ig'ir darajadagi shundaq noto'g'ri muomalalarga, qiyin-qistoqlarga uchrabsiz. Ham buning ichida birsi hatto Uyg'ur tilida gap qilsanglarmi, buning uchun sizlarni jazolandik deb. Endi mundaqcha aytgan vaqtda bularning hammasi bir xil dafsandichilik, xo'rlash. Mushunchalar xo'rlashlarninki sizcha maqsadi nima? Nima maqsad bilan shunday xo'rlashga uchirdinglar?
Mushunday xo'rlashlarning maqsadi bizni ro'yi va jismoniy jihatdan sundirib, o'zlariga shartsiz bo'ysundirish. Eng oxirida Uyg'ur millatini tubdan yo'qotish deb o'ylayman.
I believe the purpose is they just plan to completely destroy us mentally as well as physically, and also make us absolutely obey them, absolutely follow whatever they say. The end result, the last result, the purpose is just a completely genocide.
And did you see this punishment regime having that impact in the sense of destroying people mentally at least and to some degree physically from other inmates who were locked up with you?
sizning qarashingizcha, shu siz bilan birga so'langan boshqa shu so'laqtikilarga nisbatan aytgan vaqtda mushu hukumatning mustaq ruhiy ham shundaqla jismoniy jihatdan mustaq yo'qotish ilib borgan shu harakatlari, ilib borgan shu xo'rlashlari g'alaba qildimi? Shundaq maqsadga yetdimi masalan? Ashla ahvol shu ta'sirini ko'rsatdimi siz bilan so'langanlarga? Shuning ta'siri bo'ldimi, ashla yo'qoldimi shu ruhiy ham jismoniy tarafdan?
Ben lagerda bo'lsin, mayli kayfiyatda bo'lsin, bütün hem adam bilan paranglashış, gap qilish fursati yo'q.
There is no chance or an opportunity that we can talk with other inmates, both in detention centers as well as in the camp.
Faqatla men bilan paranglashadigan, men bilan bir yoqda yotgan ayollar bilan paranglashish jarayonida bildimki, ular Çinçuangu bunda qilish orqali biz Uyg'urlarniki ro'yini hargiz sundirmaydi, u hargiz o'zining maqsadiga yetolmaydi degan. Menimcha Uyg'urlar shu kelgan besimdan texmi kuchlanib ketdi deb o'ylayman.
Yeah, although I am unable to talk with others, but the detainees that I was detained together, the people in the same cell as myself, I heard from them that the Chinchuango won't achieve on its goal of destroying us. I believe that the torture, all this humiliation, made Uyghurs even more stronger.
Thank you.
Rahmat.
Thank you very much, Gulbahar Hayaturi. While your evidence is finished, thank you for coming to the tribunal to give it.
Gulbahar Hanım, siz köpten köp rahmat şu nemige mahkemege kelip şahitlik qilganingiz uchun. Tugdi bugungi.
Sizlarga köpten köp rahmat.
Thank you very much to you all too.
This has already been dealt with.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. There is a small change of program. The next witness would be our expert Darren Byler, and Roshan Abbas will give evidence a bit later today.
And we still got, otherwise, the names on the list, so we've got quite a lot to get through.
Yes.
Very well. And one of my colleagues asked me, the last witness, you dealt with the information adverse to her.
We dealt with that.
You did, yes.
Thank you.
Right at the beginning. Thank you.
Dr. Byler is an incoming assistant professor of international studies at Simon Fraser University in Vancouver, British Columbia, and a postdoctoral research fellow in the China Made project at the Center for Asian Studies in Boulder. He has authored 2 acclaimed books related to the Uyghur region. The first of these books is an ethnographic monograph titled Terror Capitalism, Uyghur Dispossession and Masculinity in a Chinese City. And the second is a narrative-driven book titled In the Camps, China's High-Tech Penal Colony. He is the author of a number of research articles, policy reports, and short essays on the unfolding situation in Xinjiang. Since 2011, he has engaged in 24 months of ethnographic research in the Uyghur region, Xinjiang specifically, and most recently in 2018. The witness states that since 2017, the PRC has engaged in a campaign to eliminate or significantly damage significant aspects of Uyghur society through the following methods: intergenerational family planning policies, gendered violence, which includes coercive marriages between Han men and Uyghur women, and other forms of sexual violence and involuntary surveillance on Uyghur family structure and religious practice. The witness identifies that family planning policies disproportionately impact Uyghur families. Policies include unannounced examinations, financial incentives to informants who report violations, and criminalization of what are called illegal births. Uyghur birth rates, according to the witness, have dropped by some 50 to 80% in Uyghur majority areas, and some 10% of all camp detentions relate to violations of birth policies. The witness notes that at least 500,000 Uyghur and Kazakh children are being raised in a non-Muslim environment and have essentially been transferred to Han Chinese families. 2/3 and 3/4 of Uyghurs and Kazakhs, respectively, who have been detained have been men between the ages of 18 and 55, which has had a significant impact on their families who also face stigma by association. The Urumchi Public Security and Civil Affairs Ministry jointly manage the camp system. Births and marriages have been impacted in particular with the state imposition of Han Chinese men, so-called relatives, into Uyghur households, which have become female-led households because of incarceration of the men. Births and marriages have also been impacted due to state-enforced or state-encouraged marriages to Uyghur women in a carefully calibrated system of rewards and punishments. Finally, the context in which the witness describes these state acts is in a system of severe and total monitoring and intrusion of Uyghurs and other Turkish minorities. Investigation and detention of Uyghurs and other Turkish Muslims followed poor scores for systemized markers of trustworthiness, which relate to suspicions of many sorts, including religiosity and political activity. This was consistent, the witness says, with evidence from the intercept, which also showed heightened scrutiny of all Muslims against 53,000 unique identifiers of Islamic or political activity and particular scrutiny of relatives and children of detainees. The intercept is a data set that contains close to 250 million rows of data, which make up tens of thousands of police files, and these files were recovered largely from the mobile police system of Urumchi, which is a standardized mobile policing system. Information is gathered, according to the witness, by civil servants formerly employed by the Ministry of Civil Affairs, but is fed up to the Public Security Bureau. Dr. Byler, I believe you have a short presentation. We'll be grateful to hear that.
And Dr. Byler, before you start, Mr. Sabi, the timetable is getting tight, and sometimes it's problematic because witnesses and interpreters are available at remote locations. I could foresee that this witness might be the subject of sustained questioning by my colleagues. I don't know, but it's possible. And therefore, can I hand to you the clock in the sense that tell us when it's got to stop, because I dare say Mr. Byler will be willing to come back in September, especially as it's by video link, at less inconvenience than would be the very substantial problems of disrupting witnesses who are sitting on standby in remote locations with interpreters. How long have we got?
If the panel is prepared to extend the sitting by, say, 45 minutes, we can get through all witnesses today. But Dr. Byler had the time constraint. That's why we changed the timing.
When does he have to finish?
Closer to 7.
How long would you like the present questioning to last for convenience, please? Until? It's 25 to 4. When should we finish? We can always come get him back.
4:15.
4:15. Thank you very much. Dr. Byler, off you go with your presentation.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. I'll just have some short remarks about the three main foci of my report, looking at involuntary surveillance, family planning policies, and gendered violence and their effects. State authorities often describe detention in re-education camps as voluntary, but internal police documents demonstrate that very little interaction between Muslims and state workers is in fact voluntary. One of the ways this coercive pressure is built is through surveillance. Xinjiang now has one of the highest densities of surveillance cameras, face recognition checkpoints, and digital forensics infrastructures of any location in the world. It also has some of the greatest density when it comes to policing as well. From cellular towers to mobile devices to smart ID systems, QR-coded housing, neighborhood-level sub-monitoring stations to centralized command centers, server rooms and smart detention camps, a system of digital enclosure has enveloped the entire region. The early stages of the rollout of the system in 2017, state workers began to conduct assessments of the population to determine who was trustworthy, normal, or untrustworthy. In face-to-face interviews and in surveys that were sent to people's homes, the neighborhood police officers assessed Muslims using 10 categories: whether the person was Uyghur, whether they were of military age between the ages of 18 and 55, were unemployed, whether they prayed regularly, possessed unauthorized religious knowledge, had a passport, had traveled to one of 26 Muslim-majority countries, had overstayed their visa, had an immediate relative living abroad, or had taught their children about Islam in their home. This is how it's laid out in the form, these 10 categories. Each category that counted towards them was used to deduct points from a score of 100, moving them down a scale towards an untrustworthy scoring. Those that were untrustworthy were sent to the detention centers where they were interrogated, asked to confess their crimes, and name others who were untrustworthy. In this manner, the officers determined which individuals should be slotted for transformation through re-education and which should be formally prosecuted. The state documents I've reviewed show that since 2017 and up to 2020, 533,000 people in the region have been formally prosecuted. And this is at a rate that's 6 times higher than the national average. And it's not accounting for people that are yet waiting prosecution and that are in the camps themselves. The system of surveillance has an immediate effect. It had an immediate effect on Uyghur religious institutions. A police report from April 2018 provides some of the most detailed and straightforward assessments of the goals and effects of the Urumchi policing system on Uyghur religious institutions. It describes, quote, a dramatic decrease in mosque attendance as a success of the system. While the mosque remains open, in this particular case, the number of people who entered the mosque to pray during the first 4 months of 2018 had dropped by 96.52% as compared to 2017, when 80,211 people had attended the mosque to pray. The report specifies that religious people are now afraid to pray in the mosque because they have been, quote, told that those who enter the mosque more than 200 times will be sent to education, which is the widely used euphemism for involuntary detention in the camps. The primary actors in the surveillance system are deputized citizens. Beginning in late 2016, hundreds of advertisements from the Xinjiang Public Security Bureau for auxiliary police and other workers appeared across Xinjiang. As other scholars have shown, approximately 90,000 new officers were hired at this time. While some of these officers were formal employees transferred from other places, the majority were low-level contracted employees, low-level security guards. After a 10-day boot camp training, they were assigned to posts in newly built People's Convenience police stations, which form a grid of policing throughout the entire region. These stations function as surveillance hubs, forming centralized nodes of the surveillance system, which an Urumchi police chief purported to be seamless. The system is deeply invasive. Over the week of April 23rd, 2018, in one precinct in Urumchi, 40 state workers scanned the phones of 2,057 people using a digital forensics tool called an anti-terrorism sword, which looks for more than 53,000 markers of religious extremism and political activity. In addition to scanning phones, the police assistants manually scanned the faces of 935 people using face recognition technology. Over 2018 and 2019, there's slight fluctuations in the numbers of people scanned per week, but in general, they're fairly consistent. This is an ongoing and iterative process. As of 2018, in the precinct that I'm speaking of, there was 36,000 people in the total population, of which 6,569 were ethnic minorities, and around 2/3 of which were adults. Because the police assistants prioritized scanning the Muslims, On an average week, it's likely that as many as half of the adult Muslim population in the jurisdiction were subjected to involuntary phone scans. And according to government documents, more than 100,000 people were at least initially detained due to digital activity from years before the camps were built. The assessments continue over time. Many Muslims who stopped attending the mosque and passed their first assessments were subsequently detained because someone else named them as untrustworthy due to their religious background. The state also assigned an additional 1.1 million Han and Uyghur big brothers and sisters, that's how they're often referred to conduct week-long assessments in Uyghur homes. Over the course of these visits, the relatives tested the trustworthiness qualities of Uyghurs who remained outside of the camp by forcing them to participate in activities forbidden by certain forms of Islamic piety, such as drinking, smoking, and dancing. As a test, they brought Uyghur hosts food without telling them whether the meat used in the dishes was halal or not. These relatives focused on the families who had been taken away, and they looked for signs of resentment or a lack of enthusiasm. They gave the children candy, or they were told to give the children candy because they said that the children would tell them the truth about what the parents thought. They also made sure that there were no illegal births in the family, which brings me to the second focus of my report, which is the Zero Illegal Births program. In order to understand this program, it's necessary to read the directives given by the Chinese Civil Ministry very closely. On April 12, 2019, a government committee in Aksu City in southern Xinjiang made the following announcement. Here I'm quoting directly. The people's government has decided to implement a real name system of rewards for reporting illegal childbirth behaviors, violations of law, and regulation in family planning work, while at the same time urging those who violated laws and regulations to take the initiative to self-report and strive to be dealt with lightly. The announcement then announces to citizens throughout the municipality of around 700,000 people that citizens who report illegal birth activities of their neighbors will be giving a reward of 5,000 yuan, which is around 550 pounds. Included in the listing of rewarded information are not only violations of having more children than are permitted, but also adopting children in violation of regulations or illegal procedures undertaken to give birth to children again. My interviews indicate that the illegal procedures that are referred to here is the removal of IUDs and other family planning devices or birth control devices, which are subjected to regular inspection. In order to ensure that all illegal pregnancies are detected, state workers are tasked with, quote, finding the number of women of childbearing age within their jurisdiction. They must then assess the birth control measures used by each woman. The directive states, and here I'm quoting again, those who have not taken long-term birth control measures in small towns and villages must be visited every month and subjected to quarterly pregnancy checks. Illegal pregnancies must be, quote, disposed of early, a reference to state-mandated abortion. Nowhere in the document does it state whether these checks are done voluntarily. In fact, my interviews suggest that these checks are received as orders. The directive also states that, and here I'm quoting, married women of childbearing age who have adopted long-term birth control measures should be classified as trustworthy personnel, which means that they won't be sent to the camps, and receive IUD or ring inspection services. That is to say that there's an incentive to receiving an IUD as a way of protecting or insulating yourself from potential detention. These exams extend beyond unmarried women as well. For instance, female students are also mandated to receive regular physical examinations. Further evidence of the involuntary nature of the reproduction monitoring program is demonstrated by the unplanned and surprise inspections that women are not permitted to refuse. The implementation of the program rests on an organized system of quote, unannounced visits, where women will be inspected and households examined for unregistered children. What exactly is meant? Who exactly is being targeted by this system? In state documents from across the region, state authorities lay out that zero illegal births, the program was to target all ethnicities, with a particular focus on government employees, religious figures, farmers, and herders. In another document from Hejing County in southern Xinjiang, state authorities say directly that the program should also target farmers and herders, a demographic in that location and most locations across Xinjiang that disproportionately draws from the Muslim minority populations. Since the new regulations were introduced in 2017 with this new explicit focus on childbirth among Muslims, the consequences for previous and current illegal births have become stark, not just in terms of monetary rewards and fines, but prosecutions for those deemed illegalized parents. The new regulations target parents of illegal children as far back as 1992. Out of a sample size of 1,500 detainees who were sent to camps since 2017, 151 were detained for violating birth policies. If the sample is taken as indicative of camp detentions as a whole, which is an estimated 900 to 1.5 million people, approximately 90 to 150,000 parents may have been detained due to violations of family planning. Taken together, all of these systems meet standard definitions of negative eugenics, but they also do something more. A key component of the Zero Illegal Births program is the illegalization of adoption among Uyghur families. My interviews show that in practice, this policy prevents Uyghurs from caring for the children of detained relatives. Instead, the children of detainees often become wards of the state in residential boarding schools, dubbed kindness centers. As other research has shown, in the Uyghur majority areas, as many as 70% of all children 0 to 5 have been assigned to a range of schools, ranging from week-long full care schools to daycare schools. According to state documents, as many as 500,000 children Uyghur and Kazakh children are being raised in a non-Muslim environment. In 2019, a state spokesperson announced that they had recruited nearly 90,000 new politically loyal teachers to the region. Since these new teachers are primarily Han and functioning as parental figures to children who have been removed from their homes, in some sense they are enacting a forcible transfer of children of one ethnicity to another. And now I'll move on to my final focus, which is on marriage, Han male marriage to Uyghur women.
Dr. Byler, forgive me for interrupting. I'm just conscious of the time and the fact that the panel and council have read your report in quite some detail. Perhaps if you'd permit me to interrupt, maybe I'd ask my questions and then pass this on to a member of the panel. And perhaps then if there's time at the end, you might be able to finish the remaining part of your presentation. I'm just conscious that we've covered all the points you've raised so far, and we've extracted that from your report.
Okay, that's perfect. Yeah, happy to answer some questions. Sure.
Great. Thank you, and forgive me for the interruption.
No problem.
You've estimated that some 10% of camp detentions related to violations of birth policies. How many of those related to the Uyghurs or other minorities?
Well, of those detained, all of them are Uyghur or other minorities. That's based on the sample that we have. It's a limited sample of only around 1,500 people that we have good evidence for, where we have government documents saying why this person was detained. But it is a quite common reason for detention. And we see this in multiple data sets across the region. So, from southern Xinjiang and rural areas to the city of Urumchi, which is where I've done the most of my research and have the most documents, it's a quite common reason why people are detained. And everyone that I see mentioned in the detentions for family planning policy violations are Uyghur or Kazakh.
And would you know what the other 90% of camp detentions relate to?
Well, there's a whole range of different reasons given. One of the most common one is violating public order or social order, which means gathering a crowd, or it means meeting to conduct religious activities outside of a mosque. There's also, just visiting the mosque too often, more than 200 times, is shown in the police documents to be a reason why people are sent to the camps. The majority, I would say, are being sent to the camps for religious practice reasons. And oftentimes the evidence given is from digital activity in the past. But also, once people are being detained and interrogated, they often are asked to confess and to name other people who are also religious. And so that's another way that they find out who had been practicing religion in the past.
Is it just children of detainees that become wards of state, or is it all so-called illegal children?
Well, there again, it's not fully clear. If both parents are taken to the camps, then it's quite often the case that the children become wards of the state. If it's only one of the parents, the child might remain with the remaining parent. But as I mentioned a bit in my report, most children are now being sent to boarding schools, regardless of whether their parents are in camps or in prison or not. So in some sense, children in general are being separated from their parents, particularly when it comes to those that are the middle school and higher. But even elementary school, people often now, the children are now living in dormitory type residential schools at the county seat, which is, maybe, between 50 to 100 kilometers away from home, which means that they don't have regular visits with their parents. So child separation is quite common. But certainly for people that have detainees in their family, the occurrence is higher.
So just to clarify, that would be children who were deemed illegal would be separated, even if both parents were still at home?
Not necessarily. So the illegal births program is really about preventing parents from having 3 or more children, or 2 or more in some cases. Sorry, more than 3 or more than 2, depending on where they live and where their house is registered. And so if you have more than that, then that child will be deemed illegal. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the child will be treated differently than the other children in the household. So the illegal births program is really about preventing births altogether. The children that are sent to and becomes wards of the state are simply the children of families that the state has determined to be untrustworthy or not able to care for the children. And then in addition, the regular school system itself is becoming a residential school system, which means that all children can be sent to forms of residential school.
And is becoming a ward of state permanent?
I don't have enough information to speak with a lot of authority about that, but it certainly appears to be the case in the limited cases where I've seen enough evidence that the children are fully separated from their parents. In some cases, and family members. In some cases, they're allowed to have a visit with a grandparent once a month. Children that have become sort of orphans in wards of the state. But the grandparents report that the children, really no longer speak Uyghur or Kazakh in the home and are withdrawn and are being quite damaged by the separation that's occurring.
You've identified the Uyghur birth rate declines of between 50 to 80% in Uyghur majority areas. Does that just bring the Uyghur birth rate in line with the Han Chinese birth rate in Xinjiang in a relative sense?
No, I don't think that's true. Although I'd have to look at the demographics more closely to say with more certainty. My sense is that Han birth rates have remained fairly steady in Han majority areas in the region. It's simply that the Uyghur rates have dropped quite dramatically. What we're seeing is that Uyghur birth rates are now below
any sexual approach from a Han Chinese male.
Well, there again, it depends a bit on the situation. But I would say, in general, it's difficult. There's a good deal of pressure and political incentives that are placed on a Uyghur woman to consent to a marriage to a Han person. What I found in my research is that women particularly unmarried women, will try to find excuses, or they'll try to marry quickly to someone else, to a Uyghur or at least a Muslim person, as a way of protecting themselves, insulating themselves from the potential of being married to a Han person. Oftentimes, the marriages are arranged through the parents of the couple. So the pressure is actually placed on the parents of the Uyghur woman. And this is coming from the civil ministry, officials that are in their community. If the family has a bad family background already, they might have someone in detention, they would be even more vulnerable than people that don't. But all Uyghurs are vulnerable in these kinds of situations because refusal can be seen as a sign of untrustworthiness, as a sign of of being too pious or too connected to your Uyghur identity.
Just 3 very short questions for me before I hand you over to the panel, if I may. Is it correct that the highest organ which receives intelligence information is the Municipal Public Security Bureau?
Well, so it's a complex system, and Urumchi is the capital of the region. But there's provincial level ministries of state security that receive intelligence as well. What I've looked at most, and so the Ministry of State Security is higher than the Public Security Bureau, I would say. If we're going to compare to the U.S., it's the relationship between the CIA to the FBI or something like that. But it's all interlinked. The information that is being gathered in Xinjiang is available throughout the entire region and to people that have security clearance throughout the country. So the watch lists that are being generated are in some ways a national watch list. One of the key items in the Intercept data set that we have is a list of 9 million people who are on a watch list. And this is for the entire country. And this is widely available to Urumchi police officers, but also the entire country.
You've referred to the deputization of Uyghurs for law enforcement purposes. Is that a voluntary program or a compulsory program?
So it's a deputization of citizens in general. Many of them are Han, but significant numbers are Uyghur and Kazakh. It is voluntary in some ways, but it's also a form of protection, and that's how it's understood in this space, is that if you volunteer to become a deputy, you're protecting your family and yourself from detention. The work that they do is often, they didn't know what they were signing up for when they signed up for the job, that they would be putting people in camps because many of them at least were hired before the camps were actually built. And they found out as they were doing the work that they weren't permitted to quit their job or to speak to anyone about what they were observing or doing. So there's a coercive element that's built into the system once the people are hired, with them not being allowed to quit their jobs. Many, or at least some, police officers that are in this position have also been detained for showing weakness on the job, for helping someone, like a neighbor or someone else, trying to protect them. So there is a coercive element that's built into it.
And my final question is, how do you account for abuses of Uyghur citizens by Uyghur police officials or Uyghur camp guards or Uyghur intelligence officers?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, when it comes to thinking about the low-level functionaries of the system, there's a great deal of pressure that, especially if you're a Uyghur or Kazakh, that you could be labeled two-faced, which is the official term that describes someone who pretends to, follow party doctrine, but is secretly, working to support other Muslims, and you can be, put into the camp. I think initially, people that are working inside the camp system might try to resist and try to help Uyghurs if they can. But over time, it becomes normalized. And so in some cases, people become quite callous to the system. In other cases, because of the dynamics in their institution, they're needing to prove to the higher-ups that they are cruel enough to be in their position. And so that's also another incentive. Others I think, may gain some power and privilege through their positions of authority, and that also has its own enticements.
Thank you, Dr. Byler, for your very clear answers. I'll hand you over to the panel.
And Dr. Byler, it'll only be 14 minutes because we've got a timetable to meet, providing you're able to say you're likely to be available between Friday the 10th and Monday the 11th or 13th of September to finish your evidence. Yeah?
Sure, I can come back then too.
Okay, thanks.
Good afternoon, Dr. Byler. Thank you for your report to the tribunal. My questions are going to focus on that part of your report that relates to Uyghur social institutions. And I'd like to ask you questions under three heads. The first relating to children, the second relating to the Becoming Family program, and the third relating to inter-ethnic marriage and sexual politics. So to children first, you write in your report that a key component of China's zero illegal births program is the illegalization of adoption and the transfer of children into care as wards of state in residential boarding schools. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And if you triangulate what you know of the grey literature with your own interviews, could you very briefly summarize for us the sorts of circumstances that lead to children being sent or transferred to those residential institutions?
Sure. Well, it's a complex system, so it's hard to speak with categorical certainty about how all of this works. But I have some examples. So one contact of mine, he had three of his uncles were taken to either camp or prison, leaving behind many nephews and nieces. And his parents, wanted to take two of those children into their home and did for a brief period, for a couple of weeks. And then the local authorities came and they said, no, you can't have these children in your home. And they took them away, and they've lost complete contact with those children. They don't know where they are. These are, my contacts' nieces and nephews. And they said these are the children of extremists, and they need to be re-educated. That's how they communicated what needed to be done. That's a fairly extreme example, and I wouldn't say it's necessarily normative across the entire region. In other cases, I've heard reports of children that are taken after both parents are taken away, who have been able to visit family members occasionally, but exhibit in their visits, forms of trauma. So it's not uniform. I think it depends a bit on the county, on the location where the children are being taken away. And then in addition to all of that, there's normative separation, because the entire education system is becoming a boarding school system. So that's what I know.
So I take it that means that in some cases, at least, guardians, extended family of those children, are not notified where the children are being taken to.
That's right. The children disappear, and the family members lose complete contact with them. One of the reasons why my contact was not able to adopt the children as well is that they had a full quota in their household already. So I think that was another reason why they said they couldn't have them. But then, that's no reason why they couldn't maintain some form of contact.
Thank you. Can I come now to the teachers in these residential schools? Just to give the tribunal a sense of how these teachers are recruited, and whether these are advertised posts, whether they can be likened to the earlier recruitments that you were speaking of minor functionaries, where the teachers aren't really aware of what it is they're going to be doing, or is it the case that these teachers are recruited with the explicit purpose of going into these particular sorts of residential institutions?
Well, I've seen thousands of advertisements for teachers. They are publicly available. Each county will advertise for the teachers they need. Typically, what they are looking for are native Chinese speakers or people that speak Chinese fluently. They ask for a clean political background, resoluteness against the fight against extremism, terrorism, and separatism. So in some sense, they do know that they're engaging in part of the war against terror, which is what the camp system is framed as being part of. But my sense is, and they need to have a high school degree or a college degree is preferred. My sense is that they often don't know what they're getting into when they're sent. The salaries are quite high for, relative to teaching salaries in other parts of the country. So I think that's, part of what recruits people to come. There's also terms that are built into the contracts which prevent people from leaving early if they, are dissatisfied with the employment. So I think in that way, the state, brings these people in and then doesn't let them leave, at least immediately.
Do you have, Dr. Byler, any evidence of you've alluded to trauma amongst children in these institutions? Do you have any knowledge of the different experiences, for example, of a boy child and a girl child in these institutions? And I'm thinking here in particular whether you know of any examples of sexual violence towards girls in these institutions.
I don't have enough fine-grained evidence to speak to the gendered components of this. It's possible. I think the deeper concern is probably neglect of the children being crowded, being held in structures that are not built to hold children. Being quite cold, not having adequate clothing, food, all of those things. But there is also the potential for sexual violence towards children. I just haven't seen enough evidence to speak to it.
Can I ask you, do you know of any occasions on which party officials have either visited these residential schools or spoken about them, not in a grey literature, but in for example, speeches?
Yes, there's numerous documents you can find that speak to the love and care that's produced through these kindness centers, which is how they're referred to. So there is official visits. In the official visits, it's the presentation is quite a bit different from what I've heard from witness statements of conditions inside the camp. So I would see these visits as staged.
Thank you. Coming now to the PRC's Becoming Family Homestay program, what evidence do you have that these visits are not entirely innocuous and friendly?
Well, the manuals that the relatives use speak very explicitly about the goals, which are surveillance-oriented. They talk about how you should, first, create conversation before you start interrogating, and about befriending the children because they'll be honest. They talk about what you should be looking for in your inspections. There's quite a bit of evidence that point to the testing of people's sort of willingness to participate in secular or non-religious practices like drinking and smoking. There's also forms of elimination and replacement of Uyghur cultural traditions and practices inside the home, remodeling the home. The relatives will bring new equipment to modernize the home for them, those sorts of things. And then in one of my interviews, a relative said, we don't know why they're not using the new washing machine we gave them. They just put it in the corner. And so there's a real disconnect, I think, at least at times, from the view from the relatives of being sort of benevolent and giving gifts to these people, and the way it's received. I think they're often not thinking about this is a family that's just lost a member of their family to a camp, and is feeling a great deal of pressure to engage with us. So some of the coercion is implicit rather than explicit, but there is the explicit there too.
Can you clarify for the tribunal who bears the costs of the visits? So who underwrites the costs of eating together, traveling together, and so on?
So the relatives are often talked about as volunteers from particular organizations, coming from a company or a civil ministry organization that's in another location, an urban location often. And those companies, I think, bear at least a portion of the costs. It's not entirely clear where the money comes from, but it's not that much money either. So that the visitors, the relatives, are supposed to bring, gifts of 200 yuan or so for the host, and then in some cases they also bring other daily necessities that are supposed to supplement their income, due to the lack of income because of having a relative in detention. It seems as though the funding is coming from the companies or organizations that these relatives are coming from. That's my closest guess.
Thank you very much indeed. If I may, I'd like to turn now to your analysis of marriages. No, I've just got one more issue I really want to cover. Thank you, Jeffrey. If I may turn to your analysis of marriages between Han men and Uyghur women, which you report about in your submission. Can you tell us historically what proportion of Uyghur women's marriages have been to Han men, and when and how that's changed, if at all?
Sure. So historically, Uyghurs have not married Han men to a large extent at all. I would say it's less than 1% of all marriages by Uyghurs are with Han people. That really has to do with religious difference of Muslims not wanting to marry non-Muslims, and also social pressure that's coming from the Uyghur community and the Han community as well. So seeing a dramatic increase in marriages now points to a new dynamic that's coming from this campaign.
And how do we know that these marriages are not the result of women exercising their personal preferences or choices?
Well, it could be in some cases that is what they're doing, and it might be a way of them protecting themselves again from a bad family background and the potential of them themselves being detained. My sense, though, from my interviews is that's typically not the case. That Uyghur women are actually trying to find excuses not to interact with Han men because of their fear of being forced to marry them. So I can't say that in all cases it's fully coercive, but it appears to be coercive in many of them. And there's also from the Han male perspective a kind of power that's being exercised where they talk about if you're interested in Uyghur girls, come to Xinjiang because you can marry them now. That's kind of an open discussion that's being had. There's also advertisements that speak to matching Han men with Uyghur women. So it seems as though there's a structure that's being built.
So if there's an incentive, if the prospect of marrying a Uyghur woman is being offered as an incentive, is it also possible, to your knowledge, that there's any suggestion of sex tourism into the region in order to access Uyghur women?
I mean, that's a potential. I don't know if it's tourism as much as it's a sort of an additional incentive to come. Many of the people that are put in these positions are not tourists, but rather volunteers or working as relatives, or they are government workers that are working in the camp system. So it's less tourists that are coming and just finding people on their own, and more about a government sort of settlement policy that is bringing people to the region.
Thank you. My final question is whether it's known, it's been recorded that Uyghur men will have married Han women. That's happened
at times, and typically there it's Uyghur men who are in the state system, who are working as police officers, or working inside the camps. And I've seen some notices that celebrate a new marriage between a Uyghur man and a Han woman. It's quite rare, though. I would say 95, 98% of the marriages are between Han men and Uyghur women.
Thank you very much indeed. No, I'm done.
Just 1 minute, Dr. Byler. Mr. Sabi and Mr. Abraham. Professor Manji has finished her questions. I'm looking around. Do others have questions of this witness? Professor Manji's got one more question.
I have numerous other questions. I'll ask just this one.
If you've got numerous other questions, we're going to break now because otherwise the timetable becomes ruinously difficult. I thought you'd finished altogether when you said finished.
I can do either. I can do either.
Mr. Abraham, Mr. Sabi, would you come back later? Will you come back later?
Me? Yes, sure.
Yes. Sorry, we don't know when, we don't know where, but will you come back later? And we'll make sure that you've plenty of time to deal with your report.
I would be honored.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Shall we say 15 minutes?
Maximum, sir.
Sorry?
Maximum.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, 15 minutes, not a minute more.
Assalamu alaikum ekran aldaki aziz qarindoshlar. Hammalarningki shu vaqtda tekrar xayrli bo'lsin. Ko'rayotganlar Dunyo Urumchi televiziyasining nahvaydan programmasi. Bu 6-oyning 4-kuni Angliyaning poytaxti Londonda boshlangan Xalqaro Uyg'ur sud kollegiyasininki tunji navbatlik soti bugun 3-kuniga qadam qo'ydi va davomlashyapti. Hozir qisqa bir damlash ba'di bir 10 minut atrofda mush fursatdan foydalanib turib biz sizlar bilan yana qayta bir yuz ko'rish olaylik dedik. Birozdan keyin bu qatimqi bugungi bu guvohlik berish yig'ini Uyg'ur harbiy tashkilotining raisi Ro'shan Abbos xonim bilan Amerikada navbat Amerikada turayotgan jazo lageri shohidi Mehrigul Tursun xonimningki guvohligi bilan bugungi bu sud mishada oxirlashgan bo'ladi aziz qarindoshlar. Xo'sh, studiyamızda yana iki aziz mehmon bor. Efendimler, biraz burun programımızın beşini ko'rganlar balkim xotirladinglar. Germaniyadan ataydan bu sudga guvohlik berish uchun Germaniyadan kelgan bizning Germaniya jamoatiningki imomi ham bizningki diniy ulamolarimizdan Habibullah Ahad efendimmi şu bunun 7-8 gün burun tahminen müsot üçün nemaga yetib kelgan, Londonga yetib kelgan ve baya Habibullah Ahad efendim maxsus guvohlik berdi. Allah razı olsun Habibullah efendim. Stüdyomuza hoş geldiniz. Bu yerimizde oturan hanım, ismini siz bir tanıştırıp koysanız, hanımınızın ismi ne?
Bu mening assalomu alaykum va rahmatullohi va barakatuh. Dunyoning har qaysi joylaridagi aziz qarindoshlar, biz bugun nihoyat hayajon ichida Germaniyadan bugun 9-kuni, ya'ni karantin turib, mushu sudga guvohlik beramiz deb kichkina bedel to'lagan bo'ldik. Bu albatta xalqimiz uchun, o'zimiz uchun emas, xalqimizningki tortayotgan shu zulmini dunyoga anglatish uchun keldik. Bu mening ayolim Gulnar. Menimki
Gulnar hanım, hoş geldiniz. Bir yerde gittiğinizi biliyordum. Hürmetli Habibullah efendim. Gulnar hanım, Habibullah efendimning hanımı, birisi yo'ldoshiga medet berish. Yani shundaqla bu xalqaro Uyghur sotiga bo'lgan qo'llashini ispat qilish uchun ataytan yo'ldoshiga hamroh bo'lib Germaniyadan birga keldi. Alloh sizni razı olsun. Rahmat, hoş geldiniz. Ekran oldidagi qarindoshlarimizni duosi, muhacirat qarindoshlarımızın duosi her zaman bugün bu sotdan 3 gün yağı bu sotu guvalık beriyotgan qarindoshlarimiz bilan birga her zaman ularning duosi bilan birga. Allah razı olsun. Habibullah efendim, biz burun Germaniyada, ikimiz Germaniyadan birga keldik. Özlerime degandilar, şu bugünkü şu özlerine şahit berdigan kunlarni taqozolik bilan, ait hayajon bilan kutayotganliklarini ko'p aytdilar bizga. Hatto tunogimi buni ataytan tilga olgan edilar. Masalan, bu bugun guvohlik berdilar. Guvohlik berib bo'lgandan keyin qanday tuyg'u keldi, hozir qanday tuyg'uda o'zlari hozir?
Mening hozirgi mush vaqtimning o'zi xuddi birliqi ichimdagi nurg'un bir ig'irlikni chiqarib o'tgandek shunday yenik his qilib qoldim. Chunki biz taqozolik bilan kutganimizning sababi dunyoda bizning holimizning nim bo'lganligini, holimizning qayerdan qayerga ketganligini dunyoga hech qanday angltamay kelayotgandik. Bu sotdan nihoyat hayajonlandim. Chunki bu sot hozirgi holatda Xitoyga bir atom tashlagandan ig'ir shunday bir zarba bo'ldi deb qarayman. Chunki mushu guvohlik bilan, mushu haqiqat bilan endi buningdan keyin mayli bu sotda o'tib chiqsin, chiqmasin, har qanday sharoit ostida har qanday bir davlatga bizniki dardimizni anglayman degan hukumat arboblari va yoki bo'lmasin dunyoning har qaysi sohadagi hukumatlar, insonlar buni anglaymiz desa, mushu sotdan tushunib oladi. Mushu sot orqali, mushu sotda bergan guvohliklar orqali vatanimizning asosiy mushu xalqimizning tortayotgan zulmini butun dunyo anglay oladi va buningdan keyin mushu Xitoyga bo'lgan, mushu jallod Xitoy kommunistlariga bo'lgan o'chmanlik butun dunyoda yangraydi. Ham bizga bo'lgan hisdoshlik qiladigan İslam elleri olsun ve dünya elleri olsun, insan hakları olsun, hemmesi bizge bunundan keyin nihoyat yaxshi ko'z qarashda bo'ladi deb meniki nihoyat ishonchim bor. Bu sotqa 10 kunlik emas. Bizmi basaqmi yana karantin turdik emas 15 kun. Bu mu bizga ig'ir kelmaydi. Chunki biz hech kim ado qilolmagan bir cho'ng vazifani ado qildik deb qarayman. Bu Xitoy uchun nihoyat cho'ng bir Xitoyga atalgan abay deganga o'xshash bir cho'ng atom bombasi o'xshash bir zarba. Biz mushu Xitoyning besimidan, zulmidan qo'rqmay keldik va dunyodagi bizga o'xshash, menga o'xshash nurg'un insonlar bor chet elda. Mushu insonlarmi hammanglar dunyodan butunlarni tik dast turinglar. Zulmni anglatinglar va shu vatanda izlayotgan qarindoshlarga, urug' tuqqanlaringlarga, shu Uyg'ur xalqining dardiga datman bo'linglar, bularga igi chiqinglar, bular uchun hech nimadan qo'rqmanglar. Bizning qo'rqadigan vaqtimiz o'tib ketdi qarindoshlar. Yana qo'rqib o'tirdiganga bizning sharoitimizmi yo'q va bizningki hech qanday buningga turish sukut qilish bizga muvofiq kelmaydi. Hammanglarga takrar Buningdan keyin mushu chet elda menga o'xshash, mushu sotda guvohlik bergan insonlarga o'xshash hammanglar bir g'ayratga kelinglar. G'ayrat kelib, mana Xitoyning zolim zulmini dunyoga anglitishda, Xitoyning abdi bashirini ichishda birga barabar birga taqobil turishinglarni hammanglardan umid qilaman.
Rahmat, hurmatli Habibullah Qarim. Habibullah Qarim aziz qarindoshlar, shu Germaniyada yashayotganlar necha yil bo'ldi hozir?
20 yil bo'ldi.
20 yil bo'ldi. Hozirgacha shu mayli dunyo uyg'ur qulti bo'lsin, mayli Germaniya tashkilotlarining siyosiy faoliyatlarini izchil turda moddiy va ma'naviy jihatdan qo'llab kelgan, butun namoyishlarigidek aktivlik bilan qatnashib kelgan bizning vatanparvar diniy ulamolarımızdan biri. Xo'sh, Gulbar xonim, sizdan savol so'ramayman. Bir savolda masalan Habibullah Qarim bilan burun jiq paranglashib 20 yilni bir shaharda yashaymiz. Burunmi oilasining tutqun qilinganligi haqida bizning qurultayga kirib rahbarlik aytib paranglashgan, ammo ko'zining yosh chiqqanini ko'rib boqmagan. Bugun sotda tunji qatim ko'zining yosh chiqqanligini ko'rdik. Bu yerda ovozlarimi, bu yerda yig'i aralash chiqdi va ko'zlarining yosh. Siz o'zingiz bir xonim bo'lish sifatingizdan shu vaqtda qanday bir tuyg'u keldingiz? Men sizni ko'zingizdan yig'i tutgandek bir ko'rdim. Oralig'imiz bir 20 metr. Qanday bir tuyg'u keldingiz yo'ldishingiz mumkin o'n yerim ko'z yoshiga.
Men tanji qildim.
Bunu ko'rdik haqiqatan. Masalan, bu İçinizde bu mesela bu bugünkü sotda bir bay degandek tunji qatim 49 yılı mustabid komşuqda Şarq Türkistan işgal qilganidan bu yan tunji qatim Uyg'urlarning Xitoy ustidan shikoyat qilish bir sot edi hamda.
Albatta.
Uyg'urlar uchun tarixiy bir voqea, chunki undan beri Xitoy bizni sotlaydi begunoh Uyg'urlarni. Xitoyni Uyg'ur begunoh Uyg'urlarni tutadi, begunoh Uyg'urlarni sot o'lim jazosiga hukm qiladi, qamoq jazolariga hukm qiladi. Evet. Hep Taki hozirgacha bizni hisob berib keldi Xitoylar, ammo biz tunji qatim bulardan bir hisob so'raydigan bir xalqaro fursatga erishgan bo'ldik. Bu albatta sizning ko'zingizdan yosh chiqishiga sababchi bo'lgan asosiy sabablarning biri deb o'ylayman. İnşallah Allah razı olsun. Habibullah efendim, hürmetli Gulnar Hanım sizden Allah razı olsun. Mesela bir keldinler 7 gün karantin, Germaniya vaqandaki 15 gün karantin, Mayadaki sot şunda vaqanda bu bir ay vaqtlarını müşü xalqara Uyghur sot kollegiyesiga chiqargan bo'ldinglar va Habibullah Qarim aziz qarindoshlar shu xalqara Uyghur sot kollegiyesiga iqtisodiyatdan aktiv yordam bergan qarindoshlarimizning biri va bu sotdimi bir ulush bizningki bir hassi va buni bu yerda ta'kidlab qo'yay. Rahmat sizlarga, rahmat. Rahmat.
Rahmat sizga, Farhod va Baxtiyor. Sizlarga men ko'p rahmat. Sizlarga kunlik 13 soat, 14 soat ishlayapsizlar. Sizlarga o'ng'ay emas. Mana shundoq vatanimizning, xalqimizning ahvolini anlatadigan shundoq o'g'lonlarimizdan biz faxrlanamiz. Har zaman, har doim biz sizlarning yaninglarda, har zaman sizlarni qo'llaymiz. Biz buningdan keyin ham birlikda xizmat qilib, ama shu vatanimizda tatayotgan, xalqimiz tatayotgan shu zulmga birlikda qarshi turamiz. Buningdan keyin bizga qo'rqish asla mumkin emas. Biz cho'qim qo'rqmaymiz. O'lim bir qatim keladi. Yanala dunyodagi xalqim, vatanimizning sirtidagi muhojirat yashayotgan xalqim qo'rqmanglar. Alloh taolo o qissasdan sizlar savol so'raysiz. Har qandig'inglar shu qissas olmaganliginglar uchun shu urug' tuqqanlaringlarning izdirgini qilib shulardan qissas olmaganliginglar sabablik Allohning oldida shu zulmga qarshi chiqmaganliginglar sababdan chuqum har qandig'inglar agar shunda holatga ketaversanglar Janobi Allohning oldida bu savoldan qochib qutulolmaysizlar. Hammanglarga Janobi Alloh salomatlik, xotirjamlik ato qilsin, g'ayrat, shijoat ato qilsin, iymon, e'tiqod ato qilsin deyman. Xayr, assalomu alaykum.
Rahmat, hurmatli Habibullah Qarim. Hurmatli ekran oldidagi do'stlar, ko'rishlar, atoyatning vaqtini chiqarib, shu Uyg'ur xalqining tarixidagi zo'r hodisalarning biri hisoblangan shu xalqaro Uyg'ur sud kollegiyasiga soatlab vaqtlarni ajratib, shu ekran oldida buni ko'rib turibsizlar. Shuning o'zimi bir qo'llash, albatta, shuning o'zimi mana Habibullah Qarimga o'xshash, boshqa lager shoirlarga o'xshash guvohchilarga berilgan bir medet, ularga berilgan bir teselli. Çünkü bularmı sizlerniki duayınlardan, sizlerinin kolluşunlardan medet alıdı, cesaret aldı aziz qarindoshlar. Şuna bir yerde ekran aldı o'tlagan, şu sotqa ko'ngil bilib, ekran aldı o'tlagan qarindoshlarimizni sizlarga alayda tekrar rahmetimni, minnatdorligimni, hurmatimni bildiraman aziz qarindoshlar. Dünya Uyg'ur Qurultayı Tor televiziyasiniki Naq Meydan programmasi erta sot oxirgi kuni va davomlashadi. Hozir davomlashadi, birozdan keyin deb o'tdim. Uyg'ur Hareket Teşkilatı'nınki reisi hürmetli Roşan Abbas Hanım bilan başlandı hazır. Bundan keyin Amerika'daki ceza lageri şahidi Mehirgül Tursun Hanım ahirki guvalıkni verdi aziz qarindoshlar. Yani başlangıç yaptı. 1-2 minutdan keyin başlandı. Sotda görüşelim. Rahmet sizlerge rahmet. Sizlerge.
Yaxshi bo'lma.
Thank you, sir.
Next witness.
Our next witness is Ms. Roshan Abbas.
Sorry. more later. But we doesn't matter.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Abbas. The witness left China in 1989, fearing repercussions from the Chinese Communist Party for her involvement in student activism while studying at the Xinjiang University. Almost 30 years later, in 2018, after the witness spoke about the conditions of the camps in Xinjiang in a panel discussion in Washington, D.C., the witness's sister, a retired medical doctor, and her aunt, who lived in Xinjiang, disappeared. Several months later, her aunt was released, but there was still no information on her sister's whereabouts. Initially, a report in Global Times accused the witness of making her sister up. However, subsequently, the Chinese Foreign Ministry held a press conference where they confirmed that her sister had been sentenced for involvement in terrorist activities. In her statement, the witness also states that many members of her husband's family were arrested for what Chinese authorities designated as excessive religious activities, amongst others. Mrs. Abbas, I have a few questions for you. Firstly, relating to your sister. You state that the Chinese authorities confirmed that your sister, a retired medical doctor, was sentenced for involvement in terrorist activities. Could I ask you, firstly, and if possible, how old your sister was, more or less, when she was arrested for terrorist activities?
Thank you so much. I'm here to speak on behalf of my family, my nieces, and the thousands of more who couldn't be here to speak out. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. My sister, when she was abducted on the middle of September 2018, she was 56 years old, and 6 days from today, she will turn 59.
Thank you for that. And would you know what kinds of activities your sister could have been involved in?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
So the reason for her arrest was terrorist activities. And what kind of activities do you think she might have been involved in?
There is no any kind of evidence or trial. Nothing was given to the family members or other than that, just the Chinese Foreign Ministry claiming on the false accusations. We have no idea. She's a retired medical doctor. She's quiet, non-political, not very active on anything because of health reasons. She's just a very law-binding, quiet person that she was just living very simplistic, normal, ordinary life. So it's all just the accusation against her and against her family if they are accusing her for anything about terrorism-related charges.
And just to clarify and confirm, she was arrested soon after you appeared on a panel discussion speaking about the conditions in the camps.
Yes, on the September 5th, there was a panel on what's happening to Uyghur people today at the Hudson Institute, one of the think tanks in Washington, D.C. And I was on the panel together with Dr. Sean Roberts, actually, and a few other experts. I talked about the conditions of the camps and the genocidal policies that Uyghurs were currently facing since Chin Chuang-guo arrived in August 2016 to our homeland, outlining the fate of my in-laws, which my husband's entire family was missing since April 2017 from Hotan. 6 days after I gave that speech, my sister and my aunt both got abducted on exactly same day. My sister lived in Urumchi, my aunt in Artush, which is a town near Kashgar, 1,400 kilometers, 900 miles away from each other. But those two women picked up exact the same day, 6 days after my speech.
Thank you for that. And my final question, in fact, relates to your in-laws. Now, as you mentioned, you said the entire relatives of your husband have been somehow detained or arrested. I'll focus around your younger sister-in-laws who were accused of excessive religious activities and were sent to the camps. And my question to you is, what, in your opinion, does excessive religious activities mean?
The Chinese regime outlawed all simple religious activities like praying, going to mosque, or even practicing like fasting during Ramadan, or for people in Hotan and the Kashgar and the other parts, wearing headscarves, covering their heads. So if there's anything that my sister-in-law is engaged, I'm sure she was probably just covering her hair, because most people in Hotan, Kashgar, they do that. Even as simple as saying Salam Alaikum is being outlawed. So the Chinese regime is claiming the last 4 or 5 years all kind of normal, simple, regular religious activities as illegal Islamic activities, and based on that pretext, they are arresting and taking people to concentration camps and also harshly sentencing them to prison terms.
Thank you for your concise, clear answers. I have no more questions, but the panel may have questions for you, Mr. Boss. Thank you.
Professor Kaur, please.
Thank you. Just to carry on with the theme of religious activities, is it clear to people in the region what they can do and what they can't do regarding religious activities?
No, I don't believe that they do, because before Chin Chuang-guo, or before 2014, or before Xi Jinping, there were a little bit of time that people able to practice normal religious practices. With the requirement of the Chinese regime, Muhammad Salih Hajim, a religious scholar, translated Quran per Beijing's request, translated the Quran from Arabic to Uyghur language. And even his work that he has done per the government's request was a crime. He was sentenced to the camp and he died in the camp when he was 80-some years old. All the religious activities before it was allowed by the government, like some people were sent to Mecca for Hajj, and some of them traveled to Turkey or Abu Dhabi, Dubai, UAE, or any kind of like vacation trips with the legal entities like travel agencies that are organized by the government. Before 2016, they all became their crimes. Any Uyghurs who traveled to Muslim majority countries, they were sentenced harshly for their crimes. I have been traveling around from Japan to Australia and from Canada to Turkey and Europe since my sister's abduction, trying to do raising awareness, met thousands of Uyghurs, mothers, children, students, brothers, sisters looking for their relatives. And their family members are missing because some student in Turkey, his mother came to Istanbul to visit him, and that was her crime, the sentencing harshly. Or if someone was meeting his family in Dubai vacationing for a week. So anything that before it was normal became the Uyghur people's crimes with Xi Jinping's genocidal policy. So nobody knows what's right and what's wrong anymore.
So at the national level, legally, certain aspects of religion are permitted. Is that correct?
I'm sorry?
At the national level, legally, certain elements of religion are permitted. It's only in this region, and it only pertains to Uyghur and certain other Turkic Muslims. Is that correct?
Yes, in a large extent, which is true. It started with our homeland, and there are people, some activists from New York or some other parts of the world, they always try to excuse the Chinese government's genocidal policies by trying to tell us, we have seen mosques in Xi'an or Beijing or somewhere else that people are still praying. But in our homeland, if anybody who go to a mosque to pray, and that's their crimes. So I would agree with you.
So these people who are told that they're criminal would be described as extremists. Is that correct? So this is one of the three evils.
Yes.
And when did this begin to happen?
It started when Qin Chuanguo arrived in August in 2016, although it goes back to 2014, actually, when they first built, the first concentration camp was built in Lop Nur in 2014. And around that time, they started to exercise shoot at the spot policy. So anyone any kind of law enforcement, for example, a traffic police believes that somebody is running the red light, he or she can shoot that person to kill and no question to be asked. Radio Free Asia did excellent reporting on that, and a few people getting shot and killed, like teenager running the red light with his bicycle or motorcycle, he was killed. And after that, basically, when you look at some of the documents from 2016, Party Secretary Qin Chuanguo, when he delivered China's central government's order of systematic ethnic cleansing, the beginning of this genocide, there is a official Chinese government's documents. It says, quote, must first break their lineage, break their roots, break their connections, and break their origins, basically referring to Uyghur people. So when you look at that, what is that, Those chilling words stated in an internal document reported to the media, from the media to the public. So that explains the intent of eradicating and exterminating the Uyghurs as a genocide that's happening now.
Okay, thank you. Could I talk about your high school classmate's brother, Kaiser Kayum, is that correct?
Yes.
He was the editor-in-chief of a literary magazine. And what happened to him?
I read on the Radio Free Asia article that my friend Qadrdan's brother, Qadrdan Qiyum is my high school classmate and a friend. His brother Qaisar Qiyum, he was the editor-in-chief in a literature magazine in Urumchi. When starting from April 2017, when many people were taken to the concentration camps, the conditions of the camps are so bad, he did not want to be taken to the concentration camp. So when the police officers came to get him from his workplace, like before he was being arrested, he was so fearful for that, he jumped out of the 8th floor window, the building, and he killed himself in August 2017.
Why did he think he was going to get arrested or detained?
Well, the reason for that is most of the intellectuals, the thought leaders, and the people who are working on the publishing houses, like editors, they were being targeted. Several years ago, I don't remember exactly when, per the education department's request, Uyghur intellectuals like Yalqin Rozi and Wahidjan Osman and the other several prominent Uyghur intellectuals and scholars worked on the Uyghur textbook, the book that they used for the middle school and high school students. That work was done per the request of the government, and that's being reviewed and checked like every so often, and everything was fine until Chinchuango came over and they changed the rules and the policies. All these intellectuals were sent to prison camps right now. All the people that I mentioned and several more are sentenced harshly. And also prominent scholars like Dr. Raila Dawood and Abdulkadir Jalaluddin, Akhtam Ömer Tashbulatif, Halmurat Ghopor, and my own professor from the university, Sultan Malim, they're all are being targeted because they are the Uyghur intellectuals. I think that's why Qaisar Qayyum was being targeted.
Is there anything that they've said or published that could be described as separatist or even terrorist?
No. Actually, there has been a lot of writings on the media about this. It has nothing to do with separatism. It's just the Uyghur literature with the Uyghur history, with the Uyghur ethnic identities, promoting those. Are those a separatism, you know? When somebody talks about their own culture or their ethnicity or religion. So it's just a way of using the Uyghur ethnicity and the religion to eradicate Uyghur people. And that tells you the ultra-nationalism and the racism from the Chinese Communist Party is using everything against the Uyghur people, dehumanizing them.
And so this order would have come from Party Secretary Chen, or would it have come from the Department of Education in Beijing?
I'm sure that came from Beijing, and the Chen Chuanguo is the person who's delivering in our homeland in East Turkestan.
Okay, thank you. Regarding there are certain reports in the Global Times. I know you might have a stance there, but I'd just like to air them so as I can hear what you have to say. I've come across some reports saying that you work for US intelligence agencies. Why would they say that?
You know where that's coming from? Actually, I thought this might come up as a question, so I printed Zhao Lijuan, who is the deputy director of the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs. This is his official Twitter account. He tweeted with my picture, calling me CIA asset or Guantanamo torturer or worked for Homeland Security. So this is the narrative of the Chinese communist regime to dehumanize me, discredit me for my work. Those are all the Chinese propaganda, calling anyone who opposes the Chinese state propaganda lines with the CIA is a very common tactic. Actually, I believe that recently Sir Jeffrey Nice was also accused by the Chinese state of being UK intelligence asset. So it's, just similar targets. And also I'm going to show you another document here. This is, I don't know if you can see, I don't know which camera is focusing on this one. The document, this is from the Global Times Network on December 23, 2019. A year before the Chinese regime announced that my sister is so-called terrorist, they printed this media and said, for example, Rushan Abbas, leader of so-called Campaign for Uyghurs, etc., there's some other things, said from the East Turkestan separatist groups, they first stole some Uyghurs' photos and their information, claimed these people to be missing relatives in Xinjiang, spread rumors in overseas. Well, ever since my sister's abduction, I have been carrying my sister's picture. This is my sister. I am not stealing anybody's photo. I am not taking any other people's information and claiming my missing relatives. This is the picture that I have been carrying when I go to protests, when I go to meetings, and my Twitter handle, everything is my sister's picture. Then a year later, they came back and they said, my sister who was abducted since September 2018, that she was sentenced. Wang Wenbin from the Chinese Foreign Ministry named her name, said Gulishan Abbas is being charged for such and such.
Okay, can we talk about your other relatives, particularly your husband's 14 nieces and nephews? They're aged between 5 and 22, presumably older now, or is that their age now?
I would say this is their age now, because when I testified back in 2018, when I spoke at the Hudson, they were 2 to 19 years old, so just I added 3 years. So I hope they're alive, and I hope my in-laws are alive, but we don't know. We have no idea who's surviving, who's living, and who's sent to where, who is becoming the victims of the organ harvesting, and which kids sent to which orphanages, or which Chinese family adopted which nephews of us. We have no idea.
So, but their parents are in detention or prison. How do you know that?
My husband last spoke to his mother in April 25th, 2017. And that day, his mother told him not to call her anymore. He didn't call for a couple of weeks, but then he tried to contact them anyway, just to see how they are doing. None of the phones worked. None of the home phones or cell phones, nothing worked. And then he was trying to find out from some distant relatives who are in China proper, in the other parts of China, not in East Turkestan. And everybody said, no one is there anymore. And then later in the summer, my husband found out that from one of the relatives in China proper, in inner China, that my in-laws, my parents-in-laws, and my 3 of my sister-in-laws, their husbands, they all were taken away. And nobody knows where the kids are. And the big family that they all lived together in Laskoi, a neighborhood in Hotan, the door was locked. So basically sealed. And that's it. My husband is here with me right now, and I am witnessing him, unable to sleep, unable to find out anything. And when there is a foreclosure, like some sort of end to it, you can at least say, pray for their being in heaven. But what can you say for something like this? Such an inhumane tragedy that the entire Uyghur people are facing in diaspora. Every person you talk to, everybody say they count the years, they count the months, this many years that I have not spoken to my family. I have no idea where they are.
Why would they have been detained? Is this purely due to association with you or association with your husband?
I don't think so. My sister's case, yes, they tried to silence me. They tried to send me a clear message by taking my sister and my aunt 6 days after I spoke. So that started as retaliation. But at the end of it, when you look at it, every single Uyghur is being targeted. The Uyghur intellectuals are being targeted as the thought leaders or anybody who can lead or produce the culture. And my sister being an intellectual, she was a trained medical doctor. If it wasn't for me, I'm sure as an Uyghur, as all the Uyghurs are being targeted, I don't know. I have seen the clear messaging from the Chinese government as a hostage taking of my husband's family and my sister. But at the same time, all these other people's families are also disappearing that when they are not engaged with any kind of human rights activities. And they are unable to come out and speak. They are unable to give testimony like ourselves because they fear, because they worry for their other relatives. If the mother and the father disappear, they have siblings. If the siblings disappear, they have aged mother and the fathers. They look at me as an example, and the amount of the work that I have done on social media, the amount of vocality that I was doing to bring up my sister's case. Now my niece joined me, my sister's daughter, and there is no information on my sister's whereabouts. Many people are afraid of coming out and speaking and testifying.
So there is guilt by association, and part of that is to do with the fact that you're abroad. Can I just clarify with you, Uyghur people who go abroad are a threat, whereas Han people who go abroad are not a threat. Is that correct?
Well, I cannot speak for the Han people, but for the Uyghurs, yes. They feel that when the Uyghurs go abroad and educated, especially in the West, we learned the Western democracy and we start to see the oppression and all the genocidal policies the Chinese regime is conducting against our people. So we demand to be respected. We demand the dignity of the humans, and we demand people to pay attention to China's crimes against humanity. So maybe that's why.
My final question is about your health. You write about it in your report. Could you elaborate on your mental and physical health?
My sister's, you mean?
Your health. You talk about your husband and your health.
Thank God, we are healthy. We are able to travel and raise awareness. But emotionally, how can you be? When your people facing genocide with the intent of completely exterminating your people. I am the youngest in my family, and my dad basically raised me during the Great Cultural Revolution when he was targeted as a Uyghur intellectual, and he didn't have a job after he was taken to re-education centers. So I love my father, but my father passed away 11 years ago. And I miss him so much. But can you imagine? I am so grateful that my father is no longer with us. He's not living in this world. I am so happy that he passed away. Imagine, is that the normal feeling? Because if he was, then he would have faced the same thing those millions of Uyghurs are facing in the dark dungeons of those concentration camps and being enslaved in the factories and the tormenting in somewhere. Or if he was aged and if he was home, then he would have worried for his daughter, which is my sister, Dr. Gulshan Abbas. So my husband too. He wakes up in the middle of the nights and I see him either crying or sitting and writing. I try to get it out of his chest. And we are not just an isolated family. We are just one example of all the Uyghurs in diaspora. Almost all of them, even so-called the model citizens, or never ever get involved with any kind of political situation, or just happy with the system the Chinese government was offering to Uyghur people. Even their relatives are targeted only because they are Uyghurs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask you just two questions? One, actually going back to 1989 and the time that you left the country. Was that I don't mean emotionally, because clearly there were family ties and everything, but was it difficult to leave the country at that stage? Were there obstacles in your way?
It was mixed feelings. As I said, I'm the youngest family, and I stayed in my family. Even I went to university by living in the house with my parents, not going to the university dormitory. But after graduating the university with the second highest score in the entire department, in the biology department, only because of my involvement for advocating for human rights, just asking for basic living rights for the Uyghur people, with Mr. Dolkun Isa and my friend who died just shortly after being released from the camps, Waris Abu Bakr. I was thrown onto the street with no job. Also, I was sent from the university to work, the educational ministry to work at the agricultural university, but later, because of my involvement in the political activities, I didn't have a job in Urumchi. So, and my father was feared for my safety, and I left. 3 weeks after I arrived in the United States, I witnessed, in June 4th, Tiananmen Square massacre. I watched this barbaric regime killing their own children, Han Chinese students, killing them at the Tiananmen Square. And how do you feel as someone whose homeland is being occupied, and ever since 1949, the Chinese regime is relentlessly using every opportunity, labeling Uyghurs in every names out there, like nationalists, counter-revolutionaries, and the separatists, and after 9/11 tragedy in the United States, terrorists. How do you feel about a government like that? Now they are basically hostage-taking my family members.
But your political activism, which one might have thought would have been a barrier to leaving, of being permitted to leave, that wasn't obviously a barrier. They still permitted you to leave, notwithstanding your activism at university.
Actually, right at that time, right after the Afghan war in the late 70s, until the Tiananmen Square protest, students' protest 1989, which I left 3 weeks before that. I came to the United States in May 1989. There was a period that many people say the golden times, like things are opened up. That's when I went to high school and university. We were able to have some books published, and the mosques were being built, and the Uyghur students were sent to abroad for studies and all that. So that was the period, I guess.
My second question goes back to the point that was discussed earlier about the detention of your sister and your aunt. And just to understand the sequencing of it, you'd been in the US for almost 30 years at that stage, and your sister and your aunt had not been the subject of any detention or police activities in that time. What was it about the Hudson Institute panel session that then, after 30 years of you being away and being an active political activist all this time, caused them then to detain your sister and aunt?
There's a few parts to that. One is 2008 Beijing Olympics. 2008 Beijing Olympics in Beijing, that was the confirmation from the West that the Chinese government can get away with anything, because they were persecuting the Uyghurs, persecuting the Tibetans, and the very oppressive policies for anybody who don't just worship the Communist Party, underground Christians and underground Catholics, or Chinese Democrats, or Southern Mongolians, and all that. So after 2008, the Chinese regime started to get more aggressive. So my last visit to my homeland was 2005, so I never went back after that. Then Xi Jinping came to the power, and after the Beijing Olympics, the Chinese regime is human rights basically took sharp U-turn and went back to the authoritarian policies, and also the Uyghurs started to face more and more about the forced sterilizations and the forced abortions, and the even only for the Uyghur people, not for the Han Chinese or anybody else. They had the policies that when you have your first baby, you cannot get pregnant until 3 years. You have to wait for 3 years in between. And that is also a way of affecting the Uyghur population, and the massive settlement of the Han Chinese people to the area, especially after Xi Jinping's announcement of the Belt and Road Initiative in 2013, which is one of the main reasons why the Uyghurs are facing genocide today. So that's why in 2014, they started to build the concentration camps and pick up the Uyghur people and sent there. And that's, I hope I answered your question. In 2018, my sister's abduction comes after all these, like Chen Chuanguo coming in August 2016, and then sweep off of Uyghur intellectuals and more than 1 million Uyghurs in April 2017.
When did you first find out? When did you first find out then that your sister and aunt had been detained?
Last time I talked to my sister was summer of 2017. I stopped talking to her. As much as I love her, she's my only sister, especially after my mother passed away. She was like a mother figure to me. She's 5 years older than me. So I used to talk to her quite often. But after seeing what's happening in April 2017, I stopped communicating with her. But she has 2 daughters. As I said, I have 2 nieces in America, and they communicate with my sister all the time. And one of my niece, my daughter's youngest daughter, was pregnant. At that time, not even 8 months pregnant, but it's sort of like 3rd trimester. So she was talking to her mom all the time. And my other niece, Ziba, now she's also asking her mother's whereabouts. So Ziba just had a baby, actually. She had a baby in late May. So she had like a 3-month-old baby. So they were communicating with their mom on a daily basis. And last I heard from them was they panicked on September 12th, and said they cannot get hold of their mother. The last communication was the evening of the September 10th, 2018. And first they thought maybe her phone was broken, or maybe she went someplace, didn't take her phone. So we waited for 5 weeks. But after 5 weeks, we did not hear anything. And then I started to become vocal about it. And then only later, actually, we find out that from our distant relatives from other countries, that my aunt was also seen on the September 10th as the last time the being connected with anybody, contacted with anybody.
And one last point. If at least part of the rationale for them arresting your sister and aunt...
I'm sorry, what is it?
If at least part of the rationale on the part of the PRC government in arresting your aunt and sister was to get at you, do they just assume that you will find out eventually and not make sure that you're aware that this has happened?
I really cannot tell what rationale they had in their mind, but the only thing I can think of is trying to silence me. And also, they try to show to the other people, if anybody dare to speak out about your missing relatives or anything, watch Russia and see what we did to her sister. So I think that's the purpose, I would say.
Thank you very much indeed, and thank you for your testimony. We're running a bit short of time, so I'll give my quick questions. I assume you've got a USA passport.
Yes, since 1995, I am a US citizen.
Apart from them obviously realizing what you're doing from social media, do you feel you're being harassed in other ways? Are people following you?
Well, I think, even I'm an American citizen, and I exercise my right as an American citizen under my constitutional right to exercise my freedom of speech and freedom of expression. I already paid the highest price that I could. Me speaking out, raising awareness, cost the freedom of my sister. So I don't feel fair about anything else anymore, because we have to keep doing what we are doing. So I hope that I am safe, because I am in the Western world.
Do you think they'd ever allow you in? And if they did, would they put you away?
Can you repeat that question?
Yes, sorry. If you applied for a visa to get into China, would they allow you in? And if they did, would you be fearful that you would be put into prison?
I never thought of going there. And I have been on the blacklist for a long time now. And so I don't think it's really wise for me to fly back to China.
I'm sure it isn't. I thought I'd ask. Another question. You've been quite involved with the associations. Do you know how many Uyghurs you've got in America?
You mean population of the Uyghurs in the United States?
Yeah.
I would say more than 10,000.
10,000.
Mm-hmm.
And would that be an underestimate because people would be frightened to join?
Yes, a lot of people are frightened to speak out, join our advocacy work.
And has your society, your group, met with or joined up with others around the world? So in other words, you've got a big number of people around the world. Have you thought of joining up?
You mean the Uyghur people around the world?
Yes, all the societies.
Yes, we have the umbrella organization, World Uyghur Congress, and led by our leader, Mr. Dolkan Issa. And we have a campaign for Uyghurs, which is the organization that I found and I'm the executive director of. But we all work together. We coordinate and collaborate together to raise awareness, to tell the world about this genocide.
How many do you think there are around the world?
The organizations or people?
People.
The Uyghurs in diaspora. That is a very good question, because it's difficult to estimate. I would say if you look at the Uyghurs who left East Turkestan after the lockdown of the, like a great cultural revolution, after the establishing the diplomatic relationship with the West, is about over 100 million easily. But if you look at the Uyghurs who left after the occupation of Chinese Communist regime in 1949, people who left to other countries, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, or later, before the Great Cultural Revolution, people left to Central Asia. So altogether, probably more than 500,000, I would say.
So I appreciate you've been raising the awareness to people about your situation. Have you approached the government and asked whether there are any other ways that they could help you?
Yes, we have been approaching people, grassroots organizations, students, and also international entities, and also the politicians and the governments around the world.
And do they allow charities in, such as, say, Red Cross or any other charities that work for people outside, would they be allowed into China?
I'm sure they are allowed to go to China, but I don't know how effective they will be because of the information blockade and the orchestrated tours, because the Chinese government will never give free access without restrictions. Anybody who wants to go, they will set up places and they just take them to the setup, tour, even for those they call, so-called vocational training centers, which is the concentration camps.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Dolkanisa has testified that he was issued with, or Interpol was issued with a red notice, and indeed he has suffered interference at UN functions and so on in his advocacy. You've travelled extensively, you've advocated extensively. Have you had similar interference?
No, I have not.
Thank you.
You've been activist one way or another. Sorry, did somebody else? No, you've been activist for a lot.
Could you tell me when you first said that what was happening was genocide? When you first publicly said that?
I wrote an op-ed on May 2019. And on my op-ed, I wrote it was a genocide, but it was published as, I'm fighting slow motion of genocide. I have been saying that it is genocide since the summer of 2019. And I think in my first public speech and some of the interviews in Prague in early June, and there's in the Czech language, there's a article so that I was calling all the countries who are signing up for supporting Belt and Road Initiative is complicit with China's genocide. So I would say that's the time.
Being an activist or even working on Radio Free Asia may have exposed your relations to some risk. Did you discuss or agree with them at all the risks that they might be exposed to?
You mean the Radio Free Asia?
No, your relations back in China. Did you discuss with them the fact that being an activist in the way you were might have exposed them to risk? No?
I'm sorry, I'm not quite understanding the question.
My mistake,
sorry.
No doubt. You've been an activist and a very vocal activist. Did you discuss the risk to your relations by reason of your activism?
With my family?
Yeah.
No, never, ever. I am not. I know the situation. I lived there. I understand how all the Uyghur families, the phones, and any kind of communication is.
That's fine. We've got lots of evidence there.
Okay.
The other thing is, you've told us about various things concerning your 24 relations, houses, and so on. When you couldn't contact them yourself, you presumably went through other people and telephone calls, and maybe other people spoke to other people. If we think of those as layers of hearsay, secondary degree evidence, how many layers of hearsay would we be going through? Did you just ring one person and she went round to look at the house? Or did you ring one person and that person spoke to another person? Give us an idea.
On my sister's case, you mean?
On all of them?
Not anybody.
Just generally. I want to have a picture of how you're able to give the accounts you have when it's what's called second-hand or hearsay evidence. But very briefly and just in summary.
Okay. No, actually, I am testifying for those, my friend and my colleagues, through the reports given by Radio Free Asia. And the Radio Free Asia Uyghur Services is doing amazing job. They get messages, tips from with like emails and text messages and the phone calls and the Facebook messengers, and then they Radio Free Asia Uyghur Service people, they follow up on the credible tips and the complete targeted verification calls. And they actually, Radio Free Asia Uyghur Service confirmed my sister's detention in June 2019. They also confirmed Mr. Dolklan Isa's father's...
That's fine. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you. Any other questions? No? Thank you very much for coming and giving your evidence. You're now free to go.
Can I just take 2 minutes to say something? In my last
well,
thoughts?
we're very pressed
quick.
for time.
Okay.
Topic, subject
Just
matter,
2
what is
minutes?
it? No, what is it, first of all, about?
Okay, I just want to say that what's happening to Uyghur people today is because of our ethnicity. And
Yes, I think we're dealing with evidence. We've got plenty of that. And I'm afraid I'm going to ask you to finish your evidence now. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Sabi.
Thank you. Our next witness is Mehrikul Tursan, but I also have an application. I have an application for a further witness to be recalled this afternoon.
Who's that?
Sayurgul Sotbey. It's my fault. We are omitted to ask a question from her that is important to
Very
our
well.
hearing next tomorrow. I have one question, and Dr. Zamit Porta has one question from Sayurgul. She's already in Sweden, but she has agreed to come here for 6:45. So, with your permission, we will be
Yes,
sitting
of course.
a bit longer.
Yep.
Thank you. Mr.
Mehrikul Tursun, budaqı şahitlik berilgan kişi, onundan keyin mahkemenin görüksü bilen 6'dan 45'te Sayragul Savat baynıma iki sualını soraş üçün yani qayta mahkemeye teklif kıldık.
Hoş geldiniz.
Hoş geldin.
Ammanlarga yaxşymyslar? Men Mehrikul Tursun. Uyghur sot kollegiyasidan keyin bana bu fursatni berganga va Uyg'urlar uchun bu sotni ochganga ko'pdan ko'p rahmat aytaman.
Hello everyone, I am Mehrikul Tursun. I am very thankful for establishing this tribunal to hear about the Uyghur people's current situation. Thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Mehrikul Tursun was born in 1989 in Xinjiang province. She went to the British University in Egypt in 2011 to study business administration in Arabic. She married with an Egyptian. In March 2015, she gave birth to 3 children, a healthy triplet. But because she needed help from parents, she was alone in Egypt. She decided to go back to Urumchi and seek help from her family. Upon arrival at the airport, the children were taken away from her and she was taken for questioning. She was questioned for a long time and kept in prison for 3 months. Then she was released because her children's health were in trouble. She saw her son being in an extensive care unit, and unfortunately, he passed away next day. She got the other 2 children and went back to the family, but her passport was taken and she could not travel back to Egypt. She stayed in East Turkestan until 2017. She was arrested again. Same questions. She was released again because she lost consciousness during the extensive interrogation. And again, she was arrested in November 2017. Eventually, she was released in April 2018 and managed to go back to Egypt and from there to United States, where she lives. Ms. Tursun, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for Mr. Hamid Sabi and all Mr. Musotki Sojlan.
Thank you, Mr. Sabit, and all who are participating to this tribunal. Thank you.
The tribunal has received your extensive report and have read it. So what I'm asking is just to highlight some of the important issues.
Biz sizniki bütün şahitlik materialınızı tapşırıp aldık bu sot mahkemesi. Hemmini təfsili oqub çıxdıq, hemmini bilimiz. Şunun içinde oturuğa qoyulğan bəzi bir mühim məsələlərini bir yerdə qaytadan görüp çıxmaqçı. Şunu qarab çıxınız.
Can you briefly mention about your first arrest upon arrival at Urumchi airport in May 2015?
Siz 2015-yılı 5-ci ayda vətənə qayıtqanda şu Urumchi aeroportunda tutulğanlığınız, onundan sizin solanğanlığınız haqqındakı şu əhvalını qısqaça sözləb ötəmsiz.
Oldu. Mən 2015 şu 5-ci ayda ata-anam balalarımı bekib biriş üçün mən vətənə qayıtdım, yardım qilish üçün. Qayıtıb şu anadaki Urumchi ayrılımğa baxan vaxtımda şu Urumchidagi saqchilar tarafidan 3 balam mendan ta'tillanib, menda ayrılımdan so'roq qilingan holatda keyin shu birinchi qatimda shu Urumchidagi hijosat turmaga solandim. Bu jarayonda
okay. On May 2015, I went back to my home country in order to get support to look after my children from my parents. At the Urumchi airport, I was questioned, I was separated from my children, and I was taken to the detention center at Hijasan in Urumchi first time.
Bu qatimda shu 2,5 aydan ortiq vaqtda qiynaldim, uruldum, ham başqa torturlar bo'ldi. Shu jarayonda burnim izli ketdi. Hem bu jarayonda men ota-onamniki, 3 bolamniki qanday ahvolligini hech qanday xabarsiz holatda 2,5 aydan ortiq holatda birinchi turmada yotdim. Keyin 2,5
This interrogation, this detention lasted for more than 2.5 months. During that time, I did not know. I didn't have any information about my family, my parents, my children, and I have faced torture, interrogation, and my nose was flattened because of torture during this time.
Şunun bilan 2 aydan ortiq vaqt o'tgan bo'lgandan keyin bularga balalaring bak og'ir kasalga shu sababdan sizni vaqtli qo'yib berdik dedi. Ammo men qo'yib berganda blacklistning ichida bu mening telefon ishlatishim, chet elga chiqishim, ID'imni, China ID'imni ishlatishimning hammasi blacklist holatda bo'ldi. Ham shu vaqtdan boshlab 2 Chinese saqchi men bilan birga mening oqimda ko'zatchi holatda bo'ldi.
After 2.5 months detention at number 1 prison in Urumchi, and I was released because of my children was very sick and they were not well. However, after I released, I was still under watch. I was restricted to use my telephone. I was restricted to travel overseas. I was restricted to use my ID cards properly. And also 2 policemen was always watching over me.
Şu kuni turmadan chiqqan kuni o'g'illarga meni bolalar doktorxonasiga olib bordi. Urumchidagi bolalar doktorxonasiga olib borganda ular 3 yil bolamni mendan bir so'roq hech kimdan so'ramagan holatda bo'yindan operatsiya qilgan, naychi qilgan holatda ko'rdim. 2 balamni ko'rsatdi, bir balamni ko'rsatmadi, yana bir balamni atisi ko'rsatdi, atisi to'nglatqidan ochiqqan muz badinni bari ular dedi shu balang tunigun tugab ketdi, davolanish bayar bermaydi dedi, ammo balamning nima sababdan operatsiya qilganligini, nima sababdan o'lib ketganligini men ishimizni demadi, chunki ular
Okay, sorry. On the day of release, they took me directly to the Urumchi Children's Hospital to show my children. They showed me 2 of my children. However, they didn't show me the other one, the third one. And I have seen that they did operation on to all of my 3 children from their neck. And without my permission, they did operation. And also, I just have seen 2 children, but they told me that they're going to show my 3rd child next day. And the next day, they brought out my 3rd child from the freezer. I saw my 3rd child's frozen body, and they did not tell me what's the reason of him being dying and what's the reason of those operation has been done to my children.
Şunun bilan üçüncü balamın to'nilgan rasmini o'lgan badani bari andagi doktorxonadan chiqishni iltimos qildi. Men doktorxonadan shu balamni o'lgan badani balamni yana bir 2 balamni saqbati andakin akatdim. U vaqtda shu chet elga chiqqanlarning har qanday jinoyatninki birinchi boshlanishi Xitoyda 2015 shu men birinchi boshlanishga tushib qolibdim. Shu turmadan chiqqandan keyin bu turmaga kirib chiqqan odamlarninki cho'qim o'zining yurtiga qaytilib o'tish qoidasi bor ekan. Shu sababli men Urumchiga turolmay ular meni qaytarib akatdi Sachanga.
So from the hospital, this is the picture of my 3 children. I took my 3 children. 2 of them are alive. The one of them was frozen dead body of my 3rd child. And the 2015 was the beginning of the arrest and the punishment of the people who traveled overseas. That was the beginning. So after I took my 3 children from the hospital, since I was released from the first detention, I was kind of blacklisted, and I wasn't allowed to stay in Urumchi continuously. I was supposed to be going back to my original place, which is I was taken back to my original home place, Cherchen County.
Thank you. Ms. Turson, you were left on your own until 2017 when you were arrested again in April 2017. Is that correct?
Ondan keyin sizni 2017-yilga qadar o'zingiz qo'yib etibdi, ammo qo'yib etgandan 2017-yili 4-oyda yana qaytadan sizni qo'lga olibdi, to'g'rimi?
And you were subjected to extensive interrogations.
Ondan keyin sizni ig'ir darajadagi savol-so'roqlar qilibdi, to'g'rimi? Ovozingiz, mehrgul ovozingiz yo'q.
To'g'ri. Shu qaytgandan keyin ammo men qaytgan vaqtimdan boshlab bizning uyda 2 Xitoy saqchisi bor. 24 soat meni kuzatgan holatda. Ular men bilan birga uyda. Ammo kuzatish holatida turyapman. 2017-yilda qayta bir vaqtda yana bir bugun sotxonaga berib sening qo'l qo'ydigan ishing bor dedi. Yana uydan 2-chi qatim bordim 2017-da. 2017-yil 4-oyda 2-chi qatim chiqqan vaqtda ular shu 3 kunduz to'xtamay meni so'roq qildi. Shu so'roq jarayonida to'xtaq o'rindiqda o'ldirish, andan keyin dori yozib qiynash, urush orqali o'ng qulog'imdan keyin hozir sezimi yo'q, hozir qadar quloqdan ozroq qon oqidi, hozir anglamayman.
Okay, to'xtab turing, shuni birday. Rahmat. Rahmat. Yes, that's correct. Yes, I was released in 2017. Although I was released, but 2 policemen, the Chinese policemen, were always with me. They stayed at my house with me together to monitor me all the time. I was simply on house arrest. However, on April 2017, they told me that I had to come to the police station to sign on a paper. With that reason, I went there and I got arrested again. And I was interrogated non-stop for 3 days. And I faced torture. I was sat on tiger chairs, and also they beat me severely. And I lost my right ear hearing because of the beating and the torture within that 3 days. And also they also tortured me with kind of administering medicines as well.
And just for the information of the tribunal, Ms. Thorson, you were not involved in any political activities while you were in Egypt or participate in any anti-Chinese demonstration, did you?
Mushu mahkameninki uchuri uchun siz Misrda vaqtingizda Xitoyga qarshi bo'lgan har qanday bir siyosiy faoliyatlarga aralashmagan, shundaqmi?
Yo'q, men hech qanday siyosiy faoliyatga aralashib boqmaganman. Siyosatning nimaligini o'qimaydim, chunki men 12 yoshgacha Uyg'ur sinfida o'qigan, 12 yoshdan toki 20 yoshgacha shu Xitoyning o'lkasida Xitoy bolalar bilan Xitoy o'qitgan maktabda o'qigan.
No, I did not involved in any political activities at all, because I only stayed in my hometown and studied Uyghur up until 12 years old. From 12 years old all the way to 20 years old, I was in mainland China, in the Chinese school. I was studying with Chinese people. I got no idea about what's politics. I didn't know about politics at all.
As a result of extensive interrogation, you passed away. Sorry, you fainted on June 9th, 1917. Is that correct?
Shu 6 ayning 9-i 2017-yili shu vaqtdagi shu kuchlik qiynab savol so'roq qilish jarayonida siz hushingizdan ketibsiz, o'zingizni yo'qotib qo'yibsiz. Shunday ahvol bo'ldimi?
Chunki 4 aydan tutib toki 6 aygacha bu 2 oy jarayonida biz turmada sirtqa chiqib boqmaymiz, ham yuyinmaymiz, ham 60 necha ayol bir 430 kvadratlik kichkina bir uyda hammamiz shu yerga tarat qilamiz, bir qachiq tarat qilamiz, ham to'yg'idek tomoq yo'q, to'yib uxlash yo'q. Onun üstüge kechida turmaning ichi bek aldirash nurg'un odamlar bor. Ham shu 3 oy jarayonida mening ko'z oldimda o'ldi deb qarar qilgan 9 ayolning o'lganini ko'rdim. Men shahid bo'ldim. Uning orqasidan nurg'un odamlarni achitib, akirib qilgan keyin nimisa bo'ldi shu jarayonda men bek psixik jihatdan bek yo'qib ketdim, ham salomatlikdan bek ketib qoldim.
Okay. Yes, that's happened. During the April to June, during this 2 months detention, interrogation, I have witnessed horrible things, and I have been through that kind of horrific torture. I was detained in a cell that about 400 square meter, and there were over 60 women, overcrowded condition. The toilet was inside, food was extremely bad. And also within that 2 months period of time, I have witnessed 9 women died in the camp. Because of all the torture and what I have witnessed within the cells, I was mentally dead already. And I was very sick because of the bad food and all the conditions.
Türmedeki men bağım bir selning içideki işgal jarayonidagi o'lgan 9 odamga shahid bo'ldim. Boshqa qanchalik buni o'qimayman. Andan keyin o aralıqda her haftada bir qatam bizni sirqa ochib, soqchixonga olib, qo'limizni ko'yza, beshimiz qarqalta holatda olib, so'roq qildi. 2 kundek, 2 kechkimiz to'xtamay so'roq qildi. So'roq jarayonida yana qaytlab so'raydi. Bu vaqtda meni mental jihatdan so'roq qilgan. Chunki mushu sen misal yetishishga jarayonda sen bek ig'ir jinoyat o'tkazgachga sening dadang opang o'lib ketdi, 2 bolang o'lib ketdi. Akang va seningni muddasiz turmaga jazoladik. Shuning sening yashashingning hech qanday foydasi yo'q. Shunga bizga har qanday narsaga to'liq javob xatoligini tuna deb unday qilgandan mening men ishimdan bek tugishga ketdim. Shundan boshlab tortishib qoldigan ashtaq bo'lib qoldim. Panic attack.
During that 2 months time that in that cell, detention of in that cell, I have witnessed 9 women's death, but I don't know how many people are dying in other cells or other places. That's what I have witnessed. And the top of what we've been through in that camp and in that cell, and also we used to taken to once a week to the police station for interrogation and questioning for 2 days. When they took us from camp to police station for interrogation, they put black hood over our head, and then they took us to the police station and start interrogation. And within the whole that 9 months detention, and also that kind of weak interrogation at the police station, they simply target us to torture mentally and to dehumanize us. That's what they're going to do. Like, especially when I was interrogated, they said, I mean, you made a big mistake and you committed crime. And if you don't confess and if you don't talk and tell us, this is what's going to happen because your parents already died, your 2 children already died, and your relatives, sibling is detained. And if you keep listening such a dehumanizing and humiliative words, and you just mentally, you will be dead and very difficult to bear.
Thank you. Just one question regarding the size of your cell. We heard through the interpretation that you said the cell was 400 square meter. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
400 square meters. That's a very...
Квадрат метр ма? Мау дедіңіз ғой, сіз туғанлығы солыған 200 квадрат метр ма?
230 square feet çoğunlukta.
Square feet. 430 square feet.
Thank you. That's finally, Ms. Thorson, the Chinese government claims that you have never been imprisoned, you have never been taken to vocational studies, you were only detained for 20 days for suspicion of inciting violence, and you voluntarily renounced your nationality and gave up your Chinese citizenship.
Before you ask the question, Mr. Sabi, the version I have says inciting national enmity and discrimination. Is there a difference between the two? I'm only reading off a document that I know is an internal document prepared from the Global Times, but before we...
Yes, that's the one, sir.
Enmity and discrimination. Yeah.
Okay. Мехригул ханым, мушу Хытай өкмөтү сиздин дегенлеріңиздин хаммасыга улар дептики буларның хаммасы яаган. Бу Мехригул ханым эч качан түрмөдө бу бакмады. Эч качан тәрбиелеш лагерыга апырылмады. Фақат 20 күн соланган, о 20 күнлүгүнүн себеби zoravallık hareketini qozg'ash, hem o'ziniki mushu Xitoy garajdanligidan voz kechganligi uchun yoki bo'lmasa mashtaq dapsandlik qilish, ko'zga ilmaslik ashundaq jinoyatlarni o'tkazganligi uchun 20 kun lam ashundaq so'langan deb ashunda dedi. Siz bundan qanday qaraysiz?
Bu gaplarning hammasi yolg'on. Chunki mening maktabda o'qiyotgan do'stlarim, savodoshlarim hammasi Xitoyda. Men ularni hech qanday dapsandlik qilmagan, ham hech qanday Xitoyning bo'lguncha hech qanday harakatlarga, siyosiy harakatlarga qatnashib boqmagan. Men faqat ular deganda shu sen red line'dagi countryga bordim. U Misr red line dastlabda red har bir davlatni rangi ayiribdi. Qizil rayonliq, sariq rayonliq, qora rayonliq, ko'k rayonliq degan. Ular deydi shu Misr shu qizil rayonliq eng cheklangan rayondagi davlat. Sen o'shaga borgan. O'shaga borganlik uchun tutilding dedi. Ikkinchi qatim sen islom diniga e'tiqod qildikansa, islom diniga e'tiqod qilamsa deb turgandan keyin tortur qildi. Men deganligim uchun urib, keyin men yo'q, men namoz o'qishni o'qimayman, Qur'on o'qishni o'qimayman dedim, chunki urganlik, tortur va qattiq bo'lganlik uchun. O seni islom diniga e'tiqod qilganlik uchun tutdik dedi. Oxirda men turmadan ketadigan vaqtimda nima sababdan tutilganligini bir bilay degan vaqtimda ular sen Uyg'ur bo'lganlik uchun tutilding dedi. Ammo ularning deganlarining hammasi yolg'on. Men isbotlab bera olmayman.
Whatever the Chinese government said is all lie. I never discriminated against Chinese people because all my classmates were Chinese students. I never did such a discriminatory act towards them. But however, when they arrested me and when they told me the reason of my arrest is, one, I have traveled to red line country. The Chinese government classified countries in few categories. The red, which is the most dangerous countries, the one can be traveled to, and then yellow, and then blue, and then green. So that's the classifying of the countries that where people traveled, and which is they are targeted because of those countries are designated as dangerous. I traveled to Egypt. Egypt was designated as a red, so it's dangerous country. That was one reason because of my travel to red zone. And the second one was religion, because I believe in Islam. And during my interrogation, when they have tortured me, they asked me whether I believe in Islam. I said yes. After I said yes, I faced even more harsher torture because I was unable to bear the severe torture. That's why I said I denied my belief. I denied that I don't believe in religion. And however, when I was released at the end last time, I just asked from them, I really wanted to know what's the reason of me being arrested and facing such a torture. And they said that because I was Uyghur.
Thank you, Mr. Hussain. The tribunal will have some questions for you.
Thank you for joining us today. I'm going to be brief in my questions, and I hope you are in your responses, because there's quite a few. You say Egypt is a red line country, yet China has been investing in Egypt since 2013. Is it just because you're Uyghur that you were picked up and arrested at the airport?
Siz dediniz bu Mısır'ın bu Xitayning qizil tamg'a besilgan yoki qizil deb ayrilgan ashta xatarlik davlatlarning biri deb shu tizimlikning ichida ekan deb. Ammo Xitoy hukumatı 2013-yilda beri Misrga mablag' selib ular bilan tijorat qilyapti. Ana ashundaq ekan sizni Urumchi aeroportida qo'lga olib shunday qilishning sababi sizningki Misrningki qizil nimadan ko'ra sizning Uyg'ur bo'lganligingiz uchunmi?
Ha, chunki ular mablag' silib davlatlarga berib, Xitoy agar ma pasportida Han Chinese yoki Xinjiang deb bo'lmasa, ular gap kelmaydi, hech qanaqa gap kelmaydi. Har bir aerodromda, har bir chetdan chiqib China aerodrom kelgan vaqtimizda ular bizning pasportimizni ko'rdi. Chiroyimizga bir qaraydi, biz ularga chiroy jihatdan o'xshamaymiz. Pasportida faqat Xinjiang bo'lsa, hammasini ayrim bir uyga kirib so'roq qildi. Malla emas, balkim butun chetga chiqqan Uyg'urlarning hammasi mush ahvolga uchraydi. Shuningga ular Xinjiangninki pasporti Sharq Turkistonningini ular Xinjiang deydi. Ash pasportda bo'lganlarning hammasi shu rangi qo'yilgan davlatlarga borsa, mushta tutildi ekan ularning deganda. Ammo
Yes. Yes.
At the airport.
Yes. Sorry, can I translate in full? Yes, as long as you're Uyghur, that's what you're going to go through. When Uyghurs travel back to China, or go back to China, the first thing is they will be checked at the airport. At the airport, the first they look at your passport, and you look, how you look, your face. And then in the passport, if it states Xinjiang, which is the East Turkestan, that's how we call our country's name. And if it's Xinjiang, and then you are not Han Chinese, and you are thoroughly checked at the airport, you will be separated from others, and then put into separate place and questioned thoroughly. It's not only me. It's not only just myself. Whoever traveled to those zones that China designated as a red or any other, as long as you are Uyghur, and you are questioned separately and you are checked thoroughly at the airport. That applies to every Uyghur who traveled back to China.
Thank you. So at the airport, who took away your 3 children?
Airport.
Chinese
police officers.
Yes.
And then they arrested you, put a hood on you, and took you to detention center. You were out on parole. Were you allowed to be close to your children after coming out of detention?
Sizni avı solab qo'ygan so'laqdan qo'yib etib vaqtliq qo'yib etgan vaqtida siz o'zingizning bolalaringizga yiqilish bolalaringiz bilan birga tura oldingizmi?
Balalarım bilan birga tura oldim. Apam, dadam, mening ikki balam, meni ikki soqchi, men hammamiz bir uyda.
Yes, I did. Yes, I was able to stay with my children. However, with my children, with my parents, and also 2 Chinese policemen stayed with us together.
You say that you used to breastfeed them before you got arrested. When you were on parole, were you allowed to breastfeed again?
Siz aşı tutuluşdan burun ballarınızı özünüz emetip nem qo'yib ekansiz, ashunda qilayotgandim degandingiz. Lekin sizni vaqtli qo'yib berib, yana qaytadan ballariningiz bilan birga bo'lganda siz ballariningizni yana qaytadan o'zingiz emitib qila oldingizmi?
Yo'q, men burun ularni faqat 40 necha kun emitgan, keyin turmaga kirib chiqqandan keyin ballalarimni emitamadim. Ularni bu shu ishga hozir qadar hamda ular bek ojiz, ikkalasi disable bo'lib qoldi hozirma. Ularni bag'moq bek tez keldi, chunki ular imamaydi, ular meni imamaydigan bo'lib qoldi. 2 oy ishga kirmaydan keyin tomoq bermak yo'q, chiqib bek ularni bek tez cho'ng odam qildim. Bek tez vaqtim Xitoylar ashni ko'rib turdi. Xitoylar yana bir sayda mehrigini biz tutmadik, erken deydi shu vaqtda men nechiqatdan chetga chiqib ketgan bo'lsam, agar ya yo'ldishim kiralgan bo'lsa, ya meni Misrga ketkazilgan bo'lsam, men bolarimni davolatib, yaxshi beqib balkim shularni yaxshi cho'ng qilatdim. Ammo yo'ldishimni kirgizmadim, meni hech yerga chiqargizmadi, hatto do'konlarga chiqib bolalarga ish ko'rgan parashtlarni olamayman. Xitoylar nim bas ashni ish ko'zma.
No, I wasn't able to breastfeed anymore after release from the detention. I was only able to breastfeed them for over 40 days. But whatever is happening was that the Chinese policemen who are staying with us witnessed everything. And my children were very weak. And that's why they didn't look after properly. So that's why now they became very weak and disabled.
What were they feeding them through the tubes in the neck? What were they feeding them?
O ballarınızı boynudan teşip tamaq berdik depti, nem tamaq beripti ularga, qandaq tamaq beripti ki boyundan işlankı bile. Avazınız yok, Mehrigül, avazınız yok. Avazınız yok.
Okay, sorry. No, okay. Ularga balla kichik bo'lgan keyin bir narsa qilmagan, mana shu ikkilasidan bo'yindan shilank echib, mashadan tomoq mang'uzibdi oshqozonga.
Nima tomoq deydi shuni? Qandaq tomoq?
Ular menga demadi.
Yes, they gave them the food through the tube, but they didn't tell me what kind of food they fed them through the tube.
Who is they? The doctors and nurses?
Kim o ular deganiniz doktorlarmı, sistralarmı?
Doktorlar dedi, balalarımның doktorlar dedi. Ama bir Xitoy doktor manga CCTV'da sözüldü, Mehrigül bir yer yatmagan Saqay deb. O doktorni men ko'rib bakmagan. Başqa bir doktor, mening balamning mas'ul doktori. Ashlar bir narsa mang'uz doktor dedi, nima mang'uz buni men hozir demdi. Balalarım hozir qadar 6 yosh kirdi, ammo 6 yosh kirgandek emas. Nima har kun tomoq yondirdi bularchu.
Yes, the doctor told me that that's how they fed, but they didn't tell me what kind of food they have given. On CCTV, one doctor said that they didn't do anything, but that I don't recognize that the doctor that appeared on the CCTV that has seen me or treated my children. But the doctor that at the hospital really treated my children, that person feeded my children, but didn't tell me what kind of food. Right now, my children are 6 years old, but they are unable to eat properly. Whatever they eat, they vomit out.
Okay, thank you. When the doctor gave you, I'm sorry to say, your dead child, were you allowed to bury the child according to your Islamic practice?
Bek özür sizning ölüp ketgan balangiz to'g'riliq so'z ochganim uchun, shu sizning ölüp ketgan balangizninki nemisini o'likini sizga bergandan keyin siz ashuni islom qoidasi bo'yicha tuproqqa ko'maldingizmi?
Yo'q. Ularni tam bolarimdan adamni chaqirib namoz qilishqimi ishimiga qilamadik faqat opam dadam men bizning o'liklardan bolarimni qabr qilib qo'ydik hech qanday adamdan chaqirish u qat'iy bo'lmaydi. Mening bolarim hozir tug'ildi, mana 6 yosh kirdi, ularning sunnat to'yi, at qo'yish bizning mariklar kolchibati. At qo'yish undaq hech narsa qilib boqmadim hozir qadar. Hatto bolam tugab ketganda bu odamlar kelamidi bizning uyga, hech kim tuqqanlarmi kelamidi.
No, I wasn't able to do or bury my child in the way that Islamically. Only my parents and myself we just bury him. But even I wasn't able to perform any other religious or cultural processes for my dead child. Even my relatives were unable to visit us and express the sympathy for my lost. It was very hard. Like for example, usually like doing circumcision to the boys, Islamically, I did not perform any of them because I wasn't allowed to do anything.
So they took the body back.
Yeah, I am 24-year-old. I have in my life this first children, this triplet. I have a lot of hope, but I cannot able to do all this. Even I cannot give breast my kids. I cannot. Balarimlarga azadimizmi qilamadim. Bir ömür pushaymanda hozir qadar Xitoylar meni ashta pek bayram qildi.
The Chinese government destroyed me so much. I wasn't able to perform. I wasn't able to do anything that I supposed to, and I really wish to, because they are my first child, and even just naming them Islamically, I wasn't able to do anything at all. Which is until today, I feel painful about it.
Are you happy for me to carry on, or do you need a break?
Demalamsız ya davamlaştırsam bulamdı.
We can continue. It's okay.
Okay, I'd like to ask you, when you were tortured, who said to you being Uyghur is a crime?
Siz sizni qiyin qistab olgan vaqtingizda sizning uyg'urlik bo'lganingizni o'zi jinoyat degan gapni kim dedi sizga?
Ashu bizniki charchan maylik saqchiqandan saqchi haytsoning boshqi ashtaq dedi. Ular sen mening gadim Allah dedim. Unda bo'lsa Allahni chaqirib kel, men bilan ko'rasizlar. Agar shu yomon bo'lsa, sinaldim, mishadim qutqazsin. Senin gading, Allah'ın senin emin esem Chinese Communist Party çünkü biz seni bekip çoğulduk, biz seni mağdısek mağalayımız, tur desek turalaysa da başta.
It is the boss of the police station of the Cherchen County, and when I said God, and they said, you call you God, because of the torture, I screamed out God, Allah. And tell your God to come and save you from here if you believe in God. There is no God, and in reality we are your God. We created you, we fed you, so you shouldn't believe in your God. If your God exists, and he should come now and save you from us.
Do you remember the name of that person?
İsmini bilamsiz ashda degan gapni, shuni deganning adamning ismini?
Yes, I can provide for you in writing by Chinese name.
You also heard someone say, this is China, we could do whatever we want according to the local law. Who was that person, and what was a local law he was or she was referring to?
Uningki yana bir adam debdi sizga, biz xohlaganimizni qila olamiz sana shu yerlik qonunlar bo'yicha. Nemini qo'limizdan kelsa shuni qilamiz sana. Shu gapni degan odam kim u? Ularning degan yerlik qonuni qaysi qonunga u? Qanday qonunga?
Ular Xitoy hukumatida ular deydi, biz nima desak shu qonun bo'ldi deydi. Ammo Xitoyda qonun yozilgan qonun bo'yicha ish qilmaydi ular. Biz mana o'zimiz qonun, biz shuni nima qilsak shu bo'yicha qilsa deb boshlaq deydi. There
are 4 policemen who said those things. Like they say, whatever we say is a law, we are the law. So I can give you the names of that 3 policemen who said that. They say, although there is a Chinese law, but they don't care. But each policeman is themselves claims they are the law.
So we'll get those names later. Thank you. My last question: when you were when you were imprisoned, you saw 2 women who were naked, who were being harassed by policemen and dogs. Is that to bring dogs into the center? Was that usual practice, or was this the only time you saw this?
Siz yazma materialınız depsiz, işki ayalınınkini yalanlaşlap koyup, saqçılarınınki işte depsendi qıvat qalınığını, onundakin üyedin işt bağlığını, işt ekilip ekilip, şundaq işlağa işte depsendi qoyğan ahvallarını depsiz. Bu eşediki saqçılarınınki işte iştlarını ekiliş şundaq yeləge, yani saqçılağa. O davamlıq ilip bardığan işimi, davamlıq işletirdiğen taktikler mi ulanın?
Ular daim aşağı kıldı. Bu torture üyü bablarınki, soraxana üyü torture üyü buldu. O öyden içinde her xil qıynaydigan üskünler var. O ayallarını mene bir öyde soraqa vaqtda yeni bir öyde mdaxil işatkı var. Biz Allah'ını ayaqtaki öyde qıynavatırdı. Biz onu körümüz. Şununla bazı başlarını qıynap durup bizge köstüşünün bu bir xil torture hesaplandı ki, şunu aşağı qıyınıştın saklanması için erkinde sualımız cevap verirse de aşağı dedi. Ama haqiqatan uyga kirgan vaqtida kechidan chiqatim kirdi. Ishti bilan birga kirdi. Ishtlar qo'par ish birga kirdi. Shu uyni ameni qurab ashta chiqdi. Ashta ularning doimlik odati. Shuningga hozir mening ikki balammi hozir qadar endi Amerika cho'ng bo'lgan bolalar doktordan qo'rqmaydi. Mening ikki balam kichik bo'lsin, cho'ng bo'lsin, har qanday ishni ko'zlab baq qo'rqiydi. Chunki kichiklikka yoniqmaydi. Ta'sir.
Yes, it is a usual practice bringing dogs to such a centers. How I was witness those 2 women's torture is, it is one of the way that the Chinese police, when they torture us, the first of all, they show us they're torturing others. So we have to confess and we have to tell the truth. If we're not, this is going to be outcome, and our fate will be the same as those tortured in front of us. So it's just a method of let you confess, or just another method of torture you as well, just by letting you see others tortured. And also there is a torture rooms. When we taken into that torture rooms, and we can see other people are tortured in other torture rooms as well, because those torture rooms are divided with a kind of steel barbed wire kind of stuff that you can see through. So you can see how they're torturing others. And that's how I saw the police were torturing the other woman. And also, sometimes they come during the night and take you out from the cell into the torture room, and they bring you back from torture room to the usual cell. And during that time, the always black dogs accompany to the police and to us to come in and out. Like, for example, in America, usually people, they're not afraid of dogs. But my children and we do afraid of dogs.
Thank you for your testimony today.
Көп рахмат бүгінгі шahidliğiniz için.
One brief question. Could you say what was the point, what was the purpose of the abuse and the torture in the prisons? Why did they do this, do you believe?
Sizning qarashingizcha o'sha turmalarda nimishki shunday qiyin qisqa qilib dapsanda qiladi? Nim maqsadi var ularning shunday qilishdan sizcha?
Ularning buna qilishga maqsadi mening o'ylig'imda bir boshqalarni yaq alanım qilgan, ma'mum qilgan deyish, boshqani oshkorlash bilganlar bo'lsa, ko'proq odamni tutishimizga foydasi bo'ladi deb ashtaxtab o'ylaydi mening o'ylig'imda. Chunki ular mendan behchiq odamlarning rasmini ko'rsatdi, men ularni rasla tunimayman. Ondan keyin Misrda o'qigan butun bolalarni chedalga chiqqanda ko'rishgan har qanday odamning hammasini deb berishni aytdi. Men ammo ularni tunimayman. Men ularni ularning xayolida meni tuniydi, biladi deb qaraydi. Biroq bir narsa olsa, ha bir ish qildim desa, shuningga yip uchi bo'lib bir jinoyat deb buningga shu jinoyat orqali uy kelsak bo'ladi deb ashaq deb o'ylaydigan ko'larga. Ammo menda hech qanday degidek narsa bo'lmaganligi uchun shular ular ashaq oqoqinjiq tortish qilyapti.
I think they try to get more information from others as well. That's the one way of purpose of torturing. Like, for example, they showed me lots of pictures and asked me whether I know them. You know, those people, the picture people who are in Egypt as well. And they thought, or they think that if I disclose information about any of them, or I can tell more information, or at least if I know because of the torture, I can confess, or I can tell about that person so I can be released. I think it's just one purpose of torturing and getting more people by forcing one or innocent like myself that honestly I didn't know any of those. I didn't recognize any of those pictured people at all.
Even they ask me, you believe Islam? I say yes, I am Muslim. And then they start beat me so hard. You are Muslim? I say yes. And then again beat. After that I say no, I am not Muslim. Then after that he say, okay, your God, what is your God? I must tell him Chinese Communist Party, but I don't tell like this. I say Allah. And then they, okay, let Allah coming. And then they start beating. After that, I don't speak, my Chinese Communist Party is my God. Then they give me electric. Then that time is I just keep my mouth shut up, like I don't say anything. Then they stop this from torture. Then they tell me, I must let you know the Chinese Communist Party is your God, and if we give you life or we give you death, we are choosing.
Marigal Terson, thank you for giving evidence. And I'm sorry that the process has been difficult. You've made a very detailed statement, and we've all read it, and we will take into account everything that is in the statement.
Siz naytı təfsili uçur bədiniz bizə yazma material, onun hamısını biz təfsili oxub çıxdıq, həm hamısını biz demək alımız, etibarı alımız.
It is essential that some part of it is given in evidence, and that is why you've been asked questions and your answers have been extremely helpful.
Əlbəttə bəzi qısımlarda şu bəzi bir əhvallarını biz nə qıldıq, şu toğruluq sizdən suallarını sorduk. Həm sizin bu sorğan suallarınızға bəgən cavablarınız nəydi bizə yardımlıq oldu.
Before you leave us, if there is anything else you personally want to say in your own language or in English, then please do. Otherwise, we will bid you farewell.
Əmdi məşəgicə, əgər sizə xoş deyişdim burun, əgər xalısınız sizin özünüzün qoşumçu deydiğən gəplərinizi məyli ingiliscə sözləmsiz və ya ki özünüzün tildə sözləmsiz, əgər özünüzün qoşumçu deydiğənləriniz olsa, desiniz boludu.
Mənim faqat deydiğim, mən özümün ki hekayəsini azı qədər qançı qetimli deyəmini oxumayman. Ben behçik elay dedim ama ben Allah'ım toxtumayman çünkü beni bu sözletkini türmedeki tatkan azabım ölüp ketken 9 ayal hem ölüp ketken oğlumnunki şunun kısası hem hazır kadar Xitaylar nurgun işte nimişanı kuatıdı ben bilmeyim ben atanımni ballarımdan yol düşümden hemen esen ayrıldım benim hayatımda hüküm talkan kıvetti bu Xitay çoğumuş sotnunki bir adıl karar kılıp bir yaş netice çıkıp bizlerden köğlümüzün bolsun azırak bir melhem buluşunu ümit kılma.
I don't know how many times I have told my story to the world, many times, but whatever I said and whatever I do is to bring justice to the criminals who committed crime against that 9 dead women that I have witnessed, my passed away dead son, and what I have been through and my sufferings in the prison. And I hope that this tribunal can come up to a fair judgment and serve the justice for my suffering people. Thank you.
Thank you, Miracle Turson.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Mr. Sabi, the next witness?
The next witness
by chance we're finished for the afternoon.
Is Mr. Shohrat Ashur. But before that, I have to inform you that unfortunately we will not be able to hear Saira Gul later because she's unwell. So
yes, I saw that, and we'll possibly hear her tomorrow. Yes?
So we'll probably better just to ask her in writing. So I've sent her a request for answering my question.
Thank you. Now, I think the next the next and last witness of today. Is that it?
Yes.
And is this a witness whom it is appropriate to say has been the subject of an in-camera discussion, the contents of which will not be disclosed, the explanation sufficient to render there being no mystery about what's going on, being something that can be dealt with in the final judgment?
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. The witness is a correspondent for Radio Free Asia and is fluent in the Uyghur language. He reported, and his reports have helped expose many of the major incidents in the Uyghur region, very few of which, in fact, had been reported by the Chinese media themselves. Through his telephone interviews with Chinese officials, he has been able to gain further details about the re-education camps, in particular relating to the numbers of people detained in specific camps and the conditions inside those camps. In his interview with the police officer who worked as a camp guard at one of these re-education camps, the witness was able to get information from such Chinese officials about demographic profile of the detainees, daily routines, including learning, feeding, sleeping routines, the continual 24-hour surveillance of detainees in all areas of the camp, including the toilets, disciplinary techniques, particularly for those detainees who do not give up practicing their religious beliefs, the separation of family members in the camps, and processes for dealing with health issues arising in the camps. Mr. Hosur, I have 3 questions for you today. In one of your interviews with a police officer from Kuhar County, relating to the deaths of at least 150 detainees in a Xinjiang internment camp called Number 1 Internment Camp. These deaths occurred over a period from June to December 2018. Do you know the cause or causes of those deaths?
Hujur efendim, sizningki bir axbarat dokladыңızda Kuchardagi bir saqchi xodim bilan so'zlashgan demangizda aytilgan. Unda shu yerdagi birinchi nomerlik lagerda 150 tutqunlarninki shu yerda o'lib ketganligi bayon qilingan. Ya'ni u voqea 2018-yil 6-oyda. Sizce mushu o'lib ketganlarning o'lib ketgan sababi nima ekanligi nima shuni bilamsiz? Ovozunuz yo'q. Sorry, there is no voice of him. I can't hear him. Ovozunuz yo'q. Endi chiqdi, endi boshlang.
Ya'ni men soniga 150 degan soni.
Ovozunuz yo'q. Sorry, no volume.
Endi
chiqdi.
Soni aniq uchun 150 odamni o'lganligi, ammo sababi aniq emas. Sababini faqat qaraz qila olmaydi.
I don't know exact reason, what's the reason of death, but the number is clear. It is 150%, but I don't know exact reason, but I can guess.
Yes, and what would your guess be?
Nemo qandaq paraz qilsiz? Nemo sizning parazingiz?
Birincisi endi o lagerlarda yemek içmek meselesindeki načarlığı bozulmuş katarlık uykudan mahrum kaldık katarlık cezaların bağlığı şu sebepten salametlikte iğir načarlış bolayotganligidan xabarim bor. Şuna birinci salamet načarlış kesel sebebinden de qarayman. Birincisi.
Number one, I think because of the health problem, because we knew that the food is very bad, and also there is also sleep deprivation in the camps, and that's why the people have the older people face very bad health condition. I see that number one reason is a health condition.
İkincisi,
the second reason is torture.
Kıyınkıstak düşündükse, hazırgıcı biz 50 yakın lagerda ölge adamınki ahvalını enitildi. Şunun içindeki birisininki sebebini sorasak, uyak resmi kıyınkıstak sürgan ve kıyınkıstakta ölgen.
There is
ahvalı karab durup, ikinci bir sebebini kıyınkıstakta tahmin kılınan.
Sorry, interpreter, before you interpret, there is quite a lot of feedback coming from Mr. Hosur's connection.
That's true, that's right. Even it's very disturbing for me as well. It's a very disruptive kind of echo behind his voice, but I'm trying my best to just listen properly. So if it can be fixed, that would be really good for me too. Thank you. But I can translate his second reason if you wish.
Just before you do that, it's possible he has this app open in two places, or he has a mobile and a computer or something that's causing the feedback.
Nemo, şundatkama siz ikki narsada açdingizmi? Nemingiz uchun? Şunun hazır ovozungiz yo'q. Shuni qilib endi bu ovozingiz?
Endi ismi ket, endi
Much better, thank you.
Much better, oh thank God. Much better. Okay, now I can start translating his second reason. Second reason is a torture. Why I would say torture? Because at least we have identified 50 detainees who were tortured, and among 50, one of them was dead just simply because of torture.
And agar ashuni tushuntirish uchun zo'r deb qarasangiz tushuntirib bermab, bo'lmasa atlab kelsak bo'ldi.
If you think that it's necessary for me to explain further, I will do so. If not, I can move on.
Thank you. No, I think that those are the two main reasons, therefore, you would consider to account for those deaths. Thank you for that. So my second question now relates to your investigative work more generally. In this work, you have spoken to several Chinese officials, such as official Mehmet Ursun in one of the re-education camps. And these officials were generally involved in guarding the re-education camps. And if you could give us a sense of the kind of ranks of these officials to whom you have spoken, and how you could ascertain what their rank was.
Sizniki nima aniqlab nima qilgan tekshirish dokladlaringizda siz Xitoyninki hukumat xodimlari bilan so'zlashibsiz va u hukumat xodimlarining ichida Mehmet Tursun degan bir kishi bor ekan. Undan keyin shu siz so'zlashgan hukumat xodimlarining ko'pinchisi shularning ichida jazo lagerlarida saqchi bo'lib yoki qo'g'dug'uchi bo'lib ishlaydiganlar bor ekan. Siz siz so'zlashgan hukumat xodimlarininki xizmat darajasi haqida bizga so'zlab bera olamsiz? Ularning xizmat hariyadagi o'rni darajasi haqida.
Ya'ni shu men bu yoqdan da'vat qilgan, men ziyorat qilgan Mehmet Tursun degan bir kishiniki lager saqchisiniki kimniki so'rab o'tirib, yani darajasini. Mehmet Tursun asli bir san'at o'maklik boshqa bir o'rinning xizmatchisi. Bu lagerga saqchi bo'lib 2017-yili lager boshlangan chog'da kirgan 11 oy vazifa o'tagan va shu bir qavatniki mas'uli bo'lgan. Lager saqchilariniki bir guruhi boshlig'i bo'lgan.
Okay. Yes, I understood, sir. You talking about Mehmet Tursun. That person was originally worked for the arts department, And he was moved to one of the camp to work in 2017, the beginning of the 2017, and he worked for 11 months, and he was responsible for one level of the camp, and he was responsible to managing one group who manages or just who can be responsible for one level of the camp.
Buni ham yuqori darajalik amaldor demaymiz, ammo asos qatlamdagi vazifa ijro qilib atgan o'rta darajalik bir amaldor degani bo'ldi. O'zidan to'g'an yana boshqa boshliqlar bor vazifalarda.
I don't see that person as a high level official, but we can classify him as a middle level, and he has people who top of him, who manages him, and he has people the lower level of him that he would manage.
And if I could come in, because this wasn't the only interview with the police or Chinese officials that you have undertaken. So with respect more generally to other investigative work you have undertaken, would you generally be speaking to mid-level police or Chinese officials?
Sizniki bu Xitoy hukumat xodimlari bilan so'zlashgandagi vaqtda buning ichida soqchilar ham shundaqlar işte xodimlar, xizmatchi xodimlar bo'lgan. Endi sizniki o'sha umumyuzlik sizniki mustaqillikqa tekshirish dokladlaringizda işte so'zlashganlarning ichida ziyorat qilganlarning ichidagilarning ko'pinchisining hammasi o'rta darajalik xizmatchi xodimlarmi, hukumat xizmatchi xodimlarmi, soqchi bo'lsin va yoki xizmatchi xodimlar bo'lsin.
Shundaq deyishga bo'ldi. O'rta va to'g'an darajalik, ya'ni oldingi safda vazifa bajarayotganlar desak bo'ladi.
Yes, we can say middle and the low level, but frontline workers.
Thank you. And before I move to my third and final question, just a quick note, how do you verify their rank?
Men yana bir savolga o'tishdan burun sizga so'raydigan savolim, ularningki xizmat darajasini qanday qilib farq qildingiz, qanday qilib ularni aniqlay oldingiz?
O'zining gapidan ma'lum. O'zi deydi, men bu yerga birinchi ulab kirdim deydi, men bir qavatga mas'uldim. Bu qavat mening qo'l ostimda 12 odam bor deydi. Qo'l ostimda 12 odam bor deganlikning o'zi hech bo'lmadigan chora uning o'rta darajadagi bir soqchi ekanligini ko'rsatdi. O'zining gapidan ma'lum.
Yeah, I have identified his ranks from his accounts. For example, the policeman that I have interviewed said that he's responsible to the affairs in the one level, and there are 12 people under my management. From that, you can guess, and you can see, you can identify that person is middle level.
That's very helpful, thank you. So my third and final question now is, on the basis of these various interviews or conversations you've had with different Chinese police or guards or officials, could you give us what you learned about the policing system or the guard system within these re-education camps?
Sizniki shu so'zlashgan, ya'ni ziyorat qilgan mayli Xitoyning soqchisi bo'lsin, yoki bo'lmasa xizmatchi xodim bo'lsin, yoki bexatarlik qo'g'dug'uchilar bo'lsin, mushulardagi so'zlashish jarayonidagi sizning o'zingizningki bilishingizcha shu yerdagi soqchi sistemining qandaqligini yoki shu yerdagi qo'g'dash sistemasi yoki soqchi sistemining qandaq deb his qildingiz?
Endi agar mayada deyilayotgani, agar shu lagerning sistemasini deyotgan bo'lsa, bunaqa javob bersam bo'ldi. Agar lagerning sistemasi qandaqligi savol aniq bo'lsin. Agar lagerning sistemasini qandaqligini bildingiz desa, hozir buni javob bersam bo'ldi. Shuni demak istadim.
The question is, are we talking about the camp policing system? If it's camp policing system, yes, I can talk about it.
That's it. Yes, please.
To'g'ri.
Unda bo'lsa, shu mening birinchi bilganim, ya'ni shu Mehmet Tursun Seyit degan shu soqchi, shu o'rta darajalik soqchi amaldorning bilganim, birinchi bu o'ringa kelayotgan atalmış o'quvchilarning beshiga qarxalti kaydirilib, majburlab kelayotganligini bildim. Birinchi bu.
Yes, again, my interview with the official, which is Mehmet Saud, and according to him, the detainees, the so-called students who were brought into these internment camps, the first of they brought by putting black hood over their head, and that's how they were brought to the camp. Number one.
İkinci bilginim, şu yerda o'qiyotgan atalmış o'quvchilar yatqidan sınıfıga, ders anglaydigan sınıfıga saqchilarningki nazorati ostida tok kaltak tutgan yordamchi saqchi va avtomatik qurollarni tutgan rasmiy saqchilarning nazoratida yataqdan sınıfga kirilganligi. İkinci bilginim bu.
And second observation is that these so-called students at the camp, when they were brought into the classroom for so-called re-education, they were under watch or under guardians of the fully military army. Those military personnel were carrying electric sticks or fully, they have a weapon.
Üçüncü bilginim, bularning darsdan chiqqandan keyin, yataq kirgandan keyin yataqdimi ozod emasligi, hatto o'zaro so'zlasholmaydiganligi, ixtiyoriy har qanday bir harakatning yo'qligi, shu darsdan sirt vaqtida, tamoq vaqtida tamoqning oldi kelganda qo'lini tizib qo'yib o'tirishga majbur bo'lganligi. Shu ziyoratdan bilgan uchinchi muhim xabarim bu.
And the third important information that I have learned from my conversation is those students the so-called students are not free even after the class as well. They were not allowed to talk, not allowed to communicate each other. Other than just the food time and other times, they were forced to sit by putting the hands onto the knees, and that's how they're supposed to sit.
Anda dördüncü bilginim, yani bu ziyaretin dördüncü bilginim, bunun oborneydim nazaret kılındıqanlıqı, munchidim nazaret kılındıqanlıqı, uxlab atqan çağdım nazaret kılındıqanlıqı.
And the fourth discovery that I have learned from them is those detainees are monitored while they were in the toilet, in the shower, even while they were sleeping. They were all watched and monitored.
Eğer bunu yana tafsili alırsa depredaniya çıkıpa. Munchida qandaq eğer başka sorudan sorulsa ötüp kesek.
If you wish to know more in detail, there are lots of things to say. I can tell you, but if not, I can move on.
Thank you for that. I will hand you over to the panel, and if they would like more information, I'm sure they would be able to ask. Thank you.
Ben başkalarına yötküdümdeydi. Başkalarının soruları bu sizden soraydı.
Could you tell us how you obtained the identity and the telephone number of Mehmet Tursun, who you spoke to?
Siz şu Mehmet Tursun degan kişinin telefon numarını, o kişinin kim bo'lganligini qanday egalladingiz?
Ben o telefonda bir baştan adet telefon qilamiz. Telefon qilib shu saqchi navbatli saqchi xodimlari ko'rishgan chaqda o'zidan sen burun qanday kelding, burun qayerdan ishlaganligini deb o'zidan so'radim. O'zini tanishtirish bilan bildim. Asosan o'zini o'zi ma'lum qildi. Ammo men saqchi qanday telefon qildim.
The first all I rang the police station. After ringing the police station, when I initiate the conversation, I asked from the person that I talked to, asked the name, asked the phone number, and asked the ranks, everything. In reality, I learned from them directly.
You would have the option, if you don't wish to give off your sources, to decline that. Thank you.
I don't think we need to deal with that now. We can deal with it in another way. Anything else, Mr. Vetch?
Eğer uçurunuzdaki mənbeyini deyişini xalımısanız, sizinki aştaq haqqınız var demeydiğim.
Elbette. Ben hazır davat kaldırım diyişik tegişlikleri.
Whatever I have been telling you right now is I can tell you and I am able to.
No, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for coming to give evidence. You've given us the advantage of a very detailed statement. I'm just going to check something with Mr. Sally. Is this statement going to be posted onto the website at some stage or not, or don't you yet know?
It's already on the website.
It's on the website. So thank you very much. So we've got your full statement on the website already, and that statement constitutes the detailed evidence that you've been able to give, and it reflects what you've been able to contribute by bringing these various matters to public. Just a tiny detail from me, and it's on page 326 of our bundle. It's during information from the county police officer, and it's only this. It's the person speaking said that the distance from Kashgar to Opal is 14 kilometers. I've tried to find it, and it looks like it's 47 kilometers. Do you know if one way or the other whether it's 14 or 47?
Sizningki bütün təfsili uçurlarınızın hamısı, yəni bəgən şahidliğinizin hamısı tor betide hamı narsani gördük. Mən hazır sizningki bəgən şu şahidlik materialınızınki 327-ci bətdiki sizin bir nahiyalik saqçı xadim bilan sözləşkən şu narsaga qarayapman, şu qismiga. Uningda Qashqar bilan Opalning araligi 14 kilometr deyilgan. Mening qarshim bizningki bir uchurda 47 kilometr deyilgan. Şu bunun qaysi to'g'ri? 14 mi 47 mi?
Onu men bilmayman. Chiqib qolgan bir to'g'ri. Men uchun unchalar mo'yim uchur bo'lmaganligi uchun ustida izlanib ketmadim. Menga degan odam nima degan bo'lsa shuni yozdim. Balkim 14 bo'lishi mumkin, 47 bo'lishi mumkin. Men u uchurni bak mo'yimdab qaramaganligim uchun ustida izlanmadim.
I am not sure exact number in here because since I didn't really consider that information is very important, so I didn't really dig into it, and I just wrote it down whatever the person that I have spoken to told me.
I understand, and thank you very much for providing all this detail. Your evidence is now concluded. Mr. Sabi, tomorrow morning.
See you tomorrow morning.
Do we have a full day for those either listening or watching here? Sorry?
Yeah, yes, sir, we'll have a full day. Well, do you want to like...
Oh, you had another question?
No, I understood one of the panel members.
Oh, really? I'm sorry. No, I don't think so. No.
Sorry.
I don't have enough eyes in enough parts of my head, I'm sorry. But tomorrow, a full day.
Full day.
And in the afternoon, one expert whom we've heard a lot of reference to, Mr. Zenz.
Mr. Zenz would testify.
And also another expert coming tomorrow afternoon, without naming necessarily.
Rukia, isn't it?
Rukia, yes. Rukia Tardash.
Well, 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Assalomu alaykum. Ekran oldidagi aziz qarindoshlar. Xitoy hokimiyatiningki shuncha qattiq to'sqinlik qilishiga, ziyonkashlik qilishiga qaramasdan, buzg'unchilik qilishiga qaramasdan 6-oyning 4-kuni Angliyaning poytaxti Londonda boshlangan va sizlar ko'rayotgan xalqaro Uyg'ur sotininki tunji sotining 3-kuni bugun mana balasiz, qazosiz, muvaffaqiyatli bir shaklda oyoqlashdi. Aziz qarindoshlar, vaqtlarni sarf qilib, mushu sotga ko'ngil bo'lib, mushu ekranda bu naqmaydan programmamizni, ya'ni Dunyo qurultiyi tor televiziyasining naqmaydan programmasini sot zalidan berayotgan naqmaydan programmasini ko'ngil qo'yib anglag'anlar uchun sizlarga rahmat aytaman. Hatta bu sotning oxirgi kuni aziz qarindoshlar, hozirgacha bu xalqaro sot kollégiyesi boshlangan kuni bizga taqatgan kun tartibda o'zining ismini shu guvohlik belgichi bo'lgan orliqcha o'zining ismini oshkorlashni xohlamaydigan ba'zi guvohchilarga nomer qo'yilgan. Shuning uchun biz Shavkat To'shir apandimning ismini toki o'zi chiqib so'zlagan qadar biz oshkorlamadik. Buni maxfiy tutdik. Erta aziz qarindoshlar, sotning oxirgi kuni bu yerda atlikmi 9 guvohchi şahit guvohlik berdi. Bularninki 4 nafari mutaxassislar, chet ellik mutaxassislar, uni Adrian Zenstim o'zi ichiga olgan chet ellik mutaxassislar. Buning 5 nafari Sharq Turkistonlik şahit. Bu Sharq Turkistonlik şahitlarning ichida Turkiyadan Nurusman Abdurashid, yana Turkiyadan Malikzat Habibul, yana Turkiyadan Mahmud Tavakkul qatorliq Turkiyadan 3 nafar guvohchi bor atlikka. Buningdan keyin Kanadadan amallarga tunishib bo'lgan siyosiy faoliyatchilarimizdan Ruqiya Turdish xonim bor, ati guvohlik berdi. Uningdan keyin Shvetsiyadan yana Nayrula Elima xonimmi atlikka Shvetsiyadan tor orqali guvohlik berdi va atlikka sud bu xalqaro Uyg'ur sud kollegiyasininki tunji sudi Adrias Zensninki guvohlik berish bilan atlikka oxirlashdi aziz qarindoshlar. Yana o'xshashlar, bugungi o'xshash London vaqti atigan soat 9da boshlandi sudning oxirgi qismi, oxirgi kuni. Biz Dünya Uyg'ur Qurultiyi tor televiziyasi biz Baxtiyor apandim bilan ikkimiz yana yarım soat burun naq maydon programmasini boshlaymiz va sizlarga oldin sud boshlang'ichi bo'lgan oraliqda sizlarga ba'zi yetkazish tegishli ba'zi uchurlar bo'lsa yetkazishga tirishimiz aziz qarindoshlar. Mana Kesler, aziz qarindoshlar, Angliya Uyg'ur jamiyatininki raisi vatanparvar diniy o'limalarimizdan Kerem Zahir qarim o'zimni aytdim mashhur diniy zotlar orasida ham sunniy asosiyatdan shu hozircha ham shu Angliya Uyg'ur jamiyatining raisi vazifasini o'tayotdi va har kuni bizga hamroh bo'lib, bizning tomoqlarimizga mas'ul bo'lib, har qaysi allardan bu Londonga kelgan guvohchilarninki ularning amolligi, bexatarligi, boshqa turli ishlarga hammasiga mas'ul bo'lib kelyotdi va bizni obdan kutdi. Obdan tomoqlar bilan guvohchilarni, shohidlarni obdan kutib oldi. Shuning uchun hammalarning huzurida aziz qarindoshlar bu yerda bizningki vatanparvar diniy o'limalarimizdan Kerem Zahir apandimga alayida rahmat etishni bir milliy vijdoniy burchimiz deb bilamiz aziz qarindoshlar. O'zlariga ko'p rahmat. Hurmatli o'rtasa Kerem qarim bana sotning 3-kuni Xitoyning shuncha buzg'unchiligiga qaramay sotning 3-kunidan balasiz qazosiz oxirlashtirdik. Ati bir kun qoldi inshaalloh xalqimizning duosi bilan ekran oldidagi qarindoshlarimizning duolari bilan bu sotni muvaffaqiyatli ketyapti. Sizlar ham bu Angliya Uyg'ur jamoatininki bir beshi yana mas'uli bo'lish sifatlari bilan mushu bana 3 kun bo'ldi. Bu sud kollegiyasiga har kuni qatnashyapti o'zlari bevosita. Tünögün hem sud qatnashdi ham Xitoyga qarshi bir namoyishga, ya'ni Xitoy bilan Xitoydagi Uyg'ur majburiy emgakini napilayotgan bir shirkatga qarshi tünögün norozilik namoyishi uyushtirdinglar sizlar. Sizning bir hissiyotingizni olsak, shuning bilan bugungi programmamizni mushuningizda oxirlashtirsak.
Assalomu alaykum. Dunyoning xos joylaridagi hurmatli aziz qarindoshlar. Hammalarning o'sha vaqt xayrli bo'lsin. Hazır 3-cü günüsü mana sotning o'zi davomlashyapti. Boshqa faoliyat olsin, uning quvvatimiz qilmasak bo'lmaydi. Bu joyida davom qilyapti. Bu sotniki echilg'ini nihoyatda bir yaxshi bir ishlar bo'ldi. Bu yerdagi eng muhim masala nima degan vaqtda biz o'sha nurg'un odamlar guvohlik beryapti, chet elliklar bo'lsin, mayli o'zimizning qarindoshlari bo'lsin. Bundan bir dars chiqarib, o'zimiz nima ish qilishimiz kerak. Bu işin özünü Dünya Uyghur Qurultiyi başçılık qilib, shu sotning o'zini uyushtirgan. Biz agar vatan ozod qilamiz, millatni erkinlikka erishtiramiz deydigan bo'lsak, bir tashkilot, qanday bir tashkilot bo'lishini qat'iy nazar, vatan millatniki da'vosi haqida bir to'g'ri ishni qildigan bo'lsa, uningga biz yendi bo'lishimiz lozim, yordam qilishimiz lozim. Her qanday o'zi kamchilik yerlarini o'zini to'shqizishga yendi bo'lishimiz lozim. Bizda vatan millat ishida o'zaro shaxsiy adovat yoki bo'lmaydi hasad degan narsa aralashmaslik lozim. Biz hasad qilish kelsa, vatan uchun qanchalik ish qildik, odam qanchalik ish qilibdi, biz uningdan jiqaroq ishni qilishimiz lozim degan mandaq o'zi yaxshi tarafga hasad qilishimiz lozim. Ammo bu qatim bu dunyo Uyg'ur qurultayining bu ishiga nihoyatda meniki bahoyim nihoyat yuqori. Zaten o'zim bevosita qatnashyapman bular birga. Shuning uchun meniki dunyoning har qaysi joylaridagi tashkilot va a'zolar deyli, ularni kutadigan umidim biz yaxshi ishni baslashaylik, vatan millatni ozod qilish yo'lida baslashaylik, hamkorlashishni baslashaylik. Zaten xatolik o'tdi, dunyo Uyg'ur qurultayi bittal xatolik o'tkazmadi deb hech kim deyolmaydi, kam qilmadi deb hech kim deyolmaydi, chunki inson. Ammo buni kam qolgan yerlarni to'shqizishga yordamlashish, xatoligini tuzishga yordamlashish bizniki vazifamiz, ularni qo'llash bizniki vazifamiz emas. Bu bir jinoyat. Shunga hammamiz shu bir yoqdan bosh chiqarib, bir yoqdan qo'l chiqarsak, bu vatanni cho'qim ozod qilganlikqa ko'zimiz yetadi, bu muqarrar. Inshaalloh. Jiqaroq so'zlab ketdim. Hammani kechirgaysizlar. Hammangizga Allohga emanet. Rahmat, hurmatli kiram qarim, bu güzel tilakları uchun, bu güzel sözleri uchun, bu güzel ümitleri uchun rahmat. Sizlarning Angliyadagi bu Uyg'ur jamoatini, Angliya Uyg'ur jamiyatini ko'p avar qildik. Necha kun yo'g'i, bir haftadan yo'g'i karantin, shuning bilan biz 9 kun bo'ldi hozir turibotqili. Bu shohidlar, guvohchilar karantin qilib, bu jarayonda sizlarni ko'p avar qildik. Rahmat. Az qarindoshlar bular butunlay biz shu kelgan guvohchilarni, shohidlarni nihoyat obdan chiroyli uy tomoqlari bilan kutib o'tdi. Biroz nima qilmadi, qiynalib qolmadi, tomoq nima jihatlardan nihoyat yaxshi kutib oldi. Rahmat, tekrar rahmat aytamiz. Az qarindoshlar shuning bilan bugungi bu xalqaro Uyg'ur sud kollegiyasining tunji sudning 3-kunini haqidagi naqmadan programmasini mishada oxirlashtiraylik. Atlikka sudningki oxirgi kuni görüşeyle, görüşkisi aman bulun, hayır hoş, aziz qarindoshlar. Hayır hoş.